The march towards Baghdad. We're live from the front lines. The risks facing reporters in the field in the midst of battle with the troops, plus ambassadors from Kuwait, Turkey, and more. Only on Larry King, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Good morning. You're looking at a live picture of Baghdad. Still lots of columns of black smoke blanketing the city. We are told, and you're just looking at a small quadrant of the city, the Iraqis have actually dug wells and lighted oil to create this huge black blanket over the city to try to obscure some of the weapons that might be dropped on Iraq later on in this rolling shock and awe campaign. Good morning. It's Sunday, March 23rd, 10 a.m. on the East Coast, 7 a.m. on the western or in the western U.S., 6 p.m. in Iraq. This is the fourth day of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Good morning. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. Joining me are my colleagues Bill Hemmer in Kuwait City and Leon Harris in Atlanta, who gets things started with a look at what is happening at this hour. And what an hour it is. Leon, good morning.
It certainly is. Things starting to move quite a bit now. Missing pilots or theatrical propaganda. Iraqi soldiers firing into the Tigris River amid Arab media reports that a coalition plane went down over Baghdad. The coalition leaders are dismissing these reports, saying that all planes and pilots are accounted for. The coalition forces do say a U.S. Patriot missile battery may have brought down a Royal Air Force aircraft. This near the Iraq-Kuwait border. This plane was returning from a mission in Iraq. The anti-missile rocket can sometimes be used against aircraft, but there are no details on what might have gone wrong in this instance. The plane's crew is missing at this hour. Now, we have this developing story coming into us right now from CNN's Walter Rogers. He's embedded with the 7th U.S. Cavalry in south central Iraq. We'll get to that in just a bit. Let's go back to Paula, standing by in New York. Paula.
And in fact, that's exactly where we're going, Leon. Back to Walt Rogers, who is with the 7th Cavalry. The last time we spoke with Walt, he was literally 75 meters away from some incoming Iraqi fire. Walt, what's the very latest from there now? I understand you can tell us you're someplace in south central Iraq. We're going to take one more attempt at this. Walt Rogers joining us just about 15 minutes ago when he described being at the receiving end with the 7th Cavalry of a large blast of Iraqi artillery. And he explained this process of how the coalition tanks dispersed in 30 seconds and got into defensive positions. Let's see if we can get Walt back on the line again. Walt, can you hear me now? Now, what he described to me was that he thought that what was coming out them was from a multiple launch rocket. At that point, there had been no evidence of soldiers injured, but it was very hard from that perspective to see because of all of the tanks involved. He said no vehicles were disabled. He went on to explain that one thing that they saw was kind of curious were a lot of villagers walking alongside the road holding up white flags, and now it is his belief that one of them might have been a forward observer giving cues to those Iraqi troops. We're going to kind of get back to him. He did describe, though, that the artillery seemed to be fired with considerable accuracy. I think we got Barbara Starr standing by at the Pentagon. She's not ready. Let's go to Tom Mentir then at CENTCOM headquarters in Qatar. Tom, there's a lot to talk about this morning. First off, why don't we talk about the reports of now the leading U.S. commander saying that as many as 10 American soldiers may be missing someplace in southern Iraq. Is there anything that you can tell us about that?
We cannot give you any confirmation here from CENTCOM. We may hear later on in a few hours when they do conduct a briefing. What we have learned here overnight is that a Royal British aircraft, the Tornado, was listed as missing throughout the evening hours and overnight. And this morning, the British officials here confirmed that they feared it had been shot down as it crossed the border from a mission in southern Iraq back into Kuwait by an American Patriot missile battery, apparently a major case of friendly fire. Excuse me, that this aircraft indeed was brought down by a Patriot missile. They have not found the crew yet. They are still conducting search and rescue operations, but they have identified it as a Tornado aircraft, and the British are saying that it was brought down by a Patriot missile. An investigation is indeed underway.
Tom, we'd love you to stand by, and we now think we do have that Walt Rogers line set up once again. It only dropped because he was once again enduring some Iraqi artillery fire. Walter, you're with us, and if you are, you can go back to the beginning and tell us what it is you have experienced today with the 7th Cavalry. Walt, can you hear us now?
Yes, Paul, I'm sorry I had to bail out on you, but there was a cry of incoming, and we all had to dive in a ditch, and when we dived in the ditch, I lost the line. The story here at this moment is that within the last hour, the Iraqis fired a very accurate artillery barrage on the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry. One U.S. Army sergeant was injured by shrapnel. He has been medevaced. He is said to be in stable and not life-threatening condition. So there was one soldier wounded in that artillery barrage I reported an hour or so ago. 6 or so artillery shells fell in a very tight pattern. The Iraqis knew exactly where the 7th Cavalry was at that point. And then about 20 minutes later, perhaps 30 minutes later, the Iraqis fired 3 more shells in the same general vicinity. By that time, the 7th Cavalry had dispersed. There was very little chance of them hitting anything on that second volley of artillery shells that came in. I saw the second volley fall about 150 yards away, 150 meters away. The first volley, however, was much closer. That those half a dozen shells which injured the American soldier, the sergeant, fell within less than a football length field of me. I went back, checked. They were about 60 to 75 yards away from where I was standing. 6 shells, very tight pattern. The Iraqis knew exactly where to fire. And what I suspect, what each of us now strongly suspects happens, is that when the Iraqi civilians walk up and down the road with a flag of surrender waving to the soldiers, at least one of those Iraqi civilians pretending to be friendly carrying a white flag was almost certainly a forward combat observer, because the Iraqis knew exactly where the 7th Cavalry was at the time. Paula?
Well, we're going to leave it there and let you explain to us how quickly all these tanks were able to disperse, I guess, in 30 seconds or so. Thanks for the update. More breaking news now. Bill Hemmer will take us through it. Bill?
Yeah, Paul, Alessio Vinci of CNN embedded with the U.S. Marines moving through the southern town of Nasiriyah. Reports we're getting right now of Marine casualties in the battlefield. Not sure what the description we have, but Alessio is there and joins us. Alessio, what do you have?
Well, Bill, a significant change from our last report a couple of hours ago. The company of Marines that was actually ahead of ours a couple of hours ago came under heavy fire from Iraqi forces just outside the town of Nasiriyah, and I can report at this time that we do have the U.S. forces suffered a significant number of casualties. We're still trying to establish the precise number, but as you can imagine, this accident took place just within the last couple of hours. We just arrived here on the scene of the attack, and we're trying to establish with some of the sources and some of the eyewitnesses here, since some other reporters embedded with that company are trying to give us a little bit of details about exactly what happened. But by just describing you what I'm looking at, the Charge AAV, an amphibious assault vehicle, it's basically one of those armored personnel carriers that the Marines are using, and it is totally destroyed. It's totally charcoal, burned down, and according to one of the eyewitnesses, this was one of the armored that was hit by a rocket-propelled grenade. Now, all this happened several hundreds of meters ahead of me. You remember I was reporting earlier on, hearing heavy gunfires, heavy fire. I was not in a position that I could see it, but this indeed, I've now managed to push myself forward a little bit, and I am looking here right now at this totally destroyed and burned out shell of an armored personnel carrier of the U.S. United States Marines. Again, significant number of casualties, more than 10, I would say, but we're still trying to assess the correct number, Bill.
Yeah, Alessio, a couple things here. I'm not sure how much more you can tell us, but let's back up a little bit. We talked to you about 2 hours ago. At that time, you said there was light fire and light resistance. Can you tell us what changed since then? And had you been with this unit the entire time, or was this from a different Marine unit?
Well, that is correct. This is an entire battalion that comprises of several different companies and several different units. And the unit that I was with was a unit, sort of, if you want, the second in the line to go through the town of Nasiriyah. And so we were only experiencing some light fire. But in the distance, I could hear the explosion of heavier guns. But obviously, I was not aware of what was going on until I arrived here, until we managed to cross the two bridges that separate one side from the other, the north side from the south side of the town. And when I arrived here, obviously the scene completely different from the one back in town where we were, where again we only suffered some light fire. But here, obviously the unit that spearheaded, if you want, the drive through Nasiriyah, obviously got the worst, and they was the worst hit. It is obviously very difficult for me now to assess exactly what happened in terms of how come that these Marines, with the incredible amount of air power and air cover that there was at the time throughout this operation this morning, I saw at least 6 Cobra helicopters with machine guns mounted on them, hovering over the entire area. So a significant amount of air cover. Yet some of the Iraqi forces who had RPGs managed to inflict severe casualties, at least in the first unit, and I would say only in this first unit of Marines, as opposed to the units that were following behind, who only got hit with light fire, Bill.
Yeah, and Alessio, this amphibious assault vehicle that you're describing, this AAV, as they call it in the military, otherwise known as an Amtrak, it is a significant piece of military hardware. It weighs many, many tons. Is it possible that one rocket-propelled grenade could inflict this much damage? That's my first question. And while I have you here also, when you say at least 10 Marines may have been affected by this, does that indicate that this amphibious assault vehicle was actually transporting Marines through Nasiriyah at the time?
Well, to answer the latter part of the question, yes, these vehicles are used to transport the troops. As a matter of fact, it is the same identical vehicle that we, the embedded journalists, are traveling with. We are indeed traveling inside these vehicles alongside the Marines. It is the preferred mean of infantry transportation, if you want, for these Marines. As far as the capacity of an RPG, yes, you're right. This is a significant piece of metal, but it is also meant to float. This is, of course, a vehicle that is used also for amphibious assaults. So it is not made of pure steel, and it does not have, if you want, the metal plates that would protect it against this kind of fire. So I was just talking to one of the reporters, as a matter of fact, who witnessed part of the scene because he was indeed embedded with that unit that came under fire, and he said that basically he witnessed some of those shells going through the AAV, the amphibious vehicle, like a knife through melting butter. So indeed a significant piece of equipment, but also very vulnerable to close fire. And then especially to a rocket-propelled grenade, especially designed to stop this kind of vehicles, Bill.
All right, Alessio, thanks. Alessio Vinci traveling with the U.S. Marines, and again, as he's reporting, an amphibious assault vehicle took on fire, possibly from a rocket-propelled grenade, and there are casualties, exact numbers not known right now, but as we get them, we'll pass them along to you. Certainly this has to be quite disturbing news to the Pentagon yet again, and for the families watching to these reports that we're getting fresh and direct from the field of battle with our embedded journalists. Paula?
It's the kind of news we hate to report, the kind we fear we have to report. More of that kind of news to talk about with Barbara Starr, who's live from the Pentagon right now. First off, let's talk about all of the news that has been made on the Sunday talk shows this morning. General Myers on a Fox show saying as many as 10 American soldiers may be unaccounted for in southern Iraq. What do you have on that?
Indeed, Paula, is shaping up to be a very difficult Sunday morning here at the Pentagon. The Secretary of Defense began by saying on one Sunday talk show that he believed there were missing soldiers in Iraq, missing U.S. soldiers unaccounted for, and then General Richard Myers, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, spoke to reporters after another appearance that he made on a talk show. Let's listen very quickly to what he had to say.
I think there are some Americans that are missing. We think it's less than 10. Central Command is doing the investigation to find out exactly where they might be and what might be the circumstances around that. But
Officials here are only willing to go so far as what General Myers said. There are a number of reports swirling around. Nothing has been confirmed here beyond what General Myers has said, and that is that the top leadership believes that there are a number, somewhat less than 10, U.S. soldiers unaccounted for on the battlefield today in south central Iraq. Officials here, I can tell you, and officials at the Central Command out in the Persian Gulf are trying very urgently to determine the exact circumstances of what may be going on. Paula?
All right, now we should explain that our own Wolf Blitzer will have a one-on-one interview with Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld in our noon hour, but we need to go through some of the other news he made on other shows this morning. On NBC, when asked if he believed there were American prisoners of war, he said, quote, "There could be." Can you tell us more about that?
That statement, Paula, also caught officials here by some surprise. We think it is possible that he was then referring to what General Myers then said, this apparent view here at the Pentagon that there are soldiers unaccounted for. In these types of circumstances, what they try and do is mount immediate reconnaissance rescue missions on the ground, in the air, see if they can look out ahead on the battlefield, see any indication of where people might be. They try very urgently to do this as soon as they find out someone may be unaccounted for, before they can be, if they are captured, before they can be moved by enemy forces to another location. So the situation very murky, very cloudy here. That may be what the Secretary was referring to.
And let's review that rather bizarre scene we saw unfold on television in our 7 o'clock Eastern Time hour this morning when we saw Iraqi soldiers firing shots into the Tigris River. We saw little fishing vessels crisscrossing the river. We saw brush being set on fire alongside the riverbank, all apparently, according to the Iraqis, to enhance their search for what they say were 2 downed pilots. Now, we're going to stay on this picture. It is notable to mention that on NBC today, that the Secretary Rumsfeld said he had heard that an Allied aircraft was missing, but he had no information about claims by Iraq that 2 Western pilots had been forced to abandon their aircraft. Here is his exact quote. There had been a report of an aircraft that's missing, but he did not clarify whether that was a U.S. plane or a British plane. Is there any clarification here as to what he was referring to?
Not exactly. Another murky situation. Now, about 8:30 this morning, Washington time, the Central Command put out a statement saying that all coalition aircrews pilots had returned safely, that there was no one unaccounted for. That is because these pictures that you're looking at made their way around the world and really were quite riveting and caused a massive amount of consternation. It is very unusual for the military to put out that type of statement because they don't want to be boxed into a corner. If there was to be someone down over enemy territory, they never say anything about it while they're making every effort in those initial moments and hours to get someone back if a rescue mission is underway. So they don't like to set the precedent of even talking about it. Quite unusual that they would put out a very quick, immediate statement saying that everyone, all air crews were fine according to their information. At this point, there is nothing to indicate at this point that any of that has changed.
Barbara Starr, thanks so much. It's also interesting, and we'll get back to you in a little bit, also interesting to note that in that same NBC interview, Secretary Rumsfeld suggested that this all had been staged for, as Barbara has described before this morning, for propaganda purposes to show the possibility of American casualties. I do need to make one note before we move on. Suzanne Malveaux, just reporting from the White House now, even though the president has stayed out of sight today, the news has been shared with him of the missing U.S. soldiers in Iraq. The president so far today has received 2 briefings, one with CIA Director George Tenet, another with Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. And Defense Secretary Rumsfeld will be joining Wolf Blitzer on our special late edition today at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, right here on CNN. We turn now to our own Bob Franken. He is at an air base where search and rescue missions have been launched today. Bob, what can you tell us?
Well, Paul, a lot of it is shrouded in secrecy, still classified, but what we can tell you is that the search and rescue unit here, they call themselves the 911 of the Air Force, has had an extremely busy day. One unit in particular was rostered out at 4:35 in the morning. That is 8:35 the evening before in Washington and on the East Coast. They in fact, were sent out on a search and rescue mission. It is roughly the time that word came out about a British Royal Air Force plane that went down. We were told by the pilot that although they can't tell us the result of their mission, they switched from that one to the second one. During that second one, according to the pilot, one of the men went to the ground. He came under small arms fire, he said, but that mission had been a success. No details. Again, they cite classified information. The same crew, very busy, went to a third search and rescue mission. That one, we have not been able to get complete information, and the information we have, we are again under the restrictions that bind us here, are not allowed to report. So there have obviously been big needs today for search and rescue missions at the very same time that you can see at the airfield that it's busy again. In the 24-hour reporting period that ended locally this morning and last night on the East Coast, there were 296 separate missions that were flown from here. That was up from the 250 of the day before, way up from the 141 of the day before that. So you can see that the air war is intensifying, but also some of the problems are intensifying as more traffic in the air means that there are just more opportunities for the Iraqis to try and take action against the U.S. pilots and the members of the coalition. Paula?
Bob, the other question I have for you today, it's hard to tell how quickly news drifts from the Sunday talk shows to where you are, but has there been any talk of the confirmation now that has come from U.S. military leaders that no more than 10 American soldiers may be missing at this hour someplace in southern Iraq? Is that anything that's been talked about there?
Well, it's only something that people who hear the news, and they can watch it on television, the people who hear the news then start thinking that, well, maybe some of these search and rescue missions involve the people that were being talked about on the talk shows. But has there been any official confirmation? No. As a matter of fact, news has been very, very slow to filter out of the Air Force on these matters.
Bob Franken, thanks so much. We'll be getting back to you throughout the day. Back to Bill Hemmer now in Kuwait City. Bill?
Yeah, Paula, we've been tracking the movements of our chief international correspondent, Christiane Amanpour. Yesterday, she was in southeastern Iraq with the British. She's still with the British, but now back in Kuwait. Let's pick up things tonight now, when night has fallen here in Kuwait, to find out what's happening with her now. Christiane, good evening.
Well, Bill, good evening. We've been watching the sort of strategic targeting around the southern Iraqi area. Today, we were in the Rumaila oil fields in southern Iraq, and what we were told and what we saw was that at least the area we were in was secured, and what they've told us is they have secured the Rumaila oil fields, and that was a very early and important strategic target for them.
At war, would the Iraqi regime resort to a scorched earth policy? Would it torch its own oil fields, as US and British officials insisted? That was the big question. And to be sure, close up, any oil well fire looks catastrophic. But in fact, only 7 of about 500 wells in the Rumaila oil field, Iraq's biggest, have been set ablaze.
In the end, there was effectively nothing at all, which was, for us, very reassuring. But we actually obviously had to work on worst case.
So just hours after the ground invasion began, US Marines raced to secure these fields in southern Iraq, followed closely by British Royal Engineers and explosive experts.
This wasn't a little sideshow in the operation. This was a critical part of the coalition operation. Whatever the future form that Iraq takes, I mean, pervasive in that is its oil and its oil income.
Indeed, this field in the south produces 60% of Iraq's oil, and everyone remembers the ecological and environmental havoc Iraq caused by setting Kuwait's oil fields ablaze 12 years ago.
In a futile attempt to obscure the vision of invading US and British forces, the Iraqis did fill some trenches with oil around key installations. Some of those trenches they set on fire. And now there is a fairly strong smell of oil in the air. But according to the British Royal Engineers here, there is no evidence yet of any attempts by the Iraqis to booby-trap or cause serious sabotage.
Army engineers discovered that by picking carefully through the critical gas and oil separation plants, shutting down valves and the big taps called manifolds. They are all off now, awaiting private contractors to restart the oil production. The Iraqi army put up some resistance and U.S. Marines took some combat casualties. But here, as elsewhere in Iraq, many soldiers surrendered. The British say they have 500 POWs, and that number could grow to 1,000. And as they begin to secure large parts of the south, more troops and materiel pour in, pushing ever deeper up country.
So southern Iraq was mainly and mostly about these strategic and economic targets. You've got the oil fields, which they say they've now secured. You've got the terminal, the Al-4 terminal, which they say they've also secured. But also Qasr, which you've been reporting a lot about, is still not controlled. And that is the commercial port that they need to bring humanitarian aid in. And this is a fluid situation. We were there yesterday. They had the port under control. Now it is still not fully under control of the U.S. and British forces. And it's a litmus test because now we're waiting to see what's going to happen in Basra. At first there we were told that everything was quite quiet, the Iraqi divisions had melted away, and now we're being told that there is some resistance by those divisions, some of them who've melted away into the city and putting up some resistance around the city. So this is still a fluid situation in this area. Bill?
And Christian, I don't know if you were listening earlier today, the spokesman John Fines for the RAF in his briefing today really essentially bragged about the amount of cooperation that's happening now between the British and the U.S. in the air. I'm curious to know, are you seeing the similar cooperation on the ground between the British Royal Marines and the U.S. Marines or even the U.S. Army?
Yes, definitely. We have seen it in Al-4, we've seen it in Qasr, and also in the Rumaila oil fields. And they were sort of cooperating around Basra as well. The U.S. have now peeled off towards Nasiriyah and Baghdad. That's their objective. But yes, there has been. I think importantly, though, we've been getting early briefings that everything's been going well, that Qasr had fallen earlier, we were told, you know, just hours after they had started to take it. And 2 days later, it's still not taken. So I think that there's still a very fluid situation in the southeastern part of this country in some of the key urban and strategic areas. Bill?
All right, Christian, thanks. Christian Amanpour again, northern Kuwait with the British Royal Marines. Want to take you back several hours ago here in Kuwait, Camp Pennsylvania, in a tragic day for the 101st Airborne Division, 1st Brigade at Camp Pennsylvania. New videotape to show you after an incident involving a member of the 101st opening up a small arms fire and lobbing at least 2 grenades that exploded in and around the operations center at Camp Pennsylvania. As a result, 1 dead, a member of the 101st. 10 others wounded, some said to be wounded critically. They were medevaced out of the area, and 2 others on top of that wounded as well. Fortunately for them, they were treated and released. There is a suspect in custody. A suspect in custody right now being questioned by the U.S. Army, and no doubt an investigation is underway as to what happened here. There are some reports from Time magazine reporters inside that camp that this was a disgruntled member of the 101st. He had been being tracked prior to this, and there was some speculation as to whether or not, had he been left behind and not gone forward into Iraq, that may be the reason why he was set off today. A lot of questions out there, no firm answers, but a suspect now is in custody. Again, all this happening 1:30 a.m. local time, early in the morning here at Camp Pennsylvania, involving the 1st Brigade of the 101st Airborne Division. And Paula, you can imagine news travels fast. The 3rd Brigade of the 101st has moved on north into Iraq over the past 2 days. Ryan Chilcote, embedded with that group, reported to us earlier here at CNN that there were a lot of people who frankly had their morale dipped quite a bit after hearing news of this back south in Kuwait. Paula?
And it's having the same kind of effect on morale back home. Well, I had heard from George Heath from Fort Campbell earlier this morning, Bill, that was quoted as saying, "Death is a tragic incident regardless of how it comes, but when it comes from a fellow comrade, it does even more to hurt morale." We'll keep Make sure that you keep us posted on all the continuing reaction to that horrible tragedy. Back now to what's coming out of the White House and White House staff. President Bush has been meeting with his War Council. In fact, he's had 2 briefings so far today, tracking developments in Iraq and planning some strategy. Our White House correspondent Suzanne Mavo now joins us from her post at the Executive Mansion with the very latest. Suzanne, as I understand it from some of your early reporting, the president has been made aware of this report that perhaps as many as 10 American soldiers are missing in southern Iraq right now?
Well, yes, Paul, the president has gotten an update on the latest developments in Iraq, including the possibility of those soldiers who are missing. We are told that he's going to be getting briefings throughout the day, and as you know, he gets daily briefings, several briefings a day on the latest situation in Iraq. He is at Camp David right now. That's where yesterday he met with his full War Council and National Security Council. Today with him is National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, as well as his Chief of Staff, Andy Card. Yesterday getting an update, progress on the ground. Today we are told that he received 2 early morning briefings, one a CIA briefing with George Tenet, the head of the CIA, as well as a defense briefing with Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, both of them through a secure video link. Also participating in those briefings, we're told the Vice President, Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz, as well as the Vice Chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Peter Pace. Now, the president is going to be returning to the White House later today. We are told this message just yesterday from the president in his radio address that there are a couple of things the administration is emphasizing here. First, while the president is certainly pleased and satisfied with the progress of the war that is taking place, they also want to give a warning, saying that one senior administration official saying this is not going to be a cakewalk here. That is something that the president warned Americans about just yesterday, saying perhaps it'll last a little bit longer than expected, that it is going to be a dangerous mission. And Paul, it seems today as if that has bared fruit.
Suzanne, we got to leave it there. Thanks so much. Eyes and ears for the world. We're going to hear from some of our many CNN reporters embedded with the U.S. military. Our coverage from the front lines continues. And a growing humanitarian crisis. Thousands of people fleeing Iraq. Our Jane Araf has just returned from a refugee camp in the northern part of the country. She will update us on the conditions, as you can kind of see what they are, as the war continues. We leave you now as we head into the break with this nighttime shot of Baghdad. Our most recent contact with someone from Baghdad came from someone who served on the International Committee of the Red Cross. He's saying the black cloud that you're seeing in this very small sliver of picture here is pretty similar to what you're seeing across most of the horizon tonight. He said it is his belief from anywhere to 12 to 15 columns like this, and he was pretty darn sure this was the result of oil trenches the Iraqis have created in a ring surrounding the city that they set off to try to obscure coalition weapons, although we have heard from the American military that satellite weapons would not be all affected by this black haze. This black haze, enough of a problem, the Red Cross also reporting that people are complaining about some respiratory issues. We're going to take a short break. Our coverage continues right after that.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Hear what parents are saying about the most famous name in reading, Hooked on Phonics.
You should have seen him the first time he had one of the Hooked on Phonics books, and it meant something to him because he could actually read the words in it. He was running through the house. He was celebrating. Yeah, when his brother and sisters came home from playing outside. Look, wait a minute, sit down. I want to read this book to you.
With over 2 million families turning to Hooked on Phonics, it's the #1 reading system that's designed to give your child the head start he deserves. Presenting the newest version of Hooked on Phonics, now with 30 easy-to-use computer games to make learning fun. See an improvement in your child's reading in 4 weeks or your money back. Call in the next 10 minutes and receive National Geographic's 30 Memorable Years on 10 CD-ROMs, free with your order. Call now, 1-800-ABCDEFG, 1-800-ABCDEFG.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Hello, I'm Leon Harris at the CNN Center in Atlanta. At this hour, we have breaking news coming out of Iraq. Our Alessio Vinci, who's embedded with U.S. troops, is reporting that U.S. Marines apparently have suffered heavy casualties in fighting outside of the Iraqi city of An-Nasiriyah. He says the Marines were ambushed as they entered that area. We'll bring you some more information on this developing story as it comes into us here. Stay with us. Concerns about missing soldiers now in Iraq. There is word that authorities are searching for as many as 10 Americans who are unaccounted for right now. The search area said to be centered on southern Iraq, where coalition troops have been pushing forward toward Baghdad. Word of the search came from Air Force General Richard Myers during an appearance on a network talk show this morning. We're following this story closely, and we'll bring you more details as they come in on this story as well. Now, we have these pictures for you of Iraqis firing their machine guns into the river this morning, the Tigris River. This comes amid Arab media reports that a coalition pilot went down in Baghdad. However, U.S. and British officials said they have no information on any such crash and that all of their planes are accounted for at this hour. Now, here's a look at Baghdad. Live pictures you see of the skies over that city. Right now, no indication of any Allied bombing in the capital. But when change comes, you'll know it when you watch us right here. U.S. officials have vowed to keep up the pressure from the air as coalition forces roll through Iraq on the ground. At this hour, the U.S. 7th Cavalry is battling its way to Baghdad, coming up against stiff resistance in central Iraq. Our Walter Rogers, traveling with the troops, says members of the Iraqi Republican Guard in the area are using women and children as human shields. In southern Iraq, coalition forces have been mopping up pockets of resistance in Qasr. Allied troops claimed control of that strategic port city a few days ago, but they say Iraqi guerrillas put up an intense fight overnight. The Marines called in airstrikes and then captured prisoners of war. Officials say 9 oil wells are burning in Iraq's southern oil fields. Pentagon officials had been concerned that Iraqi forces would torch far more wells in an effort to slow the Allied advance. Officials say there's no evidence of any sabotage of oil wells in northern Iraq at this time. Coming up next hour, an enemy within the ranks. The Army says a soldier has been detained by his fellow troops. We'll have the latest on an intense investigation. And battling it out on the road to Baghdad, coalition forces face stiff resistance in a town that was reported to be secure. And as the war rages on, refugees battle the misery of hunger and cold. We'll take a closer look at the human toll of war. Stay with us. Now to Paula Zahn in New York. Paula.
Thanks so much, Leon. Walt Rogers has been keeping us riveting with his reporting this morning. He's with the Army 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry in southern Iraq, or actually south central Iraq, where the unit came under fire during the last hour. Walter, what's the very latest now?
Hello, Paula. For about the last 20 to 30 minutes, U.S. Air Force A-10 Warhogs have been bombing what are said to be suspected Iraqi artillery positions out in front of us. Not that far out in front of us, by the way, less than a mile. We can see the A-10s making passes coming in. The A-10 is much more effective when it can sweep in low over the ground. But the Iraqis have shoulder-fired missiles. They are using those against the A-10s and keeping the A-10s very high. We can see the A-10s flying over the suspected Iraqi artillery positions and drop their bombs, but immediately the A-10s are releasing flares behind them to divert and deflect Iraqi heat-seeking missiles, which are fired at them from the ground. The reason those suspected Iraqi artillery positions are being targeted is that about 2 hours ago we were reporting with more than a little accuracy that those Iraqis had found the range and had a fairly good aim on the U.S. Army's 7th Cavalry. And they fired first a cluster of 6 artillery shells into the area in which the cavalry was assembled. The vehicles scrambled very, very quickly. Almost all soldiers were in their vehicles and gone within 30 seconds, reducing the target. CNN has since learned, however, that one U.S. Army sergeant was injured by shrapnel. He was medevaced out. He is said to be in stable condition, not life-threatening. And then a half hour after that, the Iraqis again began firing artillery in that very same area. This time, the first volley I was about 75 yards away from. The second volley was about 150 yards further up the road, and that volley fell where not long before a very long convoy of U.S. Army supply trucks, fuel trucks, had been sitting and had been assembled. They were dispersed. They were not there in any numbers when the artillery fell. I saw one soldier hustling across a wheat field with an M16 in his hand, trying to get out of there as the artillery was falling. But as I say, in these rounds that the Iraqis have been firing, to the best of our knowledge, only one staff sergeant injured by shrapnel, said to be in stable condition. Paula?
Well, you describe these A-10 Warthogs bombing artillery positions about a mile ahead of you. Now, that is something the military is trained to understand might happen. This is maybe perhaps your first exposure to that kind of bombing going on. How daunting is it?
I was in Sarajevo. It's what we're seeing is big explosions at the suspected artillery positions up the road. The more serious, precarious position we were in today was when the incoming was falling, as I say, about 75 yards, less than the length of a full football field off to my right. It was a very neat, tight pattern. By the way, since then, the U.S. Army has been firing its 120-millimeter mortars, again, forward over our heads. You can hear the mortars whistling right out over our heads, volleys, as they're going back in the direction of the artillery positions. You know, I've heard artillery before. Paula?
Yeah, I know you're a veteran reporter and have covered a number of conflicts. Is your suspicion still that perhaps some of those villagers, the civilians you saw walk up along the side of the road waving white flags, suggest to you that they were giving cues to Iraqi soldiers, perhaps as forward observers?
Well, I should say that's an opinion that is not just mine, but I've since talked to a number of soldiers and Apache troop. Each of them has the same suspicion that one of the Iraqis who walked up and down that road or walked down the road was somehow acting as a forward artillery observer because those shells were so neatly spaced and so very accurate in terms of falling right, within a few meters of the U.S. Army's positions. Having said that, I talked with a soldier who was responsible for making sure that those Iraqis did not walk down the road and report back in. He said, to the best of his knowledge, only when an Iraqi civilian walked down the road, he was told he could not return, and they think they prevented anyone from walking out, taking the range of the U.S. position and walking back, but nobody's all that sure of that, given the accuracy of that volley, that artillery barrage, which we took within the last 2 hours. Paula?
Well, Rogers, thanks for putting that all into perspective, and I certainly did not mean to minimize all of the experience you've had covering various conflicts. Nevertheless, when you have A-10 Warthogs dropping bombs a mile in front of you to the rest of us, that probably would be pretty daunting. One other little factoid I wanted to mention, at one point you saw a picture of a pink pickup truck that the Iraqis apparently were using. We have since found out that on the windshield of the truck was an NYPD sticker. As the coalition war machine rolls across Iraq, thousands of people are scrambling to get out of the way, seeking safety wherever they can find it. Many of the refugees have ended up in camps in northern Iraq. Jane Araf joins us now from the region with more on the growing concerns about a humanitarian crisis. Jane?
Paula, bombing quite close to here has convinced a lot of these people who have fled to the countryside and the mountains not to come back. Now today around noontime there was bombing at an Iraqi checkpoint about 3 miles from a village near where a lot of the refugees have come from. We went up to visit them. You can't really call it a tent city. What they've done is they've put up their own homemade tents in many cases, just pieces of plastic and sheets sort of sewn together, and they're sheltering there on the mountainside in this freezing mountain. They say they're afraid of chemical attack, afraid of the bombings, too afraid to go home again. But they're essentially in the cold and the rain. Children crammed into these tents. They're getting sick because the water supply is just a running stream. They really have no medical care. They have no heat. The tents have only small kerosene heaters that they've brought with them. Now, some of the luckier would-be refugees are being housed in schools and mosques. There they at least have some heat available. And government authorities here are making plans to house up to 100,000 if there is an expected influx, as they expect, from the rest of Iraq into the mountains. Paula?
So give us a sense of what they expect in the days come. How bad could this get?
It's really an interesting movement of people, because what we have been seeing in the past few days are not the refugees that officials had expected from the rest of Iraq, Iraqi government-controlled areas. Those have not fallen yet. What they're seeing are people who have fled cities like this one, leaving them practically deserted. So these are actually Kurds who are from villages not too far from where they're camping out. Now, some of the people have begun returning home. Authorities have said it's safe to go back to the major cities, and some of the men have begun to do so. But they've left a lot of the women and children behind, and certainly as this goes on and the weather continues to be cold, raining and freezing most nights, it will be a major problem. So the government here is beginning to get aid from international agencies, which will certainly help, and in the next few days we probably will see more formal tent cities springing up to better care for these refugees. Paula?
Jane Araf, thanks so much. We'll be getting back to you a little bit later on today. Now let's go back to Kuwait City, where Bill is standing by. Bill, I haven't been able to ask you this all morning, but how much shock was there when this American GI was arrested for allegedly rolling grenades into a command tent?
Quite a bit, Paula. The news rippled through the 101st, not only in Kuwait, but also in Iraq. We heard one person on CNN several hours ago say, you know, we come halfway around the world, in his words, to fight the enemy, not to fight each other. And anytime this happens, it certainly sends a shock and a shrill through just about everyone involved here with the U.S. military. Word traveled fast. Many people said they were frankly disappointed. However, they will put this behind them, they say, and move forward with the objective, and that is, they say, to take on the Iraqis to the north. Speaking of Iraq, Paul, I want to show you a nighttime picture right now. It's just a bit before 7 o'clock in Baghdad. The nighttime picture, night has fallen. The street lights are still on. The electricity is still working, at least in many parts of the Iraqi capital. And the Pentagon has pointed out their briefings many times that the targets on the ground in Baghdad are not aimed to knock out the electricity or power in Baghdad. They say they want to keep a large portion of the infrastructure still intact. And they also point to the fact that bridges are still erected across the Tigris River in downtown Baghdad. Again, a bit before 7 o'clock local time in the evening, Sunday night in Baghdad. Let's move away from the Iraqi capital now, get you out to the waters in the USS Lincoln, where CNN's Kira Phillips now checks in. We've heard from Kira off and on for the past 5 days. What's happening now, Kira? A bit loud earlier. Are they still flying at this point?
Oh, yeah, a lot still going on, Bill. Flight operations over Iraq continuing. Strike fighters launching and recovering off the USS Abraham Lincoln all through the day, all through the night. They continue to shape the battlefield for the troops on the ground, as they tell me. Now, one of the biggest concerns for pilots is the troops on the ground. When I talk to them, when they come back, they always say the adrenaline gets pumping because they're so concerned when they see the troops. So the purpose of today, mainly, two different purposes, strike fighters dropping bombs on certain targets. I'll tell you about that in a minute. But forward air control, FAC operations, extremely important. Pilots launch over into Iraq, find out where the troops are, and basically provide protection. If the troops on the ground feel a threat is ahead, they will talk with the strike fighter pilots in the air. They will gather the pictures, the intelligence, and forward that on to other aircraft in the air. And if indeed it is a threat ahead, they will drop bombs on those targets. Other targets that they've been conducting bomb drops yesterday and today, leadership compounds, runways, air defense systems, command and control sites, a number of tanks, and other facilities such as Republican Guard special operations warehouses. That took place yesterday. Hundreds of Tomahawk missiles continuing to be launched from destroyer squadrons in Iraq. Now, something else that has come up recently, and that is the threat of mines. Mines out here in the Persian Gulf. Earlier today, we heard from Captain Phil Green. He's a commander of one of the destroyer squadrons, and this is what he had to say.
We have faced a terrorist threat since we arrived in the Gulf. Threats from explosive-laden vessels, mines, and low-slow flying aircraft continue today. Surface shotguns work closely with their respective carriers to support the vital surveillance effort.
So So as you can see, there's a number of threats still out here in the Persian Gulf, not only on the ground in Iraq, the military tells me, but also out in the water. These vessels coming out of Iraq, they say, mine-laden, a number of explosives. Also the mines that exist out in the water. There are buoyant mines. There are mines laying at the bottom of the seabed. A lot of interesting vessels out here, including coalition vessels. We had a chance to spend some time on a British mine-hunting ship. Divers on board that actually go into the water, seek out these mines, and detonate them before they can cause any harm to civilians or other ships within the battle group, Bill.
Kira, a bit of the news of the day for you. The Iraqis say there is a downed pilot, a coalition pilot in Baghdad. No evidence to support that. The U.S. strongly denies that they're missing any pilots or aircraft. I mentioned earlier that word travels fast. Has it traveled there on the Lincoln?
Yeah, I'm glad that you asked me about that, Bill. I've been working that story throughout the day also. I've been watching the pictures. Everybody's been watching that video, those video pictures via Iraq. The word here is there has been a count. All strike fighters, all aircraft off the carriers, including the USS Abraham Lincoln, have been accounted for. Something interesting, I started asking around, asking different intelligence officers, and I asked them, does this surprise you? Do you think there is credibility to that? And they mentioned something that they refer to as internal propaganda. They think it's highly likely that this could be some type of fabrication. That is the talk around here, and they said if indeed that there was a downed pilot, communications would be happening quickly, and that information would be getting out quickly, and we would have a sense for it here on the carrier if indeed there was validity to that story, Bill.
All right, Kira Phillips embedded on board the USS Lincoln back here in Kuwait. Quickly want to show you a portion of what appeared to be a 4-hour firefight outside of Qasr involving U.S. Marines on one side and the Iraqi soldiers on the other. Oftentimes this videotape that we took in a live video feed earlier today get caught quite graphic. Dust flying, bullets flying, tanks shooting shells as well. We're told that after about a 4-hour period, the U.S. Marines did accomplish their objectives and had moved on from that position again on the outskirts of Qasr. I want to remind you yet again that we are hearing throughout the U.S. military and the British military and also our embedded journalists that they say there are pockets of resistance that continue to pop up throughout the southern part of Iraq, yet more evidence today with that firefight that we watched live. Now to Leon Harris at the CNN Center for more. Leon, hello.
Yes, Bill, what I've got now is more information we've gotten from some of our embedded correspondents who have been calling in with confirmation that they have seen instances where Iraqi troops are using women and children as human shields on the battlefield. Now, this is something that U.S. war planners had anticipated. This is not much of a surprise, but this is something that needs to be considered in their execution of their plans from here on out. So let's go now to Renee San Miguel and Brigadier General David Grange here at CNN headquarters to talk about what this is going to mean down the road. Gentlemen?
Yeah, Leon, thank you. We were going to talk a little bit about what was going on with the reports of the human shields, but first we want to bring everybody up to date on where the troops are in relation to what's going on with Nasiriyah. General David Grange joins me right now. Let's go ahead and just circle this on the map and let everybody know what's going on and why you think they are running into, what kind of resistance do you think that they are running into in Nasiriyah, the Marines?
Well, there's resistance from Iraqi units that are not that tough. In other words, the reputation is not that robust. However, I think they're being influenced by either Republican Guard or paramilitary forces that have a way to persuade others to fight or put up resistance. Plus, again, using the civilians to help protect themselves from land warfare between two forces.
And the idea of also those human shields would keep close air support, what is known as close air support, but basically calling in fighter jets to come in and clear the way for the coalition ground troops.
Well, their intent is to negate some of the capabilities that coalition forces have. However, the coalition forces have a variety of means to overcome a problem like this.
Okay, and we won't talk about those because we don't want to give too much away. Let's talk about what parts of the Iraqi military may be using those human shields. The Fedayeen Sadaam, an elite paramilitary unit, about 30 to 40,000 strong. What do we know about them?
Well, I think they've been sent throughout Iraq to where some of the weaker units are located in order to influence those not to surrender by fear of death. So they have fear of death in front of them. They have fear of death behind them. They're in a very tough situation, obviously. And I think a lot of these units would probably capitulate if you didn't have that kind of pressure. And that's a tactic used by Saddam's leadership in order to enforce these people to stay in place.
Okay. Now, we had heard reports that it was a Fedayeen Saddam, but also possibly units from the Republican Guard as well. And this is, said to be 60 to 70,000 strong. And this is supposed to be the best of the best.
Well, the best that they have, and we don't know exactly who's doing this, but that's what they do. I mean, that's a tactic that they use others to reinforce. And if you look at any reports on the array of Iraqi forces throughout the theater, you usually have rank and file type units up front, behind them the hardcore units like the Republican Guard, the more trusted units to Saddam.
Picture it as some of the regular Iraqi army facing coalition troops, guns in front of them, and their own Iraqi guns from the Republican Guard and the Fedayeen Saddam behind them. They have no choice but to fight and also to use these human shields.
Right.
We also want to bring in Chad Myers, a CNN meteorologist at this point, to talk a little bit more about the weather and how that's going to affect. We understand that some sandstorms are possibly, some heavy sandstorms are heading the way. Chad?
Exactly. We talked about and have been talking about the speed and how fast these guys are going, driving 16, 20 hours a day, and why. Well, the big story is a very unclassified, very large sandstorm in the making. Two storms coming together, one over Europe and one over Africa. They're coming over the eastern Mediterranean, phasing together as storms do sometimes over the east coast of the United States, called a nor'easter. Now, there isn't an ocean out here to make this thing even stronger, but there will be winds on the south, coming from the south, and also winds on the west of this thing, causing a lot of dust by Monday into Tuesday. There will also be an awful lot of wind behind it, even pushing the potential for some rain showers in the desert. That would help. A little bit of rain would keep some of the dust down, but the wind behind this cold front by Tuesday afternoon will in fact gust to over 50 miles per hour. That will certainly kick up the dust. An unclassified NASA picture we found this morning from Basra all the way back out to Kuwait City. You can see the oil field here. We talked with Christiane Amanpour a little bit ago about the 7 wells that are on fire. 150 miles, though, worth of smoke from those oil fields on the satellite. That was taken about 8 o'clock this morning. Those winds are obviously going to shift directions for tomorrow, head to the south to the north, and then from the west to the east. Back to you guys.
Myers with your battlefield forecast. Thank you very much, General. We have talked a lot about this, what the sand, what the blowing sand does to equipment and weapons. Could this, bring, things have been moving very rapidly so far. Could this bring things to a halt?
Weather always affects military operations, just like the enemy situation in the terrain. I think with the way the wind, the predominant direction of the winds, actually it's more favorable to coalition forces. And just looking back to 1991, our forces, I think, operated every day regardless of the weather. It rained, there were sandstorms, and missions continued on. They may be adjusted, but the mission continues on.
The flexibility part of all this operation means maybe you use this to the coalition's advantage. Maybe the coalition uses this to its advantage.
Yeah, weather is an advantage to attacker and defender. And those that know how to take advantage of the environment, take advantage of nature, will prevail.
All right. General David Grange, thanks so much for your time. We appreciate your insight. Leon, back to you.
Renee, thank you, General. Now let's recap some of the developments that we've seen happen in the last few hours.
Was an officer in the 7th Cavalry here about the kind of resistance they're meeting. Taken prisoner. Another Iraqi was wounded at the time, and he was being treated at a field hospital. If you can stand by just a second, Charlie, can you...
3:33 a.m. CNN's Walter Rogers, traveling with the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry, reports that a towering plume of smoke near the convoy is the result of coalition forces blowing up a large Iraqi ammunition dump. The 3/7th also captured 3 Iraqi troops traveling in a pickup truck. Then, 3:53 a.m. Eastern, CNN's Christiane Amanpour reports some Iraqi oil wells are burning, but the more important oil-gas separation pumps are all intact, and the Rumaila oil fields are in coalition control. 5:15 a.m. The Iraqi vice president claims that Iraq is holding U.S. prisoners of war and will show them on television. U.S. Central Command says no American troops have been taken prisoner, but officials say later some American soldiers are missing in Iraq. 6:47 a.m. Arabic language networks began airing video from Baghdad that shows Iraqi authorities searching for something in the Tigris River. There are reports that they're looking for a downed coalition pilot. Then, at 9 a.m. Eastern, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld says that he's received reports of a missing aircraft. 7:08 a.m. CNN's Barbara Starr says the Pentagon confirms that a British Tornado aircraft was accidentally shot down Saturday by U.S. Patriot missiles as it returned from a mission over Iraq. Recovery efforts are underway, but there's little hope of finding any survivors there. Now, we're bringing you live coverage of the war in Iraq right here on CNN 24 hours a day. And when you're away from a television, there's always CNN.com. That's where you'll find our war tracker. Click on interactive maps there and keep track of the action on the front lines on your own computer. You can also read field reports from our reporters out there in the war zones. Once again, that is all at CNN.com. Now to Paula, standing by in New York. Paula.
I guess, Leon, we're not going to be getting away from the television set anytime soon today, are we?
I don't think so.
We're always looking to bank about 9 or 10 different monitors with stuff going on. Thanks, Leon. We have CNN correspondents posted around the region working to bring you full coverage of the war in Iraq. We leave you this picture now until we hit the top of the hour of downtown Baghdad. Although you can't clearly make it out in this shot, we have been watching rising columns of black smoke blanket the city. Some of the folks we've interviewed today from Baghdad describe that smoke as coming from ditches that the Iraqis have filled with oil and set on fire in an attempt to obscure coalition aircraft and coalition weapons. More right after this break.
If you've been investing in money funds, you've probably noticed your yields have slowed to a trickle. The strong, ultra-short-term income fund offers higher return potential and a 14-year history of proven performance. For an alternative to today's low yields, call 1-888-4STRONG. That's 1-888-4STRONG. We'll help you build a strong portfolio.
Good morning, welcome. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. on the West. You're looking at a live picture of Baghdad, 7 p.m. there. Today is Sunday, March 23rd, the fourth day of the war in Iraq. Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for joining me. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. Joining me this morning, Bill Hemmer in Kuwait City and Leon Harris in Atlanta, who gets things started with a look at what is happening at this hour. Leon?
All right, Paula, here are the latest developments at this hour. U.S. Marines are facing heavy resistance near the Iraqi city of Al-Nasiriyah. CNN's Alessio Vinci reports that the Marines have suffered some casualties. They entered the town after Iraqi forces ambushed a military convoy bringing supplies to coalition forces in the region there. The CNN's Walter Rogers reports an artillery barrage aimed at the 307th Cavalry has left a soldier wounded. He says that 3 shells landed about 75 yards away from the unit. Also, Rogers says that U.S. soldiers on a reconnaissance mission reported seeing members of the Iraqi Republican Guard herding women and children to military positions to use as human shields. That information from a military source. A British military spokesman confirms that a Royal Air Force plane was shot down near the Kuwaiti border and it was brought down by a Patriot missile. The crew of the Tornado GR-4 aircraft is missing at this hour, and an investigation is now underway. Officials say the plane was returning from an operational mission. The U.S. Army is investigating a deadly grenade attack on a unit of the 101st Airborne, and the suspected attacker is one of their own. 1 soldier was killed and a dozen others were wounded. The suspect is now in custody and he's being interrogated. He's accused of throwing live grenades into the tents of his fellow soldiers. U.S. Marines battled Iraqi forces at Qasr with machine gun and tank fire. A firefight erupted when the Marines encountered a pocket of Iraqi resistance. The battle unfolded on live television earlier today. It all ended when the Marines called in an airstrike from a Harrier jet. And putting a financial price tag on the war in Iraq. A report in today's Washington Post says President Bush plans to ask Congress for about $80 billion to cover the cost of this military campaign. The Post says the details of the proposal could be presented as early as tomorrow. And that's what we have from here in Atlanta. Let's go down to Paula in New York. Paula.
Thanks so much, Leon. We're going to begin this hour's coverage of the war in Iraq with some breaking news out of the Pentagon. Let's go straight to Barbara Starr, who's standing by. Barbara, what can you tell us about the latest on the information we just got about a half hour ago of confirmation of some missing soldiers, American soldiers in southern Iraq?
Paula, what I can tell you is the news is not good for the U.S. military. Pentagon officials telling CNN just a few moments ago that they have now begun the process of notifying some families that U.S. soldiers have been captured by Iraqi military forces and are being held as prisoners of war. We do know that something around 10 U.S. soldiers attached to a maintenance unit in south central Iraq apparently went astray earlier today. They strayed into an area. They were confronted by Iraqi military. We understand that some U.S. soldiers were killed, some were captured. According to General Richard Myers, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, it is believed that it is something less than 10 soldiers, but the Pentagon now confirming it is beginning to notify the families as it begins to understand the identities of the soldiers now being held by the Iraqis. Just a few moments ago, General Myers, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, was in the hallway here by the press office in the Pentagon, very grim-faced. He said to reporters, "This is just one more crime by the Iraqi regime." General Myers saying it was a violation of the Geneva Convention. And what General Myers, what General Myers was referring to, what he was essentially making public knowledge by that statement, the reference to the Geneva Convention, is there are photographs now of these American soldiers in captivity by the Iraqi forces. General Myers acknowledging that, making that statement that the Iraqis showing pictures of these Americans, he believes is a violation of the Geneva Convention. Paula?
I guess not only do these pictures exist, Barbara, but apparently the Arab satellite network Al Jazeera has been airing footage of some interviews with what the station identified as captured American prisoners. Did they acknowledge not only these photographs exist, but perhaps there's some videotape lying around of these prisoners?
Yes, Paula. The Pentagon officials, I can tell you, here monitor Al Jazeera, and in fact that is exactly right. They have seen the videotape on Al Jazeera. They have seen Americans, service members stating their name and their residence, where they live in the United States, on Arab television. They tell us here they have every reason to believe that these soldiers now are prisoners of the Iraqis, and underscoring what one defense official told us a few moments ago, the process of notifying families has begun. What is so sensitive here is they want to try and get to the families and let them know the status of their loved ones before they see it on television. But now that Al Jazeera has aired this tape, it is believed that, of course, that the tape would clearly be shown very quickly in other Western media outlets, and it will be, of course, now that it is out there. Pentagon officials acknowledging that this information is beginning to spread very rapidly, and they are being forthcoming and saying they are notifying the families. They are looking at the tape.
All right, Barbara, we got to cut you off. Secretary Rumsfeld is speaking after a Sunday morning television appearance. Let's listen in, and we'll come back to you.
There have been 77 in Basra. So how do you think there has been any agreement, just like the embedded troops?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Secretary, your latest on negotiations with Turkey and the possibility of allowing their troops into Iraq?
We've made no arrangements with Turkey for them their troops to go into Iraq.
Let's say with the German government.
Folks, wait a minute. Look, we can do this for a minute or two.
Okay.
But I cannot listen to 16 people at once,
right.
And you have to show each other a little courtesy.
So let's stick to the Turkish invasion to northern Iraq. The German government threatened the Turks to withdraw its AWACS of service and Pershing II missile crews if Turkey invades northern Iraq, was this step, this diplomatic step, a severe help for the American cause? What do you think about the Berlin announcement to threaten Turkey?
I've not seen the announcement.
Secretary, Mr. Secretary.
The Washington Post reported that the incident involving a British aircraft.
It appears there's an investigation underway, and it appears that there may have been a Patriot battery that struck a UK aircraft, and for whatever reason, the identification of friend and foe communication connection was not made. If that's the case, we don't know the facts. The facts are being investigated, and we will know ground truth at some point.
About what's still in Iraq?
Just a minute.
That the Al-Qaeda biochemical weapons program is much more advanced than we knew, including the ability to produce cyanide and salmonella. Can you comment on this, or what steps are we taking?
There is a good deal of intelligence about the Al-Qaeda involvement with various types of poisons, toxins, and chemicals. And we hear it from others for the most part, and we have the campaign's been going on for 7 hours. And at some point in the period ahead, one would hope that we'd be able to have forces in places that they'll be able to know of certain knowledge what in fact the Al-Qaeda's been up to in Iraq.
Mr. Secretary, can I just ask you one more question about Western Iraq?
You win. You win. This is the last question.
Can you just confirm for us, have coalition troops taken over the areas in Western Iraq from which Iraq can fire Scud missiles to Israel?
We have a good many forces in the West, and they are ranging across the entire western portion of Iraq. And you never can be certain, but the hope and the prayer is that we will have successfully prevented the firing of any ballistic missiles from that portion of Iraq that could strike neighboring countries. I'm going.
Just one for British television, please.
One
more for British TV, Mr. Secretary.
It is hard to tell whether Secretary Rumsfeld addressed the issue of the reports of American troops being taken as prisoners of war by the Iraqis, because we dipped into that as he was leaving one of those Sunday talk show appearances, and reporters converged on him. He did clear up some of the confusion coming out of the border of Turkey and Iraq today, when he said no arrangements have been made to allow Turkish troops to go into Iraq. Let's quickly go back to Barbara Starr. Barbara, for the viewers that are just joining us, you've got to bring us up to date on what has been confirmed from the Pentagon about American prisoners of war. Go through that again, because a lot of people might not have caught it at the top of the hour.
Let's go through it as we understand it, Paula. A U.S. Army maintenance unit was operating somewhere in south-central Iraq earlier today. As we understand it, that unit strayed into an area that it should not have been in. It encountered Iraqi forces. As we understand it, some American service members were killed. The Pentagon now believes that some have been captured by Iraqi military forces, perhaps less than 10. General Richard Myers acknowledged this publicly earlier this morning. He said that there were reports that somewhat less than 10 Americans had been captured. To be as clear as we can, the Arab news channel Al Jazeera has shown a tape that has been seen here at the Pentagon of Americans, what is believed to be American soldiers, stating their name and the place in the United States where they are from. U.S. officials here at the Pentagon say, based on what they have seen on Al Jazeera, they do believe now that there are American soldiers in Iraqi military hands, and they are beginning to notify families on the basis of the soldiers that did appear on this Al Jazeera tape. Paula?
So once again, Barbara, they say some were captured, some were killed, but we don't know the numbers.
We do not have exact numbers. As best the U.S. military can figure out right now, they do not have an exact number. They believe somewhere around 10, one way or the other.
All right, Barbara, stay with us. We have to pay attention to what's unfolding in Baghdad right now. We see tracer fire. Let's listen in. We have reached a lull in what was a heavy barrage of anti-aircraft fire in Baghdad. We have talked so much over the last couple of days about American officials saying they have successfully degraded the radar system, but even they have acknowledged it will be many days before they successfully degrade the anti-aircraft radar system. General Grange joins us from CNN Center. General Grange, I'm looking at four quadrants of the screen here. I have yet to see any explosions. That doesn't mean anything because we're looking at pretty sliver pictures of Baghdad. But let's talk about what we've seen over the last couple of nights when the bombing has gotten underway. We have seen bombing preceded by anti-aircraft fire, right?
Absolutely. It could be that the Iraqi radar systems or other early warning devices have stated, announced, alerted that coalition aircraft are about to strike, or they could be striking outside of Baghdad and other regions in the country, and so they just go ahead and start firing themselves or alert themselves right there in Baghdad, whether it being hit or not.
How sophisticated is the Iraqi system?
Well, the Iraqis have some sophisticated systems. I believe that many have been degraded, and I think a lot of them now are tied together loosely with the ability they have left with minimal command and control.
And when you say with minimum command and control, does that mean they just pick out segments in the sky to hit and they just hope they hit something once they fire off the anti-aircraft fire?
Well, I believe that a lot of the units, if they still maintain and discipline, have a quadrant or a sector, as you said, in the sky that they would engage aircraft in. And that's past, the city is broken down, the altitude over the city is broken down in different quadrants.
And as we understand it, there is stuff that comes in from a lower angle, some that comes in from a higher angle. Do you want to explain that to us?
Well, a lot of times when you see the anti-aircraft fire, all you see is that tracer, 1 in 7 mix, 1 in 4 mix, depending on the type of weapon. Sometimes you only see a flash, and that may be an airburst of a larger millimeter type anti-aircraft weapon system. And some is low-angle fire for lower against lower attacking aircraft, and some is higher altitudes for higher flying airplanes.
General Grange, if you stand by, we're just going to listen to the natural sound coming out there to see if we can hear any sirens, and I want to get straight back to you.
All right.
Okay, I can't discern any sirens. Can you hear anything, General Grange?
Not really. It's really hard to say. It doesn't look like there's much going on downtown Baghdad right now.
Let me ask you this. There were a number of reports suggesting witnesses hearing explosions earlier today. We spoke with a man who works for the International Red Cross working in Baghdad, and what he described is hearing explosions that seemed to be come at the same time. He saw large columns of black smoke rising, he said, from 12 different points in the city, and in his belief that the Iraqis had dug some trenches, oil trenches, and lighted them on fire to obscure Allied aircraft's aiming devices or their ability to target Baghdad. Now, describe to us what that would do. It doesn't affect satellite-guided weapons, does it?
Well, some of the systems that the coalition forces have, it will not affect it. The obscuration that they're putting up in the sky would usually affect more close-in combat strikes on a battlefield instead of precision strikes against point targets that you see around Baghdad, because they're trying to only hit certain targets to keep the collateral damage down on the civilian infrastructure. So I don't think it'll do much in Baghdad, Paul.
Let's talk more about the kind of precision-guided weapons that are used. We got a briefing from the Royal Air Force earlier today, and the Captain John Lines was describing that during Desert Storm, 10% of the weapons that were used were precision weapons. In this case, it is 90%. Yeah. How staggering is that?
Well, that's for 10 years or 12 years of time since the war. That's quite staggering. Quite an improvement on the inventory of munitions. And again, it's not only to have munitions that are more effective against enemy forces or an enemy target, but again also to reduce collateral damage and civilian death. And so it's a humanitarian reason for it, as well as the effectiveness of the munition itself.
General Grange, the other thing the captain touched on earlier today was a weapon called the Storm Shadow, which he said allows the people that are launching them to go deeper into the ground, penetrate the ground much deeper, and take out command and control centers. Can you tell us a little bit more about this weapon and how often we think has it even been used yet?
Yeah, I'm sure it's been used, and of course the U.S. has the same type of weaponry. It was used in Afghanistan, it's being used in Iraq, and they're penetrating munitions. And the idea is because a lot of the enemy forces that we faced in Afghanistan as well as in Iraq right now have burrowed deeper and deeper into subterranean command centers. And so what the idea is to penetrate the concrete and dirt and not have an explosion. It's a delayed explosion until you get down to what you really want to incapacitate, which may be the communications, the command and control, the communication cables, whatever the case may be. And so a lot of sophistication has gone into those penetrating type munitions.
General Grange, please stand by. We're going to dip back to that live shot once again in Baghdad. I don't make any tracer fire out at this moment, but let's just pause for a second and take in this picture, and then I'll get back to you.
All right.
Okay, General Grange, that could very well be wind. It's really hard to discern from the audio there. Let's talk a little bit more when this next wave of air attacks come, how they will happen. Captain John Lyons of the British Air Force, Royal Air Force, basically saying that 10% of the sorties flown so far have been by the Royal Air Force, the rest done by American planes. But he talked about this integrated system between the British and Americans, and he said basically we can control them at some points, they can control us, we escort each other, we fuel each other. Yeah. Describe to us how you expect this relationship or this teamwork to work from here on out.
Well, there isn't a finer relationship among allies than Great Britain and the United States, just because of the history of supporting each other in conflict or peacekeeping operations or in humanitarian assistance. And so a lot of the techniques and procedures are very much the same. And what he means, the commander means by the Brits work for the U.S. at times, U.S. works for the British. What that means is that at times a flight lead may have a mix of aircraft from both nations. Or it may be British strike aircraft getting support from American AWACS or vice versa. Or American fighters may refuel off of British tankers. And so because they have the commonality of procedures and technology for, let's say, refueling, they're able to do that. And something this big, this complicated, the synchronization involved, you have to have allies that have done this together multiple times in training as well as in previous operations. And so that's what you're seeing here from the commander's brief, that cooperation and working together.
Hope you can be patient with us. We'd love for you to stand by. We need to get to some breaking news out of the Pentagon. We pause one more time to look at this picture of downtown Baghdad and what appears to be a lull in that heavy barrage of anti-aircraft fire that we saw just about 11 minutes ago. Let's listen, and then I'll very quickly go to the Pentagon.
Paula, the news here hasn't changed in the last several minutes. U.S. officials saying they do now acknowledge they are beginning to notify families of what they believe are American POWs now being held by Iraqi military. Let's walk through what we do know about this incident. Earlier today, apparently, a U.S. Army maintenance unit was moving through southern Iraq. It strayed. It came into contact with an Iraqi military unit. There was some fighting, some Americans killed, some Americans captured. We have acknowledged, we do know that the Arab news channel Al Jazeera has a tape of some Americans apparently being interviewed, interrogated by Iraqis. That tape has now been shown to millions of people around the world who get Al Jazeera television. Pentagon officials here acknowledging they have seen the tape. They have seen some identifications of some of the Americans they believe are being held, and they are beginning to notify families on that basis. They don't know at this point, or are not telling us exactly how many Americans involved. They believe something less than 10. Now, General Richard Myers, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as we said earlier, was in the hallway here in the press quarter in the Pentagon just a few moments ago. Very grim-faced. He said that this was one more crime by the Iraqi regime, and said that this was a violation of the Geneva Convention for the Americans to be shown in this fashion. But information at this point, Paul, is very close hold here at the Pentagon, and we're simply going to continue to report the story, see what else we can find out, and let you all know.
Barbara, any of us hearing for the first time are just sickened by the details you've just shared with us. I know this is really fresh news out of the Pentagon, but did you get any reaction beyond what General Myers said on an emotional level about this being one more crime by the Iraqis?
Well, officials here are very grim about all of this. Military officials had warned for days that this would not be, to use their word, a cakewalk operation, that they had yet to encounter the stiffest forces of the Iraqi regime, that as the military, as the ground force moved further into Iraq, they expected more opposition. They were prepared for it. But I suspect they were not prepared. It's very difficult to say anyone is prepared to see American POWs.
Barbara, you talk about this having happened in south central Iraq. Do we know where they were close to? Were they close to Nasiriyah, anywhere near that?
We don't have a firm location on this event. We do know from our reporters in the field, Alessio Vinci, that there had been very fierce fighting around Nasiriyah earlier today. U.S. military coming under enemy fire. There have been a number of reports of sporadic fighting across the region, but no specific location being offered yet on where this incident took place. Again, it was apparently a U.S. Army maintenance unit that had gone into the field, probably to repair some equipment. They apparently strayed somewhere they should not have gone, or they didn't know that they should have gone, and came under enemy fire.
When you say they might have strayed into an area they should not have gone, I'm not sure exactly what that means.
Well, let me try and be more clear, Paula. They perhaps had no knowledge, advanced knowledge, that there were Iraqi forces in that area. And what we don't know is the size of the Iraqi force that may have launched the attack against them. This is a very difficult battlefield. The military, of course, has a great ability to see large Iraqi troop formations, see how they're equipped, see how they're maneuvering. But what's always difficult in any battlefield is when you begin to encounter very small groups of enemy forces. Hard to see how they're maneuvering, hard to see them coming at you. So now, in retrospect, it is said that this maintenance unit strayed, but certainly they must have had no knowledge. One can only assume that they were about to run into some sort of Iraqi military unit.
Barbara, going back to this videotape that the Pentagon now has had a chance to look at, have they characterized for you what they saw on this tape? There are reports that perhaps some of the American soldiers in the tape appeared to be injured. Is there any more detail they gave you?
Not at this time. What they are looking at on the tape, as quickly as they can, we understand, is the identities of the soldiers. They know here at the Pentagon that Al Jazeera is widely watched around the world. They know that these identities are going to come out very, very quickly. And what they want to do is try and identify the soldiers from the tape if they can, and notify the families as quickly as they can. Officials telling us that is the process underway right now, trying to notify family members just as quickly as they can.
This kind of story that sends chills up our collective spines here. Barbara, please stand by. On the telephone right now, we have Michael Wilson of the New York Times, who I am told is somewhere near Nasiriyah. Just as a quick reminder, that is where U.S. Marines encountered some heavy resistance and have suffered some casualties in fighting near that city. Michael, what can you tell us?
Well, I'm with the artillery battalion that is with the Marine unit in the area. The battalion all day has been returning fire and launching counterfire to the attack on the infantry units just outside and in on Nasiriyah. It all began just a few minutes before 7 a.m. When the call came over the radio that there was a mortar round being fired at the Marine infantry. So as quickly as they could get their cannons assembled, the howitzers, the artillery unit began firing back. And that's gone on all day. It's been a grueling day that has just kept escalating. There's that infantry troops that are in the fight kept calling back that every kilometer that they advanced towards the town, more and more tanks seemed to pop up. And so the fighting just continued. The Marines have secured both bridges that they were after, but it's the road between the bridges where apparently the worst fighting and the injuries and perhaps casualties have been sustained. It's a 4.5 kilometer road through the middle of the town, lined with houses, and that's where all this kind of street fighting has been going on.
Alessia Vinci, who is embedded with the 1st Battalion, 2nd Marines Task Force, said he passed U.S. military vehicles riddled with bullet holes, and it was his understanding that some of the forces were evacuated from the area for treatment. Did you see any signs of that from your location? Okay, the phone line just went dead with Michael Wilson, but once again, the Marines entered that town on Sunday after Iraqi forces ambushed a U.S. military convoy bringing supplies to coalition forces in the region. Wolf Blitzer now joins us live from Kuwait City. Wolf, we have been mentioning the fact that you will be interviewing Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, I think in minutes from now. He made an awful lot of news on the Sunday talk shows. Is he there with you now?
Yes, Paula. We're going to interview him now. We originally had scheduled to interview him at the top of the hour, but given the enormous pace of what's unfolding now in this war, I'd like to interview the Defense Secretary right now. He's joining us live from our Washington studio. Secretary Rumsfeld, thanks so much for joining us. I know this is an incredibly busy time for you, but let's get right to some of the immediate issues at hand. First of all, as you well know, within the past few moments, the Al Jazeera Arabic language television network has broadcast Iraqi television video of American POWs that they say are now in the hands of Iraqi officials, some of them alive, others killed in action. What can you tell us about this?
There have been reports throughout the morning here in the East Coast to the effect that some U.S. soldiers were unaccounted for. Whether the ones that are being shown on that particular station or not, that network, are those individuals, I'm not in a position to say. We do know that the Geneva Convention makes it illegal for prisoners of war to be shown and pictured and humiliated. And it's something that the United States does not do. And needless to say, television networks that carry such pictures are I would say, doing something that's unfortunate.
On the other hand, you could argue, some would make the case that at least their family members are seeing them alive, even if they're not in the best of condition. They could get some comfort from seeing these videotape pictures.
You can make that argument if you wish.
But what I hear you saying is that you're urging all worldwide news organizations, television networks, not to broadcast these images of these American POWs.
What I'm saying is that it's a violation of the Geneva Convention for the Iraqis to be, if in fact that's what's taking place, to be showing prisoners of war in a humiliating manner.
How many missing American military personnel are there right now?
I can't answer your question right now. I know as of this morning it was a very small number.
Will this affect the course of the war, the fact that the Iraqis now have American POWs?
Wolf, there have been prisoners taken in every war since the beginning of mankind. We treat our prisoners well. We have over 2,000 Iraqi prisoners of war at the present time. They're in POW camps that have been brought along. They're being fed. They're being provided medicine where it's appropriate and needed. The course of this war is clear. The outcome is clear. The regime of Sadaam Hussein is gone. It's over. It will not be there in a relatively reasonably predictable period of time. And the people in Iraq need to know that it will not be long before they will be liberated. The leadership and the military in Iraq needs to know that they should act with honor and stop defending a regime that is shortly going to be history.
Mr. Secretary, this broadcast is being seen live around the world, including in Iraq. What is your message to those Iraqi government officials who now have control of these American prisoners?
That they treat those prisoners according to the Geneva Convention, just as we treat Iraqi prisoners according to the Geneva Convention. And further, I would say that they'd be well advised to put down their arms, follow the instructions that have been communicated, and act with honor and help liberate the Iraqi people from the vicious, repressive regime of Sadaam Hussein. The outcome is clear.
When you say it's predictable, the outcome is clear, how much time do you think it will take for the U.S. and British forces to achieve their objective?
At the present time, there are U.S., British, Australian, and Polish forces that are on the ground. There's some 46 nations that are publicly, politically supporting this coalition effort. There is a broad and deep coalition that is being enormously helpful in this effort, and their forces are wonderful, fine young people as well. The time is going to depend on how much resistance there is, and the loss of life will depend on how much resistance there is. And our hope and our prayer is that this will end soon with a minimal loss of life on the part of the Iraqis as well as the U.S. and coalition forces.
Are you talking days, weeks, or months?
We will be at it until it's over. And it's not possible to know. There are any number of things that could happen that would cause difficulties, that could delay things, but there is nothing that can happen that will change the ultimate outcome. The outcome is certain, and the armed forces of the Iraqi government should put down their arms, follow the instructions that they've been given, and end any resistance at all, because it's futile.
The Iraqis claim to have shot down a coalition aircraft over Baghdad. There were pictures of Iraqi troops firing into the Tigris River. Have all U.S. and coalition aircraft returned safely to their bases and aircraft carriers?
There have been, I know nothing about what you're saying that the Iraqis are saying about some river. There have been some aircraft that have not returned safely. One was a UK aircraft that was shot down by a Patriot battery, we believe, and that is being investigated. There were some helicopters that collided in midair over Kuwait and did not return safely. To my knowledge, no other aircraft are missing or unaccounted for.
There was a very disturbing incident, as you know, yesterday at Camp Pennsylvania here in Kuwait, involving apparently, the suggestion is, a U.S. soldier lobbed a grenade or more into a tent with officers and troops from the 101st Airborne Division. What can you tell us about that incident?
There is apparently an investigation that's underway at the present time, and an individual is a subject of that investigation, and that it has to run its course, and we'll find out precisely what took place.
Do you have anything you could tell us about the motivation, what may have caused this individual to act?
I have no idea.
And do you know if he was acting alone or in conspiracy with others?
The investigation will determine that, but I've heard no indication that there was any conspiracy.
We're getting reports now from some of our embedded journalists on the front lines suggesting that the Iraqis are placing so-called human shields at various military and other strategic targets as U.S. and coalition forces move up towards Baghdad. If that's the case, will that deter you from going after those targets?
I do not have information to that effect, although we've seen photographs indicating that the Iraqis have written on the tops of some buildings that there are human shields there. That also is a violation of international law. The Iraqis have a practice of violating international law and ignoring international conventions and treaties. Wolf, the outcome of this is determined. It's certain. This conflict is going to end, and the regime of Saddam Hussein will be gone. And it will end sooner if people behave rationally and put down their weapons and stop resisting. It will end longer if they are foolish and get themselves killed because they refuse to surrender and put down their arms. But the outcome is clear. We are not going to be deterred at all.
Have U.S. and coalition forces encountered so far any evidence of Iraqi chemical or biological weapons, indeed any weapons of mass destruction whatsoever?
Wolf, the coalition forces have been on the ground for something about 72 hours. The number of forces in Iraq grows every hour. They are basically in the south, moving towards Baghdad. They're in the west, worried about the Scud baskets in that area and trying to avoid having any missiles, ballistic missiles, fired at neighboring countries. And they're in the north, working with Kurdish forces and a number of teams up there. The task is to remove this regime and then go about the task of looking for weapons of mass destruction. At the present time, they're focused on winning the war.
Has there been any evidence that any of the missiles or rockets that were fired by Iraqis, whether into Kuwait, where I am right now, or into southern Iraq or elsewhere, had anything other than conventional warheads?
Nothing that I've seen validated.
Is there any evidence the Iraqis have actually fired a Scud missile?
Not that I've seen.
That missile that went into Iran and hit an oil depot, was that fired by Iraqis, or, as the Iranians and the Iraqis suggest, by an errant, perhaps cruise missile or other U.S. weapon?
The present speculation is that it was an Iraqi weapon, but it's possible that it wasn't, and that's the kind of thing that will have to be looked at, and the debris, the remnants of the weapon probably could be inspected and some determination made finally, but only after you have ground truth. Certainly if it was an errant weapon from a coalition force, it would have been an accident and totally unintended. But at least the preliminary estimate is that it was an Iraqi weapon.
What happens if the Iraqis, as the U.S. and coalition forces move closer towards Baghdad, Tikrit, which is the hometown of Saddam Hussein? What if the Iraqis do use chemical or biological weapons, radiological weapons against U.S. troops? How will the U.S. respond?
The coalition forces are trained and equipped to operate in that environment. There's no question but that if it's done, it will slow things down. There is no way it will change the outcome. And what is also certain is that anyone who is involved in following out an order to use weapons of chemical or biological weapons will be hunted down and treated with accordingly. The important thing to remember, Wolf, is that Saddam Hussein cannot use weapons of mass destruction himself. He can give the order, but someone is going to have to carry out that order, and numbers of people are going to have to carry out that order. And those people are being told in no uncertain terms that they must not do that. If they follow those orders, they will be tracked down and punished.
By all accounts, Mr. Secretary, the big battles are still coming. The notion that it was supposedly relatively easy in the south where the Shia are dominant. As you get closer to Baghdad, Tikrit, the Republican Guard, the Special Republican Guard, the defenses, the resistance might be more intense. Are you expecting heavy resistance from these so-called elite Republican Guard units?
It's a distinct possibility. The Republican Guard units and the special operators have been pulling back towards the Baghdad-Tikrit area for a period of some weeks. We have been in touch with some of them. There is at least a prospect that some of them will surrender and assist us. There's also the prospect that the resistance will get a good deal more difficult and that the progress will be slower. We've been in the country just for 72 hours, and the forces are moving towards Baghdad. And thus far, the air war and the ground war have gone along in an excellent manner.
How far precisely, if you can tell us, are the troops from Baghdad, the outskirts of Baghdad?
Well, they're moving along ahead of plan. Let me leave it there. We have smaller elements in various places, and then we have main elements that are moving up towards, from the south in the direction of Baghdad, but I don't want to give particulars as to exactly where they are.
Is, as far as you know, Saddam Hussein alive?
We have to assume he is. There's no question but that there were senior Iraqi regime leadership in the compound which we attacked several nights ago, and the intelligence reports suggest that the attacks were successful in terms of hitting targets. What is not knowable from the air or from long distance is precisely who was where in that compound at any given moment when the weapons actually struck. But we are optimistic that we have effectively hit a regime command and control target, and time will tell who was in it.
Is there any evidence Saddam Hussein was injured in that specific attack on the first night of the war?
You know, the word evidence is a hard one. The standard of evidence that people hold others to varies depending if you're in a court of law or in a war. And in a war, the kind of evidence that people are thinking about doesn't exist for the most part. You just don't get ground truth instantaneously in situations like that. We have reports from people who suggest that they were eyewitnesses to certain things, but we can't go out and double check them, and you can't talk to other people who had a different perspective, and therefore it's not possible to know for certain knowledge precisely what took place.
Is he, though, in control, as far as you can tell, of his military and of the regime?
Well, we'll know more the closer we get to Baghdad and Tikrit, one would think. But we hear reports that there seems to be some disarray in the Iraqi leadership. that is that's speculation. I would call it speculation. It's surmise. It's hard to say precisely. In these kinds of situations, we could be being tricked in some way. So these things will unfold. What we do know is that the outcome is certain, that if people want to save lives, they should surrender. We're telling them in multiple ways, through leaflets, through the radio, through television, through direct communication by telephone, how they can avoid being killed and how they can help their country and liberate their people. And they'd best do that, because it'll just take us longer, but it will still happen.
Could you tell us what the line of communication is between the U.S. and the Republican Guard in trying to encourage them to surrender?
It varies from unit to unit, and it tends to be in a variety of different ways, and I don't know that I'd want to get into the details.
But you can tell us it's ongoing, it's continuing right now.
That's correct. On a unit level.
Are you up on a unit-to-unit level, meaning U.S. military personnel or intelligence community personnel?
It varies, but it is at the unit level. It is not at a senior Iraqi armed services or regime level. There aren't any kind of negotiations going on at the very top level. The discussions that take place relate to specific units, and we've had good success in a number of units surrendering, and that's made a lot of sense. People's lives have been saved.
There was a report here in the Gulf suggesting 3 top Iraqi leaders may have been killed in that initial airstrike. Tariq Aziz, the deputy prime minister, Ali al-Majid, so-called Chemical Ali, and Izzat Ibrahim. Do you have any evidence that any of those 3 may have been killed in that initial airstrike?
No, I don't.
Let's move on and talk about the airstrikes. As you know, they're meeting with widespread criticism. The pictures that were seen around the world showed huge explosions in Baghdad, and the airstrikes, of course, continue. How can you be so sure that innocent civilians are not dying in those airstrikes?
Wolf, I saw some of those images that were carried on television around the world, and no one could watch them and not just feel your heart break that people can be killed and that there can be some unintended loss of life. The fact, however, is that there was not an attack on Baghdad. There was an attack on the Iraqi regime, and it was as precise as ever before in the history of warfare. The care that went into the targeting is just breathtaking. And it is in the battle damage assessments, and the people from the ground that we talk to are telling us that to a great extent in Baghdad, people are going about their business because they are so impressed with the precision of those targeting and those bombs and those attacks that they feel that the coalition forces are doing it in as the best possible way. It looks like it's a bombing of a city, but it isn't. It is a bombing of military targets, very precisely, and regime targets. And the television image is belied by what's seen on the ground.
But we've spoken to journalists, Mr. Secretary, who were there, who heard the explosions, the thunder. They said the earth basically shook for them. They said it was a terrifying experience. There are some 5 million people who probably were terrified during that ordeal and continue to be terrified right now. The question is this the way to win over the hearts and minds of the Iraqi people?
Wolf, the Iraqi people are hostages to a vicious regime. They will be liberated. It's going to happen. The only way to do it, they tried diplomacy for 13 years. They tried economic sanctions. Neither worked. They tried limited military applications in the northern and southern no-fly zones. That didn't work. They tried 17 UN resolutions. President Bush went one extra step and provided 48 hours for the Iraqi regime to leave the country and leave it without a conflict. Every single effort was rebutted, rejected. Now, that leaves only one course. You say, is there any way to do it without conflict? No, everything else was tried. And the Iraqi people are going to end up liberated. The ones that have been liberated in the southern part of this country are grateful and appreciative. And that will be the case as Baghdad is liberated.
But there are plenty of people out there, counterterrorism experts, who have already expressed fear that the images of this bombing, the shock and awe campaign, will merely foment terrorism, create new recruits for Al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups to go after American targets.
Wolf, I know there's lots of so-called experts opining on this and that. The fact is that the terrorists did not need any provocation. They attacked the United States of America on September 11th, viciously killed 3,000 innocent men, women, and children of every religion, of every nationality across the globe. That was not a response to an attack on Baghdad. It was an unprovoked attack. They are raising money. They are training people. We stopped them in Afghanistan. We tore up their terrorist training camps. We drove them out of that country. And in that country now there's a government that's representative of the Afghan people. And that is what's going to happen in Iraq. And the idea that this is provocative is wrong. Weakness is provocative. It entices people to do things they otherwise wouldn't do. And war is everybody's last choice. No rational person wants war. President Bush doesn't. The American people don't.
General Meyer said the other day that the war was moving on all fronts in the south, in the west, and in the northern part of Iraq. Let's go through a few specific details. In the south, I assume Qasr, the key port in the south, has been captured and secure. What about Basra and Nasiriyah?
I don't use the word secure, and the reason I don't on the port is because nothing's perfect. There's no question but that the coalition forces have occupied the port area. They're now in the process of taking mines out of the water so that humanitarian assistance and medical supplies and food can come in through that port. But I suspect that there will continue to be sporadic firefights from some dead-enders who don't want to give up. So I think that secure is probably somewhat of an overstatement. Basra is the same situation. The forces have moved in from the south. Most of the resistance has ended in the Basra area, but there'll, I would suspect, continue to be some dead-enders who will continue to fire at coalition forces. The oil wells in the south have been secured, quote unquote, but there again, there could be some untidiness as we go forward. And British forces are now occupying the bulk of those, that area where the oil wells are, and it's important that they be saved for the Iraqi people. There are about 10 wells that are burning, and we have people coming in the next 48 hours who will begin to put those fires out. As forces move north, there will be conflict and firefights, but we won't know whether the resistance, once we get closer to Baghdad, will be different from what we've experienced in the south, but I think it's reasonable to expect that it might be much more fierce.
And Nasiriyah, is that yet under coalition control?
The forces are clearly in that area, and I'll leave it to General Franks and his terrific team of people to characterize the progress that's being made by coalition forces.
Let's talk about Western Iraq for a moment. Can people in Israel sleep easier tonight because U.S. forces are in control of that so-called H-2 and H-3 airfield from which so many Scuds, 39 Scuds to be specific, were launched against Israel during the first Gulf War?
Well, there's no question but that is the area where the ballistic missiles were launched last time, and they put at risk neighboring countries as well as Israel. We have a lot of special operators ranging across that generally vacant area, unpopulated area, And we feel pretty good about the fact that we've covered a lot of that ground. I wouldn't want to say that it's absolutely certain that something couldn't be fired from that area, but given the overhead control we have, the air superiority, indeed air dominance in that part of the country, and the number of people on the ground, I think that we can feel much better today than yesterday or the day before with respect to that issue.
Mr. Secretary, I know your time is limited. Before I let you go, very briefly on the north, Turkey, there are conflicting reports whether Turkish forces have indeed moved across the line into northern Iraq or not. Have Turkish forces gone into northern Iraq, and does the United States want them to be there?
I've been hearing reports from the press almost every 4 hours for the past 3 or 4 or 5 days, reporting or alleging or speculating that Turkish forces have moved into northern Iraq in force. I can say 2 things about that. We have no intelligence evidence that suggests that's true. Second, the Turkish forces tell us repeatedly that it is not true. I believe them. In the event that we find that not to be the case, why, obviously that would be unfortunate.
Are U.S. warplanes flying over Turkish airspace now as they go on bombing runs towards Iraq?
U.S. coalition aircraft are flying over all of Iraq. There is no question about it. They're covering every inch of that country.
And the shock and awe campaign is going to continue for how long?
The ground attack and the air attack is going to continue with precision and care until the Iraqi regime is removed and we have been able to find and dismantle their weapon-producing capabilities.
Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Paul Azan, let me bring it back to you. Obviously, the Defense Secretary clearly convinced it's only a matter of time before the U.S. and coalition forces get the job done in Iraq. How long? Of course, he refuses to speculate.
Well, it's interesting you should mention that because I was taking notes fast and furiously as you were interviewing Secretary Rumsfeld, and I counted over a half-dozen references to that very fact. And it makes you wonder, and I'm going to share some of what he told you now, about the secondary audience he may have out there since this is being broadcast internationally. He used some very clear language. The regime is gone. It's over. It won't be there in a relative period of time. He went on to say, hope it will end soon. On another reference, he said, the outcome is certain. The 4th reference I counted, no way to change the outcome. And then there was a final reference when he talked about the very interesting question you asked him about the ongoing contacts between American officials and maybe defectors with individual Iraqi units. And he made it very clear that he thinks that that is working right now. So I was really struck by the repeated references to the fact that the regime will be gone. You couldn't miss that point from that interview.
Well, you're absolutely right, Paula. There's no doubt the Secretary of Defense not only aware of the domestic U.S. audience, he was addressing the international community, if you will, but specifically the fact that CNN International are seen in Iraq itself, and he was clearly addressing leadership in Iraq, military leadership and political leadership, convincing them you could do this the easy way, if you will, or you could do it the hard way. If you do it the easy way, you might survive. If you do it the hard way, you won't survive. And there was a clear effort on his part to convince the Iraqi military to lay down their weapons, to surrender, if you will, and let the U.S., in effect, determine the next course of history for the Iraqi people.
I also thought he had an interesting response to your question when you asked if Allied forces or coalition forces were using Turkish airspace. And his answer was that the coalition's forces fly all over Iraq. And I know that was a bit of a sensitivity earlier this morning as he was walking out of one of the other Sunday morning shows appearances, and he made it very clear that obviously they did not want Turkish troops crossing over into Iraq.
There's a clear sense we're getting from our embedded reporters, Gary Stryker, for example, who's aboard the USS Roosevelt in the Eastern Mediterranean. There are two U.S. aircraft carriers in the Eastern Mediterranean, the Truman and the Roosevelt. And he made it clear, based on the briefings he's received there, Paula, that U.S. warplanes are not flying over Turkish airspace as they leave those carriers. They're flying over other airspace to go on their bombing missions towards Iraq. So the whole Turkish issue is obviously a very, very sensitive issue. Great disappointment in the Bush administration that the Turkish government, A, didn't allow 62,000 U.S. ground forces to be staged in Turkey to move into northern Iraq, and B, that it's taken them so long to permit airspace to be used, and C, this concern that the Turkish military might unilaterally go in, a source of concern given the animosity between the Kurds in the northern part of Iraq and the Turks. These are very, very complex issues, and the Secretary clearly wants to stay above that a little bit, at least as much as he can.
Well, if there was another question, I think we learned something new from today. When you asked him about what kind of contact was indeed taking place with individual members of Iraqi units, and he said they communicate in a variety of ways. But it's the first time I've heard, and maybe you've heard this before, but I have not, where he said that this was not taking place at the leadership level, but on a lower level, unit to unit, and he said it had been successful so far with some of those Iraqi soldiers deciding, in his words, to do the right thing and lay down their arms.
There's been incredible contact, Paula, not only since the actual war started, but going back weeks, perhaps months. U.S. Special Operations Forces, sometimes working with Iraqi opposition groups. They've had, for example, phone numbers of Iraqi senior officers, their cell phones, their hard lines, and they've communicated directly, not only on the phone, but also they've had emails. They basically say to them in Arabic, look, the United States is coming. You're going to die unless you give up right now. Is it worth it to die for Sadaam Hussein, who himself is going to die himself, if you will? And they've been trying to rattle the Iraqi military leadership with these kinds of contacts, which have only intensified, I'm told, in recent days as the U.S. tries to end this relatively quickly. Now, there's no guarantee any of that is going to work, and you heard the Defense Secretary himself say they fully anticipate, as the U.S. and coalition forces move closer towards Baghdad and Tikrit, Saddam Hussein's hometown, which is very strongly defended by the Special Republican Guard, they anticipate the fighting is going to get a lot more intense than it's been so far.
The other message I heard loud and clear was the message the Secretary Rumsfeld gave you when he said this is not an attack on Iraq, this is an attack on the Iraqi regime. And he went on to talk about the care that is taken in the targeting of weapons, and he called it breathtaking. It's interesting because we were listening to a briefing by the Royal Air Force this morning, and they actually broke down statistically how in Desert Storm just 10% of the weapons used had this level of precision. This time around they're saying some 90%, which I might explain, well, if I don't think you've seen some of these counts in newspapers across the country today, how calmly some Iraqis were actually watching this barrage of fire the first night of shock and awe because they had confidence in the precision level of these weapons.
But having said that, Paula, we can't forget that occasionally, even as precise as these JDAMs, these satellite-guided bombs, the Tomahawk cruise missiles, as precise as they are, occasionally some of them do go off course, they go astray, and they could cause significant civilian casualties. We don't know if that's been the case. There's been no formal bomb damage assessment that we've seen, and certainly we have not had the access in Baghdad itself, let alone other cities in Iraq, to go out and take a look, see how much of damage there's been to civilian neighborhoods, for example. But these weapons, the JDAMs, the Joint Direct Attack Munitions, and the other sophisticated precision-guided bombs, they're very, very accurate. Although they're not perfect, they're still mechanical, and they still can make mistakes.
Before we let you go, Wolf, the other thing that I heard that I don't think I've heard so far yet today was Secretary Rumsfeld saying that they are moving ahead of plans. Did that strike you? Because we've really been trying to assess, once you go beyond them saying the campaign so far, the air and ground campaign is successful, just an actual timeline where he said, indeed, this is moving ahead of plan.
It certainly appears to be the case. They're moving very, very rapidly. Before I did the interview with the Defense Secretary, I was told by a source here in Kuwait, a reliable source, that U.S. forces may be as close as 100 miles. 100 miles outside of Baghdad. There's about a 300-mile distance between Kuwait and Baghdad. So they're moving pretty quickly. They're moving rapidly. They're going to be slowed down, presumably, as they get closer to Baghdad and elsewhere where the fortifications are much more intense. But the cavalry is moving, the infantry, they're moving, the Marines, the British Marines, they're moving rather rapidly. They are meeting pockets of resistance, and those pockets could be quite intense and obviously quite dangerous. We don't know the circumstances that surround the capture, for example, of these American POWs now that have been paraded out in front of Iraqi television with Al Jazeera broadcasting those images. I've seen those images here. I was watching Al Jazeera when they aired live about an hour or so ago, and I have to tell you, they're very haunting, extremely disturbing, not pleasant, and certainly I can understand why the Defense Secretary doesn't want those pictures to be shown on worldwide television.
In fact, in his interview with her, your interview with him, he said U.S. soldiers, he wasn't sure that the U.S. soldiers unaccounted for were actually the individuals on this tape. Wolf, I got a lot more to ask you, but we want to call your attention to the screen in Baghdad. It was just about an hour ago that we covered live about a 3 or 4 minute barrage of anti-aircraft fire. We didn't hear any siren sound. And we did not hear any of explosions. We're going to keep an eye on that. And also share with you one more thing Secretary Rumsfeld just told Wolf that I thought was interesting when Wolf asked him about how do you know you're not going to hit innocent civilians. And he said as he watched that campaign unfold on television, he wasn't referring to which night, though, he said you feel your heart break. Sometimes there is unintended loss of life. Wolf?
There's no doubt that this is the most difficult part, not only for someone like the Defense Secretary, the President of the United States, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Tommy Franks. They know very, very well that some of those bombs are going to kill innocent civilians, men, women, and children. Those aviators, for example, who have to push those buttons and launch those missiles, fire those weapons, they also know that some of those weapons are going to kill innocent civilians. They know some of the targets are relatively close to civilian areas, whether mosques or hospitals or schools or apartment buildings, residential areas. This is one of the dangers, obviously, of going into war. They do this. I've spoken with some of these aviators over the years, for example, some of these commanders. They're not happy about it. They're very disturbed about it, but they do it anyways because their bottom line conclusion is if they don't do it, someone else will do that to them. Paula, I want to go to Gary Tuckman. He's not far away from the Iraqi border at an air base, and he's joining us now. He's one of those embedded journalists who've been so helpful to us in getting information from the front lines. Gary, tell us what's going on right now.
Wolf, I think you're saying my name. The reason I can't hear you saying it right now is we do have the warplanes passing over us right now, taking off on the runway, heading in the direction right now of Iraq. We do come to you from a base where we can't say the exact... What I've learned from standing here while these planes pass overhead is I better stop talking, you'll never hear me. We come to you from a base, we can't say the exact location of the Pentagon rules. We can't tell you this is one of the busiest bases in the theater. 550 sorties in the last 48 hours total at all the air bases in at least 38 different locations throughout the world, 3,500. So that gives you an idea, 1/6 to 1/7 of the total sorties come from this base that we're standing at right now. And standing with me right now is the wing commander, the man in charge of this base where we're standing, Colonel Tom Jones. Colonel Jones, thanks for joining us. You're welcome, Gary. First of all, you're in charge of all the aircraft here, the A-10s, the F-16s, the Marine aircraft, the Brits, the Australians are here in addition to that. How are things going so far here?
It's going wonderfully. Everybody's working very well together. It's a very busy airfield, and I won't tell you we haven't had problems, but those that we've had, we've been able to overcome very easily.
Which leads me easily into the next question. What kind of problems have you had that you didn't anticipate?
We've had problems with the massive influx of personnel. The personnel arrived here faster than we could get the base prepared for them. We're catching up, and we've made great strides in that regard. As the combat operations have started, there's to be expected, some confusion, but we worked through that very easily. Weapons are flowing now, fuel is flowing exactly as it should, and operations are good.
Did we expect this to be so busy still at this base more than 48 hours after the shock and awe began?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, it's a little loud here as we were saying. Did you expect it to be still so busy at this point of shock and awe?
Yes, yeah, I did. This is a huge base. We're going to continue to fly a lot of sorties throughout the duration of the operation here, so I'm not surprised by the number of sorties we've flown.
Colonel Jones, you've flown on 2 missions yourself over the last 2 days aboard F-16 fighters. Tell me where you went today.
I did. I flew both of them today. Was south of Baghdad on both sorties.
Wait 1 second. Is that an airplane or an F-16?
F-18.
It's an F-18, which is a Marine aircraft. That's correct. It's impressive. Being the wing commander, you can see at a high altitude what kind of plane it is at nighttime. That's pretty impressive. So you flew, wait, now here comes another aircraft. What's that? You can see we're not kidding you when we say this is a very busy base. What kind of aircraft was that, by the way?
It's another F-18.
They usually fly out in twos. We know that 2s and 3s. They don't fly out by themselves. You flew south of Baghdad. What were you doing?
I did. This morning's sortie was a leaflet drop. It was an IO sortie, about 20 to 30 miles south of Baghdad.
What did the leaflet say?
I don't know.
Okay, and what was the second one?
The second sortie was a close air support sortie, and support of the ground operations ongoing.
And what did you drop along the way to support those ground operations?
I dropped bombs.
Okay, what kind of armament?
LGBs, precision-guided bombs.
Do you, as the wing commander here, flying on missions, get scared while you're up there?
No, I don't know that there's a nervousness and anticipation, but I think everybody is trained very well for this mission from all services. So I wouldn't call it fear at all. I'd call it a guarded preparation where we're ready for what goes on up there.
Final question I want to ask you, our correspondent Walter Rogers is reporting that there have been sightings of Iraqi soldiers taking women and children to be human shields, and this has been seen from the air. Have you seen anything like that from the air?
I have not seen that from the air, no.
I want to thank you very much for joining us, Colonel.
You're welcome, Gary. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for talking with us. We also want to mention to you another aircraft that is here at this particular base. Our helicopters, they're called HH-60s. They're Jollies. That's their nickname, and they're used for search and rescue missions. There were 3 search and rescue missions early this morning, Persian Gulf time. However, authorities at this particular base are not releasing information about why those search and rescue missions took place. We can tell you that at around the same time, there was a British Tornado jet that went missing. British defense officials are telling us that British Tornado jet was shot down by a Patriot missile. This is coming from the British defense officials, and that is a tragedy, of course, because Patriot missiles are used to shoot down Iraqi missiles that come in, but apparently this particular Patriot missile accidentally shot down the British Tornado jet. There are 2 pilots who are missing. Wolf, back to you.
Gary Tuckman, he's at an air base not far from Iraq here in the Persian Gulf. Thanks very much for that report. Walter Rogers is standing by. He's one of our other embedded journalists. He's now in Iraq with the 7th Cavalry, a U.S. Army division. Walter, what are you seeing? What are you hearing?
What we're seeing with the 7th Cavalry is fires along the horizon. In the distance, the 7th Cavalry has pulled back somewhat from our original line. The reason being that earlier this afternoon we took a very tight pattern of artillery from the Iraqi units ahead of us. That was a brigade-sized unit at one point, and some of the units pulled back. The rest of us went forward. Now we've pulled back. After that incoming artillery barrage, the Air Force came in and dropped bombs. They made run after run on the suspected Iraqi artillery positions. We could see the sky illuminating with these big fireballs about dusk. And the but it's questionable how effective these A-10s were. The Iraqis were firing shoulder-fired missiles at them, heat-seeking missiles, and the A-10s could not come down as low as they would like to in an optimum bombing run, and they had to stay high and release flares behind themselves to deflect any heat-seeking missiles. So a bit of a stalemate here at this point. The 7th probably should have been further up the road tonight, but it appears to the commanders here that the Iraqis are trying to draw them into a trap. So at this point, the 7th is standing off. Wolf?
Walter, you reported a little while ago, earlier today, about these human shields. There's evidence the Iraqis are placing so-called human shields at various sensitive sites. What can you tell our viewers about that now?
Senior U.S. military officials, senior officers with the 7th Cavalry had called in a bombing run on an area where the Iraqis had entrenched themselves not too far out in front of us, perhaps less than a mile. At the last minute, they canceled that bombing run because their forward observers, that is the Army's forward observers, saw the Iraqis hurting women and children. According to the senior Army official here, senior officer, said they saw the Iraqis herding and women and children into the military emplacements that the Iraqis had been holding for some time. Now, we're given to believe this is not the Iraqi army. The regular soldiers out in front of us were told they would like to surrender, or that's the word getting back to the senior officials with the 7th Cavalry. The problem is that there are Fedayeen units who've taken over the command. Fedayeen are the elite of Saddam's soldiers, higher than even the Republican Guard, and they apparently are running the defense of this particular city in south-central Iraq. They are the ones who have given the orders to take human shields, and they are the ones who have been ordering artillery out on these U.S. positions to the south. Wolf?
I assume, Walter, that seeing those human shields, those innocent Iraqi men, women, and children being brought to that location gave the 7th Cavalry commanders some pause, and they decided not to launch munitions against those targets.
That's true, Wolf. What happened, of course, was they had a close air cover support called in. That is, Air Force planes were about to make a bombing run upon the Iraqi positions when the forward observers said, no, scrub this mission, don't bring those bombs in, because we can see them herding women and children into the lines where the Iraqi soldiers are. So that mission was scrubbed. Then later in the afternoon, to try to decapitate the Iraqi command in the town ahead of us, they called in yet another airstrike, and that particular airstrike was led by a Kiowa helicopter. It fired a Hellfire missile at the Ba'ath Party headquarters, which is also the intelligence headquarters in the area out in front of us. We could see this big illumination. The Hellfire roared in. It hit a 4-story building. Again, the Ba'ath Party, the Iraqi Ba'ath Party headquarters, which, as I say, doubles as an intelligence headquarters here. And then when the Air Force jets saw where the Hellfire missile slammed in, they roared in and put in at least one precision-guided bomb. We can't tell you the state of the damage to that building, but there was a heck of an illumination in the sky. Wolf?
Walter Rogers, he's with the 7th Cavalry in south-central Iraq. We can't be more precise than that, doing some excellent reporting for us. Walter, thank you very much. This important note for our viewers around the world: in about 90 minutes or so from now, a little bit more than 90 minutes from now, 2 p.m. on the east coast of the United States, there will be a briefing at the Central Command, General Tommy Frank's headquarters outside of Doha in Qatar. The Central Command will have a daily briefing on what's going on in the war. CNN, of course, will have live coverage, as will CNN International. Paula?
Lots of news, Wolf, coming out of your interview with Secretary Rumsfeld that you started about 45 minutes ago. He confirmed the fact that American soldiers are now being held as prisoners of war in Iraq. The Arab satellite station Al Jazeera has been running footage from Iraqi TV, apparently with some interviews with the captured Americans, including a female soldier. Now, when Wolf asked the secretary about this tape, he said it is against, or it is a violation of the Geneva Convention, not only to take pictures of the prisoners, but to humiliate them. And he said it would be unfortunate if television networks aired them. Let's check in with Barbara Starr, who has the very latest on the Crim process of letting these soldiers' families know that some of their own have either been captured or in some cases killed. Barbara.
Paula, let's walk through what we do know from here at the Pentagon. Apparently, earlier today, an Army maintenance unit was moving through south-central Iraq. Somehow, they strayed from their position and encountered Iraqi military forces. A firefight ensued. We can tell you that some U.S. soldiers were killed, some indeed captured, now being held by the Iraqis. Now, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld has expressed some concern, as you said, about this tape, this Iraqi tape, which is being broadcast by the Arab channel Al Jazeera. Here's some of what the Secretary had to say about it.
Been prisoners taken in every war since the beginning of mankind. We treat our prisoners well. We have over 2,000 Iraqi prisoners of war at the present time. They're in POW camps that have been brought along. They're being fed. They're being provided medicine where it's appropriate and needed.
Now, Paula, let's talk a little bit about what is on that tape, which has been seen here at the Pentagon, but which Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld has expressed so much concern about. It shows 4 American soldiers, the Iraqis interrogating them. The first soldier appears to be confused, unable to respond to the questions. The second soldier is asked his name. He responds that his name is Edgar. He is asked his hometown. He says it is Texas. There is a third soldier. He is wearing a helmet. He gives his name in full. We will only tell you his first name. It is James. He is asked his hometown. He says it's New Jersey. And then there is a woman. She is asked. She says her name is Shauna. She says her hometown is Texas. The camera pans down to her feet. They appear to be wounded. There are some bandages down there. Now, officials here say, based on the identifications they believe they are able to make of these 4 soldiers, they are now beginning urgently to try and notify their families. Paula?
Tell us a little bit more of the reaction that you heard when the knowledge of this tape and the taking of these prisoners of war became public.
The Pentagon is very sensitive to this issue. The question of POWs, of course, first and foremost, a humanitarian issue for the families who may be seeing this on television. Very much immediate concern about American television networks broadcasting the identities of any of these people before the military can get to them through family assistance programs and notify the families about what they do know about the status of their loved ones. There are also soldiers that were killed in this encounter, perhaps, and they want to try and figure out who these people are, also notify their families. So first and foremost, a humanitarian issue at this time. That is what they are dealing with here at the moment. Whether or not it develops into a political issue for the Bush administration remains to be seen in the hours ahead. Paula?
Barbara Starr, thanks so much. Back to Wolf now. Wolf, I thought it was really interesting when you were talking to Secretary Rumsfeld about what we watched unfold on live television this morning when we saw Iraqi troops shooting into the Tigris River when they claimed to be looking for downed American pilots. Secretary Rumsfeld told you basically that he didn't know anything about that river, and yet in an earlier morning appearance, he said it had been suggested to him by some that perhaps this whole thing was staged. So I don't know what kind of information you're getting from that, but that's a shot that we spent a lot of time trying to analyze this morning. Of course, as you have mentioned, American and British officials said that every one of their planes is accounted for.
I've heard that now repeatedly over the past couple hours, Paula, not only directly from the Defense Secretary in the interview, but earlier from other military commanders here on the scene. They say all U.S. and coalition aircraft are accounted for. There was that tragic incident, the RAF Tornado, that apparently was shot down by a Patriot air defense missile in northern Kuwait. There have been these helicopter crashes that we've reported on over the past 48 hours. But as far as all U.S. and British warplanes returning safely to their bases, the Defense Secretary and other senior military officers insist that has been the case. We have another embedded journalist, CNN's Alessio Vinci. He's up with U.S. troops not far away from Nasiriyah. Alessio, tell us what's happening in the effort to secure that key town on the road to Baghdad.
Well, Wolf, I can tell you, first of all, following up on the report that Barbara Starr just delivered from the Pentagon. Well, this morning, when we arrived on the southern bridges of Al-Nazariya, we did indeed see the aftermath of that ambush involving a military convoy bringing up supplies up to the fighting forces in the northern part of the country. And indeed, the aftermath of that attack appeared to be one of a violent battle between those U.S. military forces inside the convoy and the Iraqi forces attacking them. We saw the truck with bullet holes in all the windows. Most of the tires were flattened by bullets, and we saw again the aftermath of a very intense battle. As our convoy progressed into Nazariya, we at first encountered small arm fire resistance, which the U.S. military forces that I am embedded with answered back using heavy machine guns and grenades. But then one of the units came under a direct attack by Iraqi forces, and at least one amphibious vehicle, some sort of armored personnel carrier that the Marines are using here to transport their infantry groups. Well, that Amtrak, as they call it here, came under direct fire and took a direct hit by a rocket-propelled grenade, setting it on fire and unfortunately killing all the people who were on board. I am still unable to confirm the exact number of casualties. Commanders here are even trying to still go through the list of their own Marines here to make sure that everybody is accounted for, and those who are missing, still trying to figure out who is missing and their names and stuff like that. This happened several hours ago, but it is now dark here, and the various units are trying to regroup. Eyewitnesses, however, reports from journalists who were at the time of the attack at the scene embedded with that specific unit are telling me that at least 10 Marines have been killed, could have been killed in that attack. Wolf?
Alessio, is it your understanding that those U.S. soldiers who were seen on Al Jazeera, on Iraqi television, and Al Jazeera rebroadcast that Iraqi television video, that they were taken captive in a battle near Nasiriyah, where you are?
It is my understanding, Wolf, because what happened earlier this morning, before this latest firefight took place, when the Marines were killed in their Amtrak, we came across the aftermath of an ambush of a supply convoy. It was clearly that it was a supply convoy because we did not see any military type of vehicle in terms of no tanks or no APCs. These were log train trucks. They're carrying heavy boxes, fuel, water, all the sort of logistical support for the U.S. forces fighting with the U.S. infantry up in the north. And we were asked, as a matter of fact, by our commander here to withhold information that there were some U.S. military personnel held captive early this morning until the Pentagon could confirm the information. Now, as you can imagine, communication out here on the ground is very difficult, and I've just heard Barbara Starr reporting, indeed, the Pentagon confirmation that that attack has taken place. So it is quite easy for me to put the two together, because indeed that appears to be the attack that Barbara is referring to, and as a matter of fact, it appears that those captive soldiers or members of the U.S. military could have been taken captive just on the southern bridge of Al-Nazariya.
And very briefly, before I let you go, Alessio, what's the status of Nasiriyah right now? It seems a little bit confusing whether the U.S. and coalition forces have control, have entered the city, have not? What's the status?
Well, Wolf, I cannot go into the specifics about the military operation at this time in Al-Nazariya. I can tell you it is still ongoing, but at this time I cannot go into the details about what the plans of the U.S. military are for the next 24 to 36 hours, nor I can tell you whether there are still U.S. forces in Nazariya at this time. These are all part of operational security, and we do have very strict rules here under which we have to abide for, and therefore I cannot give you that information right now.
All right, that's fair enough. Alessio Vinci, our correspondent, one of our embedded journalists with the U.S. forces moving into south central Iraq. Alessio, thanks very much. Please be careful. We'll be checking back with you very often. Paula, as you know, and as our viewers I think now know, there are certain ground rules these embedded journalists have to adhere to. There are some 500 of them from international news organizations, not just U.S. news organizations. They're bringing us frontline reports, very amazing reporting going on. They're only getting what they can actually see, but there are also serious restrictions on what they can report, and we have to honor those guidelines. Paula?
Thanks so much, Wolf. And I don't know whether I heard this clearly, but I think I did when Alessio Vinci reported to you that it is his belief that potentially some of those American troops that have gone missing came possibly from a bridge not far from Nazariya. So I want to quickly bring you up to date on the fact that the president was informed of this earlier today, although he has remained out of sight at Camp David. He had two briefings, one with cabinet members, we are told, one with the CIA, and he was made aware of this fact. Let's go to CNN Center where Renee San Miguel is standing by to give us some better insights as to what stage this rolling campaign may hit next. Renee?
Thank you, Paula. One of our CNN military analysts, retired Army General David Grange, has some unique experience with the POW situation. General, you were in charge of a division where 3 soldiers were taken captive during the Kosovo campaign in the spring of 1999. Talk a little bit about that. What was that situation?
3 of our soldiers were taken prisoner in Macedonia during the Kosovo campaign and taken into Serbia and were held for a while until eventually they were released.
And so tell me, what kind of contact did you have with the Serbian army, reminding them about the Geneva Convention rules that have been mentioned by Secretary Rumsfeld?
No direct contact. I believe the government had contact, and of course you go through the International Red Cross, and they're a third-party representative in a situation like this. And then later on, I think through the negotiations with members of the United States, then the 3 soldiers were released.
Well, we have a graphic here. Secretary Rumsfeld was talking about the Geneva Convention, his objection to Al Jazeera showing the pictures of this, or to the Iraqi official showing this. General protection of prisoners of war, Article 13 of the Convention. Prisoners of war must at all times be protected, particularly against acts of violence or intimidation and against insults and public curiosity. Do you believe that Secretary Rumsfeld's objections fit in with this particular article?
Absolutely. If you look at the difference between, over 2,000 prisoners of war, Iraqis, taken by coalition forces. Once they're captured, searched to make sure they don't have weapons, they're moved immediately to a rear area in a protective status where they're sheltered, fed, and given medical aid. They're not put in a situation where microphones are shoved in their face, flaunted on worldwide television. Totally different approaches to how you're supposed to take care of prisoners of war, and this was, I think, a violation like the Secretary said.
We have a map of southern Iraq, which is the area where supposedly these captures took place, but while we're showing that, I want to ask you, what is the training like for soldiers in the event they are taken prisoner?
The training for soldiers, in case they are taken prisoner, is there's different levels. And some soldiers get more extensive training than others, and I probably should just leave it at that.
Okay, but you know, the soldiers are prepared for this event. I have to ask you, though, about the morale once word of this gets out. You combine this, the POW situation, with what happened at Camp Pennsylvania, also with one American soldier accused of turning on his own unit and possibly killing one of his own. What does that do? What could that do to the morale of the soldiers?
I think the morale issue when it has to do with prisoners of war, I think right now, and I just go back to how I felt and my chain of command felt, is that this will actually strengthen the resolve of the coalition forces to complete their mission even with more dedication than it has been in the last 3-4 days.
How our Pentagon reporter Barbara Starr reported that apparently these troops were away from, somehow managed to stray into an area where, as it was said, they should not have been. How could that happen in this particular situation, do you think?
Very confusing battlefield. You have combat troops, you have support troops, you have troops in between. They're moving back and forth with fuel, with ammunition, with repair parts, moving prisoners, taking care of displaced people, civilians on the battlefield. It may be nighttime. It gets very confusing. It's hard to navigate in a lot of this terrain.
Where do you think the pace of the war goes from here now that we have this situation with prisoners of war on both sides of the conflict?
Two things, I believe. One is that the pace, I think, may pick up a bit. And I say that because extraordinary measures have been taken to regulate the amount of damage, hoping that the majority of the Iraqi forces will surrender or just turn down and put down their arms and move back to their garrisons or their home. And I think it's very important now that if that doesn't work, you'll see an increase in pressure to do so.
We have heard reports about the human shields, about Alessio Vinci and Walter Rogers, actually. He's one of the embedded journalists with the 7th Cavalry. Apparently, there are human shields being involved here. Let's talk about the Fedayeen Saddam, the men of sacrifice here. We have a graphic showing exactly what that's about. Keeping the irregular Iraqi army, from what we understand, from surrendering, which is what apparently they want to do, and also gathering women and children near them.
Yeah, it just goes to show the different types of forces here. I think there's some Iraqi military organizations in the Iraqi army that want to fight as soldiers. And then I think you have the extreme, the thugs that, violate the rule of land warfare and force others to do certain things. And it really is, it goes back also to the treatment of prisoners. It disturbed me that in this situation that these prisoners were shown on television. However, the positive aspect of this is that the world has seen American prisoners in a certain condition on worldwide television and expects that they would be treated according to the Geneva Convention and returned in that same condition or better than we saw on television already today.
General David Grange, our military analyst, thank you for your insight. We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Paula, back to you.
And we have more on that story, Renee, from the Pentagon. Earlier today, the Pentagon said that fewer than 10 of its troops were missing. Shortly after that, CNN received the first pictures of American soldiers killed and captured in action in Iraq. The pictures were transmitted by Al Jazeera, the Arab language satellite network. The video was shot by state-run Iraq TV. We want to let the audience know that the pictures and interviews are disturbing. CNN has made a decision not to show the video of those killed and will instead use this single image with no identifiable features. In other images, it was apparent some soldiers had been shot, some of them in their forehead. We do not know their identities. 5 other soldiers were also interviewed and each gave their name and hometown in the United States. The Pentagon tells CNN that it is notifying the families of those captured and those who were killed. U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, in Qatar, that is, has announced a briefing at 2 p.m. Eastern today. We will carry that alive. Again, that's coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. in Qatar and Baghdad, their time. Still to come on the special edition of Late Edition, War in Iraq. A growing number of families are fleeing their homes in northern Iraq. We will go live to the area where they are taking refuge. Plus, more Americans take to the streets today to make their voices heard about the war in Iraq. We're live from New York City, and we've got continuous live pictures in Baghdad. When we come to that picture, you will see there it appears to be quiet at about 11:10 Eastern time. We saw a 3 or 4 minute barrage of anti-aircraft fire. No sirens went off, no signs of explosions. It has been quiet since then. We're back in 60 seconds.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Real people, real results.
in 6 weeks.
I'm a whole new person. In just 6 weeks, I lost 20 pounds, which is just fantastic.
I think I lost 5 inches around my tummy.
In 6 weeks, I lost 19.5 pounds.
Call now to get a free video that tells you all about the home gym that guarantees real results for real people just like you. Bowflex.
Working out with Bowflex was fun.
I was able to transition from one exercise to another very seamlessly.
All it takes is one simple workout, 20 minutes, 3 times a week.
I like the leg curls. You can just really feel you're working the backs of your legs.
Everything has surprised me. The way I look, the way I feel.
I feel like I could take on the world, you know, grr.
Real people, real results, real Bowflex. Call 1-800-228-3773 to get your free video and brochure and check out the entire Bowflex lineup. That's 1-800-228-3773.
Hi, I'm John Scheer, CEO and founder of Video Professor. You know, after teaching people how to operate their computers for over 15 years now, I'm amazed that there are still people that don't have computer skills, like Windows, word processing, the internet, and email. If you're looking for that new job, or maybe it's just balancing your budget, or even helping your kids with homework, these aren't handy skills to have, these are essential. If you're having trouble learning the computer, I'm going to help you out with a free learning lesson of your choice from Video Professor. Let me show you how simple this is. You put the CD in your CD drive. The lesson plays just like a video on your computer screen. The best part about this offer, this is free. You just pay a small shipping and handling, and I'll even refund that if you're not satisfied with my product. It's free, the risk is free, so what do you got to lose? Try my product.
To get your free computer learning CD, you must call now. Call 1-800-216-4092.
To this.
Well, Paula, this is the first Sunday since the war began, and pastors all over this area, all around Fort Campbell, are offering special messages to the families of the 101st. And by all accounts, it looks like they need it today. Everyone I've talked to says they're dealing with all sorts of emotions today after the shock of what happened last night, particularly the emotion of betrayal.
I think that's what a lot of people are feeling right now, is that sense of betrayal and just a total sense of shock. You just don't expect someone who is supposed to be your battle buddy or your comrade and just to do something like that. You don't expect it ever.
I just believe that the Lord God is around and about him and protects him from all harm, that no bad can come to him.
And very little information actually coming out of Fort Campbell today. Public information officers say they will hold a news briefing at 2 p.m. Eastern time today. At that time, they expect to tell us the name of the suspect that is in custody and more details about him. We hope to also learn more about the information, as well as how the 101st is responding to last night's incident. But for now, this hour, it is a time of prayer for so many people around Fort Campbell. Here at the First Assembly of God, people are coming in. So many military families here, very patriotic. The soldiers, the families affected in last night's incident, very prominent in everyone's prayers.
And Lord, we ask you for all of our troops, Lord, would you just guard them this morning, protect them. Lord, we don't know exactly where they're at. We don't know the battles that they might be involved in this morning. And Lord, we ask you to guard them, God. Lord, we ask you to encamp your angels of protection around them. Lord, would you just help them, God.
God bless America and the Pledge of Allegiance, a very prominent part of the congregation's sermon here today. Today, after all that's happened, there is no separation of church and state here at Fort Campbell. Paula?
David, I know how seriously these families take their sense of patriotism and the commitment of their family members to the service. But obviously, these families are under tremendous strain. You've had a chance to talk with a number of them. What else did they have to say?
Well, part of the claim to fame for the 101st is they are in a constant state of readiness. So they are constantly ready to go to war. Their spouses are constantly in the back of their mind preparing for all the bad things that might happen to their husbands. Something like this act of betrayal, as they're calling it, is something they just cannot prepare for, and that's especially hard for them to deal with right now.
David Mattingly, thanks so much. George Heath, who is a civilian spokesman for Fort Campbell, Kentucky, had this to say in one of the newspapers today. Death is a tragic incident regardless of how it comes, but when it comes from a fellow comrade, it does even more to hurt morale. Back to Wolf now in Kuwait City. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Paul. I want to go right back to Nasiriyah, that key town in south-central Iraq where U.S. forces are approaching. We have another embedded journalist who's on the phone with us now, Sharon Schmickel, who's a reporter for the Minneapolis Star-Tribune. Sharon, tell our viewers what you're seeing, what you're doing. What can you tell us?
I can tell you that I'm with a shock trauma platoon that has taken in some casualties today from La Nasiriyah. 2 Marines were brought to the Kent Hospital here, and they told us that they were riding in La Nasiriyah in a light armored vehicle when they were hit by a rocket-propelled grenade. They said that one of the Marines in the vehicle died, and that 2 were severely burned and were taken to a British burn unit. The 2 who we saw had shrapnel wounds and facial burns. One was burned, had his eyebrows, eyelashes burned off, and face blistered. The hospital here tells me now that they're expecting more patients to arrive from a different shock trauma platoon in the region that's been overwhelmed with serious casualties. They also are expecting at least 1 Iraqi prisoner of war to come here for treatment tonight. It is nighttime here.
Sharon, are the casualties you're talking about U.S. casualties, coalition casualties, and Iraqi casualties, or are they all together?
The first group that I was talking about are U.S. Marines who were riding in a light armored vehicle. There is at least 1 Iraqi prisoner of war who is expected here for treatment tonight, and the other casualties that are at the neighboring shock trauma platoon I have not seen yet, but I believe that they are U.S.
Sharon, do you know the circumstances surrounding the injuries, the casualties to the U.S. Marines? What the nature of the firefight, if you will, was?
The Marines who came into the hospital today told me that they had been riding in their vehicle, that they were suddenly surprised by their vehicle had broken down somehow, and they were waiting for a tow vehicle to arrive. They were suddenly surprised by this hit from a rocket-propelled grenade. They said there were Iraqi citizens, civilians in the vicinity who did not seem to be engaged in this battle. When they got out of their vehicle, they said that someone opened small arms fire on them, and other Marines in the area returned fire with heavy machine guns.
One more question, Sharon, before I let you go. What can you tell us about the atmosphere, the sense of the danger, if you will, that's unfolding in Nasiriyah right now?
I think that it was a bit of a surprise to the people who are here, because when we came through the border into Iraq about 30 hours ago, there was little resistance along the way, and it was fairly peaceful. We weren't hearing gunfire here. We weren't hearing any signs of war, really. And it was only about midday today that we began to pick up reports that there was this intense fight going on in La Nasiriyah.
Sharon Schmickel with the Minneapolis Star-Tribune, one of the embedded journalists covering this war. Be careful over there. Thanks very much for joining us. We have reporters covering all aspects of this war, including, of course, in northern Iraq. That's where we find CNN's Ben Wiedemann. He's joining us now live. Ben, you're not that far away from key areas in the north, Mosul in particular, Kirkuk. Tell us what's happening up in the north.
Yes, Wolf, we're about 28 miles to the east of Mosul, and it's been another evening of bombing in that northern city. About an hour ago, we were watching some fairly intense anti-aircraft coming up from the city, from the north of the city as well. And apparently, according to Al Jazeera, there's more bombing underway, sirens going off just a little while ago. Now, some interesting developments here on the front line, which is basically a kilometer and a half behind me. The front line between Kurdish and Iraqi forces is Throughout the day, we've been seeing them digging mines, deepening their trenches, also working on calibrating their mortars, their heavy machine guns, their anti-aircraft guns as well. One other development, apparently the United States has finally received the approval from the Turks for overflights into northern Iraq, and apparently U.S. forces have already begun to arrive in this area. Wolf?
And the basic nature, more pummeling going on, more airstrikes. Can you hear those as you have over these past several nights?
Yes, we did hear it. Very loud thumps from the distance. Unfortunately, when you're 28 miles away from the targets, it's very hard to tell exactly what's going on. All basically you can see are these flashes on the horizon, and just seconds later you hear the thumps of the impact. But it looks like another night, however, of pounding of that northern city. Wolf?
All right, Ben Wiedemann up in the north. Ben has been doing an outstanding job for us. Thanks, Ben, very much. We now have a guest here in Kuwait City, Tamara El-Rifai, with the International Committee of the Red Cross. Tamara, thanks so much for joining us. We're concerned. We're talking about POWs, which of course is a major issue of concern for the International Committee of the Red Cross. What can you tell us about what you've seen about these U.S. POWs who've now been paraded out on Iraqi television, Al Jazeera rebroadcasting that videotape?
What we have seen is obviously what everybody else has seen. Now, us being an organization that works in situations of conflict and that is concerned about the fate of the victims, all of them, so be it wounded people, prisoners of war, or civilians, yes, we are as concerned as everybody else is, particularly that the laws are clear under international humanitarian law, the law of armed conflicts, or the Geneva Conventions, and particularly the Third Geneva Convention related to the treatment of the prisoners of war.
Now, I just interviewed the Defense Secretary of the United States, Donald Rumsfeld, who said that what Iraqi TV did was a violation of the Geneva Conventions, parading POWs before television cameras. Is that your understanding of the Geneva Conventions?
Well, our understanding of the Geneva Conventions is about reading the articles of the Geneva Conventions, and obviously Article 13 refers specifically to such a situation because it says that POWs must at all times be protected, particularly against acts of violence or intimidation and against insults and public curiosity. And any activity, any act that contradicts any article of the Geneva Convention is a violation.
What you saw on Al Jazeera, the videotape of Iraqi television, was that a violation, in your opinion, of the Geneva Conventions governing prisoners of war?
What we saw on Al Jazeera is actually something we often referred back to journalists about. It is up to the journalists to have the ethics or not to show what happened. Now, if we go back to the article I just told you about, then anything against this article is a violation.
Because the article, and I'll read it specifically, it says you cannot have outrages against personal dignity, in particular humiliating and degrading treatment. Was what we saw on Iraqi television, these American prisoners of war, these soldiers, including one female, was that, in your opinion, degrading treatment of these POWs?
Well, our concern is, the concern of the ICRC and this article in particular when it comes to publicly displaying prisoners of war, is a concern for their safety and the safety of their families. I mean, we do know that showing publicly prisoners could be detrimental to the safety of their family.
Are you in touch with the Iraqi government now in connection with these American POWs?
We are in constant contact with both parties, actually, in the fact that the ICRC has sent out a memorandum at the outbreak of the hostilities reminding all the parties to the conflict of their obligations under the Geneva Conventions. All of them are signatory of the Geneva Conventions. Now, in this aspect, these are POWs. This is a category of victims that falls under the mandate of the ICRC. So the answer is we are going to activate our mandate. We are going to get in touch with the authorities concerned. Yes.
The Reuters news agency is reporting, even as we speak right now, that there is a statement coming out of the Iraqi government. They will treat these American soldiers, these prisoners of war, according to the Geneva Conventions, which, if that's going to happen, that would obviously be encouraging to the ICRC.
Well, this is exactly what the ICRC hopes for anyway. But this, again, is what we hope for from all parties detaining people who are taking as part of the conflict. Yes, this is exactly what we hope for.
As you know, the Iraqi government, when it comes to prisoners of war, doesn't necessarily have the best track record, and I'm specifically referring to the 500 or 600 Kuwaiti prisoners who are still missing in Iraq. The Kuwaiti government, where we're in Kuwait right now, still says the Iraqis are refusing to notify them, refusing to tell them whether they have them, refusing to provide any information. I assume the International Committee of the Red Cross has been in touch with the Iraqi government involving the Kuwaiti POWs from the first Gulf War.
Absolutely, but again, let's not mix all the cases. This is a totally different case. This is a case that the ICRC will work on specifically. And as you just mentioned, we did have a kind of a commitment to treat those people as per the Geneva Conventions. So I don't think we should mix everything together.
All right, Tamara, thank you very much. Good luck to you and the Red Cross, the International Committee of the Red Cross. Good luck to all your fellow workers. You're doing important work. Paula, back to you.
Thanks so much, Wolf. We want to talk with Lieutenant Colonel Dale Storr, who was shot down over Kuwait during Desert Storm, was taken to Baghdad, where he was held prisoner for 33 days. He is now flying with the Washington State National Guard. He joins us from Spokane, Washington. Thank you very much for joining us. First of all, when you heard the news, the government had confirmed that Americans had been taken prisoners of war. What went through your mind?
Put me right back into prison again. It's a terrible thing. I feel so sorry for those guys. My heart goes out to them and their families. I hope Baghdad treats them a lot better than they treated us.
You heard the Wolf Blitzer just read some kind of bulletin saying the Iraqis now say they will not violate the Geneva Convention here, but that wasn't the case when you were held prisoner, was it?
No. They never for us during Desert Storm. They never admitted to or even tried to obey the Geneva Conventions. They had gross violations when they treated us. But, yeah, they better treat those guys according to the Geneva Conventions. I will hold them 100% responsible for any mistreatment that they might receive.
Do you have any reason to believe they really would honor the Geneva Conventions this time?
Personally, no. I don't believe in that. They treated us so horribly, but I expect them to. And I will demand them to, and like I said, I'll hold them 100% responsible for any mistreatment that they might receive.
Dale, if you wouldn't mind standing by, we'd love to get back to you in a couple of minutes. I need to go straight to CNN Center where Leon Harris is standing by, and we'll rejoin this conversation. Leon, what's going on?
Well, hello, Paula. This is Leon Harris at CNN Center. We're going to get back to Paula and Wolf Blitzer in just a minute. But first, here is what's happening this hour. The Pentagon says fewer than 10 U.S. soldiers have been captured or killed in Iraq. Officials have begun notifying their families. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld says Iraqi TV footage of what it says are the captured soldiers violates the Geneva Conventions. Iraqi forces scoured the Tigris River in Baghdad today, purportedly looking for pilots from a coalition plane. However, neither the U.S. nor Britain says that any planes are missing in that area. U.S. Marines are attacked as they push toward Baghdad. A rocket-propelled grenade hit a troop carrier in the southern city on Nasiriyah. It's not known how many Americans were hurt or if any were killed in that incident. Al Nasiriyah is a key crossing point over the Euphrates River. The 7th Cavalry Unit came under fire earlier today in south-central Iraq. One soldier was hurt. U.S. warplanes swooped in and then bombed the Iraqi sites in response, quelling that action. Defense Secretary Don Rumsfeld says a couple thousand Iraqis are in U.S. custody right now. It's not known whether they were captured in battle or if they were just among those who surrendered to the United States. President Bush is keeping abreast of the developments at Camp David. This morning he met with Dick Cheney, Condoleezza Rice, and his other advisors, and he's expected to return to the White House later on today. I'm Leon Harris in Atlanta. Now let's go back to Paula in New York. Paula.
Thanks so much, Leon. And we go back to our interview with Lieutenant Colonel Dale Storr, whose plane was shot down during Desert Storm over Kuwait. He was later taken to Baghdad and treated very badly when he was held prisoner there for some 33 days. He now flies with the Washington State National Guard. Dale, you're still on the phone with us?
Yes, I am. I'm here, Paula.
All right. I know that we had reported, the Iraqis at least are saying they will not violate the Geneva Convention. You have no faith that they really will abide by those rules. Help our audience understand what it is that you endured when you were a prisoner.
Well, it was mostly interrogations of the hardest part. There was a lot of physical abuse. They dislocated my right shoulder, broke my nose, banged up my left knee pretty good. Got all swollen up and couldn't move it much anymore.
And at one point you said it just seemed they liked doing it for the...
Hello?
And you said they seemed to derive some sort of enjoyment from it?
You know, yeah, some of the guards did. They were just jerks. They just they'd handcuff you and blindfold you and walk you into a concrete wall, and they think that'd be funny. There was just all kinds of stuff like that they do.
Your memories of this obviously remain vivid to the point where you can even remember the smells of the dank cell you were held in. Describe to us the living conditions.
For the most part, I was living in a small cell by myself, cold, bare concrete floor, 1 to 2 small ratty wool blankets. It was very cold. In one cell, after I'd gotten Giardia, which is a very bad parasite, vomiting and diarrhea. The Iraqis wouldn't let me use the bathroom, and they had to use a corner of my cell as a bathroom for 3 days and live in my own sewer type of thing. Pretty miserable life.
How did you get through it?
You know, it's just you don't have any other choice. You know, you can't just give up. It's your belief in God, belief in my country, knowing that the United States wasn't going to let me sit in that cell and just run. I knew the United States was going to get me home. It kind of sustains you.
I know the training is supposed to prepare you for those kinds of situations. How did the training kick in at all?
Well, we receive at Fairchild Air Force Base, our survival school there. It does a lot for you. You can get through these times. The resistance training they teach us allows us to help us battle the weakness, try to defeat them that way. Of course, out there, and I don't made it through without it.
Can you give us some insight into what some of these prisoners currently being held by the Iraqis might be going through? You described the physical violence you endured. What else might they be subjected to? Yeah, the first few days are usually the worst. They were definitely the worst for me. The physical beatings, most of them were in the first few days, not all of them by any means, but most of them. Now they're being processed. Hopefully they're finding them a safe prison to put them in and not using them as human shields. And I hope they're getting some medical treatment. Did you get enough food when you were a prisoner?
No. Actually, after I got Giardia, I begged the guards for some medication. Though they kept saying it was, they were going to get a doctor to me. They never did.
And did you have any other contact with other prisoners?
Yes, on the night of the 23rd of February, I was shot down on the 2nd. The 4 F-117 stealth fighters came in and bombed our prison. And for that was...
Dale, you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
You're cutting in and out. A final question for you. We just heard our General David Grange talk about the impact this might have on the morale of troops, and he said in an odd way it might even increase the resolve to get the job done. What do you think?
I do. I think so. It does tend to, it would inspire me. I know when I saw those guys on TV, when I was still flying and fighting in the war, it made me work that much harder to get those guys back, to win that war and get those guys home.
Well, Lieutenant Colonel Dale Storr, thanks for your patience as we divided your interview into 2 separate parts, and we wish you the best of luck. Thanks again for your time today. As I go back to Wolf, I know you said that you viewed this Al Jazeera tape, which shows some of these American prisoners being interviewed. All I have seen is the single image, the print image, and that alone made me absolutely sick to my stomach.
Well, if you actually see the videotape, and millions of people around the world already have, it is a very, very depressing sight to see these U.S. soldiers. Obviously, some of them in pain, some of them have been wounded, and they're still, they still have, you can see the wounds in them. Some of them have been bandaged. Others are being forced to talk. And the picture of the young woman who is seen in this videotape, a U.S. Army soldier from Texas, she is clearly terrified by the notion of the questions being asked of her. It's a heart-wrenching sight to see. Certainly I can understand why the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld asked all of us not to air these images. It's a very, very depressing notion. At the same time, the family members might be encouraged to at least see their loved ones alive on television. So there's always a delicate balance that has to be made in going forward with a decision to whether or not to air these kinds of pictures. Let me recap precisely what happened for our view. Yeah, go ahead, Paula.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted, you in your interview with the representative, I believe it was from the Red Cross, had been handed a bulletin talking about Iraq claiming it will abide by the Geneva Convention. You just heard Lieutenant Colonel Dale Storr, who was held for 33 days during Desert Storm, saying that's an absolute joke. That will never happen.
Well, that's the accounts that I remember getting from a lot of the POWs after the first Gulf War, that they were mistreated. They certainly weren't treated according to the rules governing the Geneva Conventions. And let's hope this time it changes. Obviously, let's hope the Geneva Conventions are adhered to. The initial step, parading them before TV cameras and making them answer these questions, obviously, is not encouraging, but we'll see what happens in the hours and days to come. And let me just recap, Paula, for our viewers, what exactly has happened on this specific issue for viewers who may just be tuning in right now. Earlier today, the Pentagon said fewer than 10 of its troops were missing. Shortly after that, CNN received the first pictures of American soldiers killed and captured in action in Iraq. The pictures were transmitted by the Al Jazeera Arabic language satellite network. The video was shot by state-run Iraq television. We want to let the audience know that these pictures and the interviewers were disturbing. CNN has made a decision not to show the video of those killed and will instead use this single image with no identifiable features. In other images, it was apparent some soldiers had been shot, some of them in the forehead. We don't know their identities. 5 other soldiers were interviewed, and each gave their name and home state in the United States. The Pentagon tells CNN that it's notifying the families of those captured and those who were killed. We're standing by now for some videotape that we're about to get. I think it's going to be we're going to be getting it very, very soon. I don't know how much longer we're going to be getting it. The President of the United States spoke, I believe, at Camp David. Here he is.
Early stages.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to wait and get that videotape. The President now back, I believe, from Camp David at the White House, speaking to reporters just a short while ago. The President making the point, as we'll see how the war is going. We'll get that tape ready. In the meantime, let's go to Barbara Starr at the Pentagon. Barbara, the videotape, the Al Jazeera Iraq television videotape, obviously very, very disturbing. What are officials over at the Pentagon saying behind the scenes?
Wolf, officials here at the Pentagon are taking a very sensitive approach to this matter. Right now, it is largely a humanitarian issue, trying to get a hold of the families, trying to notify them so they know the fate of their loved ones. It's also very clear today, after all the action in Iraq, there are a number of U.S. fatalities. They are trying to sort all of that out and notify those families as well. In terms of the war, it's not at all clear there would be any immediate impact. This is an administration which is determined to proceed with the campaign as they have laid it out, and there's really no indication that this would change the war plan of General Tommy Franks. There had been an expectation as U.S. forces moved further into Iraq, I should say, that they would run into more confrontations with better equipped Iraqi forces as they got closer to Baghdad. So perhaps some of this very unfortunate action today in Iraq, not a huge surprise. It is also the case, as people have commented on our air earlier today, before U.S. forces are ever sent into some sort of hostile action, they get a number of briefings, especially air crews, but they all get a number of briefings on the possibility of being taken prisoner of war and what they might expect. But clearly from the tape, which so many people around the world have now seen, these young people are just terrified at their situation. Wolf?
And it seems, based on what the Defense Secretary said, Barbara, and what you're hearing, that all expectations are that the fighting probably will get much more intense as U.S. and coalition forces move closer towards Baghdad, move closer towards Tikrit, which is the ancestral hometown of Sadaam Hussein, the Tikriti clan, so many of whom have come to dominate the Iraqi leadership over all of these decades. I want to alert our viewers, Barbara, and I want you to be patient with us. The president spoke only a little while ago, and we have this videotape. We want to show our viewers what the president said just a few seconds ago.
I am pleased with the progress that we're making in the early stages of the war to rid Iraq of its weapons of mass destruction and to free the Iraqi people from the clutches of a brutal dictatorship. Today in our church service, Laura and I prayed for the coalition forces, those in the coalition forces who lost their lives. We pray for their families. We ask God's comfort for those who mourn today. And we thank all the coalition forces for their bravery and courage in Operation Iraqi Freedom. It is evident that it's going to take a while to achieve our objective, but we're on course, we're determined, and we're making good progress. I'll answer a few questions. Scott. Oh, one at a time, please. One at a time, please. Scott. Thank you. I've been briefed. I'm constantly briefed by the Pentagon and through the National Security Office. I don't know all the details yet. I do know that we expect them to be treated humanely, just like we'll treat any prisoners of theirs that we capture humanely. I think it's an interesting contrast that a lot of their soldiers welcome American troops. They're surrendering gleefully, happily, and they'll be treated well. And I ask you to ask the Defense Department further details. Patsy. I know that Saddam Hussein is losing control of his country, that we're slowly but surely achieving our objective. It's important for the American people to realize that this war has just begun, that it may seem like a long time because of all the action on TV, but in terms of the overall strategy, we're just in the beginning phases, and that we're executing a plan which will make it easier to achieve objective and at the same time spare innocent life. And I'm most proud of our troops and coalition troops for showing their bravery and skill. Larry. Yes, Larry, it is. It is, the air campaign is achieving its objective, and the ground campaign is also achieving objectives. We're slowly but surely taking control of that country so that we can free the people of Iraq and eventually clear that country of weapons of mass destruction. We've made good progress. One of the big concerns early on was the southern oil fields. As you all remember, we had discussions about that. There was a lot of speculation about whether or not coalition forces would be able to get to the southern oil fields in time before, so that Saddam Hussein wouldn't destroy them. As a matter of fact, I had frequently talked about the southern oil fields, or oil fields in general, in my declaratory policy. Tommy Franks put a plan in place that moved on those oil fields quickly, and at least in the south, they are secure. And that is positive news for all of us. Most of the South is now in coalition hands. Obviously, there's pockets of resistance in a place like Basra. We're making great progress. In the West, we're making great progress. The area, the launch sites for the Scuds, well, certainly not 100% secure, but we made good progress. And so I can assure the American people we're making good progress, and also can assure them that this is just the beginning of a tough fight. Yeah. The next. I have not been told that. I have been told that we have a problem with potential capture. I'm waiting when I get back upstairs, I'll talk back to the Pentagon again. I was told early this morning that perhaps our troops were captured. Maybe, you know, between the time I left Camp David and here, I'll learn more. But I am concerned about our troops. Obviously, anytime one of our soldiers loses a life, I grieve with their parents and their loved ones. And if there is somebody captured, and it looks like there may be, I expect those people to be treated humanely.
Sir, what is your level of confidence that the Iraqi regime will surrender or collapse before U.S. forces engage in the fight in Baghdad?
All I know is we got a game plan, a strategy to free the Iraqi people from Saddam Hussein and rid this country of weapons of mass destruction, and we're on plan. Bill and then Mike.
Iraqi TV has shown what appear to be American POWs and also what appear to be American dead.
I expect them to be treated, the POWs, I expect to be treated humanely. And just like we're treating the prisoners that we have captured humanely. If not, the people who mistreat the prisoners will be treated as war criminals. Mike.
Mr. President, do you retain hope that Saddam Hussein will go into exile, and are there any active negotiations?
You know, Mike, he had his chance to go into exile. I gave him a 48-hour ultimatum to leave the country so that we could disarm Iraq peacefully. He chose not to go into exile.
Mr. President, how concerned are you about the situation in the north and Turkey's statement that they will send troops in there and that Americans might get caught in some kind of crossfire on them?
We have got more troops up north, and we're making it very clear to the Turks that we expect them not to come into northern Iraq. We're in constant touch with the Turkish military as well as Turkish politicians. They know our policy, and it's a firm policy. And we've made it very clear to them we expect them not to go into northern Iraq, as well as, and they know we're working with the Kurds to make sure there's not an incident that would cause there to be an excuse to go into northern Iraq. I say to the families, I thank them for the sacrifice they make, and we pray with them. I pray for God's comfort and God's healing powers to anybody, coalition force, American, Brit, anybody who loses a life in this, in our efforts to make the world more peaceful and more free. Ed.
Mr. President, are you surprised the enemy has not used any weapons of mass destruction?
I am thankful the enemy has not used any weapons of mass destruction. And we will continue employing a strategy to make it difficult for the enemy to use weapons of mass destruction. A couple more and then I got to go. Wait till I talk to them. Probably best they hear it directly from me. What? Of course. Yeah, good question. I appreciate you asking that question. The question is on humanitarian aid. In the south of Iraq, our coalition forces have worked hard to make the port area secure, to make the transit of humanitarian aid as safe as possible. As I was told this morning in my briefings, that humanitarian aid should begin moving, massive amounts of humanitarian aid should begin moving within the next 36 hours. And that's going to be very positive news for a lot of people who've suffered a long time under Sadaam Hussein. We've got a massive ground assault going on, and right behind it will be a massive movement of humanitarian aid to help the people of Iraq. We have made the promise to the people of this country that we will do everything we can to protect innocent life, and we're doing that, and that we'll do everything we can to help the Iraqi people. First thing that, of course, will help the Iraqi people is to rid them from a brutal dictator, somebody who has stayed in power through mutilation and rape and torture, somebody who starved his own people so he could build palaces. When free from that dictatorship, the life will be a lot better. But we also understand we have an obligation, and this is just not America, it's coalition forces, have an obligation to put food and medicine in places so the Iraqi people can live a normal life and have hope. And that's exactly what's going to happen shortly when the area is completely safe enough to move the equipment forward. Listen, thank you all.
How are you holding up, sir?
Feel just fine.
Thank you all.
President Bush speaking to reporters, answering questions as he returns to the south lawn of the White House only a few minutes ago. That was videotaped. Coming back from Camp David, his presidential retreat in the mountains of nearby Maryland. The president insisting he's pleased with the progress of the war. He says it will take a while, in his words, to achieve the objectives. I know Saddam Hussein is losing control of his country, the president says. Slowly but surely we are achieving our objectives. He goes on to say this war has just begun, and the president also announcing that humanitarian aid to the Iraqi people will shortly begin. Our White House correspondent Suzanne Malveaux is at the White House. She was listening to this as we were listening to it as well. The president deciding to answer questions that he really hasn't done this since the start of the war, has he?
Well, he hasn't, but Wolf, we expected this because at a time like this, of course, he is acts the role as commander-in-chief, but also someone who needs to comfort the nation, particularly in a time of turmoil and crises. The president, of course, emphasizing the positive, saying there was progress in the war, but also warning Americans that this will take some time, that it is slow in going. But he did recognize, he said he was briefed about the potential of American hostages, and he said very clearly a message to those Iraqi soldiers, Iraqi officials, saying that he expects that the POWs will be treated humanely, just as the United States treats its own prisoners of war. He also said if they will not be treated humanely, then they will be treated, those Iraqi soldiers, those Iraqi officials, as war criminals. He was also asked, is there any chance now of getting those American soldiers back? He said, of course. And then also when asked about what do you say to the families of those, perhaps even those overseas who've seen that tape on Al Jazeera, those soldiers either who have been killed or captured, he simply said, I say to the families that I thank them for their service and I pray for their comfort. Wolf?
Suzanne, also the president said good progress being made in the western part of Iraq, from which Scud missiles were launched at Israel a dozen years ago. He says progress is being made in the north, but he had a stiff warning to the government of Turkey, a NATO ally. Don't go into northern Iraq. Don't cross that line. He was very firm, perhaps a bit firmer than I had heard from other top Bush administration officials.
Well, absolutely, Wolf. That is a concern of the administration. If those Turkish troops go in significant numbers, that will really disrupt things with the Kurds. The Turkish officials, of course, are worried that the Kurds in their own country will unify with those Kurds in Iraq and cause quite disarray, but the administration really trying to discourage that from happening. They feel that this would complicate matters on the ground, and of course the president giving a stern warning. He also said as well, in terms of Sadaam Hussein, that he does not have control of the country. He said slowly but surely we're achieving our objective. And he also said that Sadaam Hussein had his chance to go into exile. He was given 48 hours. Certainly sounds like, Wolf, that there are no chances at all that Sadaam Hussein would come out of this, and certainly no chances that he would still have that offer on the table. The president making it very, very clear this is going to be what he called a tough fight. Wolf?
Yeah, it sounds like the president was saying to Sadaam Hussein he had a one-shot, almost fire sale. You could get one pass, you could leave, but within that 48-hour period, Sadaam Hussein rejected it. As a result, no more exile opportunities for Sadaam Hussein. Suzanne Malveaux at the White House. This important note for our viewers: we're standing by at the top of the hour. In about a half an hour or so from now, 2 p.m. Eastern, another briefing from the Central Command. General Tommy Franks, the general in charge of this war, the Central Commander, he'll be briefing reporters in Doha, Qatar, at the Asaliya Air Base that's just outside of Doha in Qatar, the temporary headquarters of the Central Command. CNN, of course, will have live coverage. Paula?
And thanks, Wolf. Of course, we continue to get very good information from our own reporters embedded with various forces in between those news conferences. Aircraft carrier USS Lincoln is part of the coalition force against Iraq. CNN's Kira Phillips is on board, and she reports live now by video phone. Kira?
Paula, every morning Admiral John Kelly comes across the ship's speaker and updates and encourages the sailors here who are carrying out Operation Iraqi Freedom. And today he talked about cockpit discipline. He mentioned that so far every bomb dropped has been with absolute certainty and accuracy. And you know, it's been 10 days since the shock and awe campaign, that massive aerial bombardment on Baghdad, and we had a rare chance to sit in on some briefings. This is unprecedented. The Navy's never allowed this before, for journalists to sit in on these briefings before an actual wartime scenario. And we got to meet some of the pilots who were the first to go into Baghdad on this massive strike. We put the elements together so you would be able to see how exactly this all went down.
Keep the G's on the jet, keep your airspeed.
Here on the USS Abraham Lincoln, it's the night they've been training and preparing for months.
Our mission objectives, we heard that, hit the target, kill MiGs.
VF-31, the F-14 Tomcatter Squadron, is about to take part in a massive aerial bombardment against Iraqi President Sadaam Hussein and his regime.
A lot of lights, a lot of explosion. Don't get mesmerized by that. Focus on what you need to do.
Lieutenant Steve Uries doesn't know it now, but he will take on a very crucial role.
The Tomcatters will join more than 100 coalition aircraft as they are expected to unleash more than 1,500 bombs and missiles in the next couple of days, converging on Iraq in the campaign that's being called Shock and Awe.
Armed with satellite and laser-guided bombs and numerous types of missiles, these F-14 and F-18 strike fighters are about to make history. Back in the Tomcatter's ready room, fellow pilots wait and watch the news. They know what's about to happen.
A little shock and awe.
Military sites, Saddam's Republican palace, and offices of the foreign ministry, all hit. The initial strike takes only 7 minutes. Life changes quickly, not only for Iraq, but Lieutenant Steve Uries. A chain of events puts him in the lead position of his F-14 division to and from Iraq. The end of the night debrief is emotional.
Looked like something right out of Star Wars. It was very intense, a lot of adrenaline, and just pretty much when you're flying in there and you see all this, and there's so many moving parts to obviously what all happened tonight, you're trying to absorb it all, and it kind of feels like you're almost coming out of your skin.
All the feelings and emotions started coming back after we were already headed home out of any threat areas. Just kind of wow, you feel the weight of what you just did and everything. It all really hits you.
Just hoping that whatever we're doing out there makes it easier for the ground troops that are forcing in, that are actually have, we're lucky because we get to go in there, do our 20-30 minutes and get out and come back here. Those guys have to be on the ground the whole time.
This is the first time I've ever been shot at with missiles that looked like they were guiding on us. It was nice that the training and tactics and stuff that we practiced actually worked, and we were able to defeat those shots and get into the target, get our bombs off. They all found their way to the appropriate target, and we brought everybody back.
Now the question is, how much longer will these pilots be in the fight?
Now, you heard Lieutenant Dale Gregory, one of the strike fighter pilots, say that one of their biggest concerns are the troops on the ground. And just thinking about the news that's come out today about these soldiers, possible American POWs, I have to tell you, these strike fighter pilots, that's constantly on their mind, and why they're out there and why they're dropping bombs. They're trying to shape the battlefield. They're trying to protect the troops on the ground and take away that threat, so when the troops do come in, they will be protected and won't have any types of surprises. A number of missions still being carried out, a number of bombing campaigns, recent targets, leadership compounds, runways, air defense systems, command and control sites, tanks, and other facilities such as the Republican Guard's Special Operations warehouses, a number of those taken out in the past day. Now, something else that's been taking place, very important today, this also sort of binds a bit with what's taking place with these POWs, and that is forward air control, FAC missions. These strike fighter pilots taking off into Iraq and basically looking down and making sure that the troops are safe and conducting surveillance in a way. And if indeed they have communication with the troops and the troops are concerned about an area ahead, the strike fighters can check that out. And if they do see a threat, they can communicate to other strike fighters to put together the coordinates to drop a bomb. So as you can imagine, since shock and awe began, it's slowed down a little bit, but the consistency has not slowed down. Paula, the missions continue all through the day and all through the night.
Well, your access was amazing. I don't think I ever remember seeing a debriefing in that great of detail. Kira Phillips, thanks so much. Back to Wolf now in Kuwait City. Wolf, I don't know if you were able to hear that piece, but it was really very interesting.
I heard every word, and our viewers, of course, heard every word. Thanks to Kira Phillips. She's doing an excellent job for all of us. Let's go to Christiana Amanpour now. She's in northern Kuwait, not far from the Iraqi border. She's covering this story, obviously, very thoroughly. Christiane, what's the latest from your vantage point?
Well, for the last couple of days, we've been in and out of southern Iraq, first at Qasr, which we've seen has gone much slower than people expected, that vital port for humanitarian aid, which officials and the military want to get in as soon as possible for the people. That is going slower than expected. And a note on prisoners of war. We've been talking a lot about that during your show just now. And what we have noticed here is, as there are hundreds of Iraqi prisoners of war, we, the press, for instance, are under very strict rules about how we can show them. We're not allowed to show them up close. We can't show their faces. We're being told that they've been given all the food and water and shelter that they require. So very strict controls over the prisoner of war issue. And that we saw more of them today at the Rumaila oil fields in the south. We took a trip there. The Allied forces here, the British, wanted to show us how this was a very strategic and important target that had been taken early, almost from the outset of the ground offensive. At war, would the Iraqi regime resort to a scorched earth policy? Would it torch its own oil fields, as US and British officials insisted? That was the big question. And to be sure, close up, any oil well fire looks catastrophic. But in fact, only 7 of about 500 wells in the Rumaila oil field, Iraq's biggest, have been set ablaze.
In the end, there was effectively nothing at all, which was, for us, very reassuring. But we actually obviously had to work on worst case.
So just hours after the ground invasion began, US Marines raced to secure these fields in southern Iraq, followed closely by British Royal Engineers and explosive experts.
This wasn't a little sideshow in the operation. This was a critical part of the coalition operation. Whatever the future form that Iraq takes, I mean, pervasive in that is its oil and its oil income.
Indeed, this field in the south produces 60% of Iraq's oil, and everyone remembers the ecological and environmental havoc Iraq caused by setting Kuwait's oil fields ablaze 12 years ago. In a futile attempt to obscure the vision of invading US and British forces, the Iraqis did fill some trenches with oil around key installations. Some of those trenches they set on fire. And now there is a fairly strong smell of oil in the air. But according to the British Royal Engineers here, there is no evidence yet of any attempts by the Iraqis to booby-trap or cause serious sabotage. Army engineers discovered that by picking carefully through the critical gas and oil separation plants, shutting down valves and the big taps called manifolds. They are all off now, awaiting private contractors to restart the oil production. The Iraqi army put up some resistance and US Marines took some combat casualties. But here, as elsewhere in Iraq, many soldiers surrendered. The British say they have 500 POWs, and that number could grow to 1,000. And as they begin to secure large parts of the south, more troops and materiel pour in, pushing ever deeper up country. And a final note on those POWs, you saw them going into a collection center. All the POWs that are being, who have surrendered and are being collected down in the southern area are gradually being brought to one big collection area. And this will be under the control of the British troops in the southern Iraqi area. Wolf?
Christian Amanpour in northern Kuwait along the border with Iraq. Christian, thanks very much. Paula?
Well, I guess the best insights we've been given today came from Lieutenant Colonel Dale Storr, who was held by the Iraqis for some 33 days as a prisoner when his plane was shot down over Kuwait. He later ended up in Baghdad, where he was held, and he told us just about an hour ago how he was routinely beaten, not given the food he needed, and he said the first 3 days were the hardest of his imprisonment. Heavy traffic continues at some air bases. In addition to some of the air support missions that we've heard described by our embeds, U.S. planes have been attacking targets in Iraq. And with troops missing and a British plane down, several search and rescue missions have been flown. CNN's Gary Tuchman joins us from an air base near Iraq. Gary, what's the latest you've learned?
Well, Paula, hello to you. The A-10 attack craft behind me are at a base right near the border of Iraq. This is a very busy base, and because of that, the 8,000-plus servicemen and women here know that they are a military target. As a matter of fact, one Iraqi missile fell 25 miles away from here. So there has been some tension on this base. Most of the days this week, they've had sirens, they've had to put on their gas masks, they have been required up until now to have their chemical suits on at all times except when they're in bed and in the shower. But today is the first day we haven't had an alert warning siren, and they have been allowed to take their chemical suits off, although they're carrying them with them wherever they go. With us right now is the man in charge of operations at this base. This is Colonel Cesar Rodriguez. He's the operations group commander. I want to ask you, Colonel, thank you for joining us, and tell us how things are going so far. You're in charge of all these planes, the facilities here. How have things been going so far in this war for you?
The operations tempo for the men and women of the 332nd have been phenomenal. Everything that we've expected has been exactly what we've been able to produce. The sorties that we've been able to generate out of here and the support that we've been able to provide for the air war has been on track.
You've been talking about Americans who are missing, Americans who may be POWs. Let me ask you, this is one of the largest air bases in the theater. Have all your pilots come back safely?
That's affirmative. I've been able to keep 100% accountability of all the crews, and that's one of the tasks at hand, to make sure everything's going the way it's supposed to.
Can you tell me how many aircraft you have here?
I can't tell you specifically what kind I have or how many of each, but roughly about over 180 different types of airplanes here on our patch.
You may not be able to be specific, but we do know these are A-10s. Tell us about these A-10s back here. What do they do?
Well, the A-10, as you can see behind us, that's a tank killer. It's primarily a close air support asset. Has the capability of delivering the 30-millimeter very precise gun, and also the Maverick, and also a variety of other weapons in support of the ground forces.
We see on the front of those planes the teeth of the tiger, right?
Yes, the Flying Tigers have a great history. History goes back to World War II, and the performance of the men and women of the Flying Tigers here has met up to the match of their history.
Final question for you: any unanticipated problems at this base?
No, we've drilled down most of the issues. There's a lot of combat experience on this base. All the men and women have performed admirably, and we continue the pace that is being tasked of us. As you can see here, 24/7, our job is to be ready, and no one has shorted that one bit.
Colonel, I want to thank you for talking with us. I appreciate it.
Have a great evening.
Okay, you too. 550 roughly sorties over the last 48 hours in the total theater at least 38 different locations throughout the world. We're talking 3,500 sorties. You're talking about 12 to 15% of the total sorties of this air campaign coming from this one particular base. Paula, back to you.
Gary Tuchman, thanks so much. It's their job to be ready. Wolf 24/7, a very big job indeed.
An incredible job. I want to go right now to Iraqi television. They're airing this news conference with the Iraqi defense minister. Let's listen in.
Which were left burning in place.
Also left this was before the eyes of the tribes people. They all witnessed that
All the tribesmen in the area.
because it was close to the city. In the other sector of Basra, in the Zubair, the enemy tried to take a passage to cross to Zubair towards Basra. The units confronted and stopped them on the bridges, and they today demolished 3 tanks.
IPCs were disabled.
Even in the Zubair, the militia of the party and the tribesmen also inflicted damages to 2 tanks. The tanks retreated, and this is the situation in Zubair and the bridge of Gzaiza that the Minister of Information talked to a few hours ago.
And in the sector of the Gzaiza bridge, of which His Excellency, the Minister of Information, spoke about this afternoon.
The 6th Division, the brave 6th Division,
Our 6th Division also downed one unarmed
they downed an unmanned airplane. Our situation in Basra, when I say Basra, I mean the city of Basra. Our situation is very good, thank God. And we are in our positions, and we are on our land. And the directions that the enemy is coming from, all the directions are very well known. And our fighting is something that will be pleasing to our friends, and will not be pleasing to the enemies, the Zionists, and the likes. The morale of the people is high.
Army units, the morale of the tribesmen and the people are quite well known to you.
The tribesmen are using a propeller grenade to attack the tanks. This is the standard. In the Dhiqar province, in the Nasiriyah, we said that in the last brief that the enemy was at the outskirts of Nasiriyah. The enemy tried at Nasiriyah from more than one direction. They tried
They tried through the
Tel al-Lahm towards the city. More than 3 attempts. Lost 17 armored vehicles.
And armored personnel carriers.
And
they were not able to
make any scrimmages with any of our fighters in the city. In the Souq Shiyukh sector, the enemy, the criminal enemy, attacked our third battalion of the 47th Brigade. And that battalion they were attacked 3 times, and each time we destroyed the enemy 2 tanks 3 times, and then 2 in the last attempt. And that battalion is still holding fast in their position with high morale. And they retreated 2 kilometers. The enemy retreated 2 kilometers. The enemy retreated 2 kilometers from there. When they were not able to achieve anything from these 2 directions, they went behind the city towards the desert, towards Samawa, passing through Ali Base, Air Base. And they continued advancing towards the north, the Samawa, and they hit they stopped. They came to a stop at the city. They tried to get into the city, but the militia and the tribesmen confronted them.
The army units and the Arab tribesmen stopped the drive.
And outskirts of the city, they stopped, and they destroyed many armored vehicles.
Were destroyed, and some of them are armored personnel carriers.
And then they diverted again towards the desert, and they actually passed the city towards the Najaf. The other activity in the Nasiriyah, last night, they managed to get the precision helicopters towards this, and several armored units were dropped. The tribesmen and the militia party, the party militia went out to fight, and they fought in this area. The regular army units and the Jerusalem army unit and the tribesmen
All right, that's the defense minister of Iraq, the General Sultan Hashim Ahmed, talking about the military campaign, insisting that the Iraqis are doing well, holding on to Nasiriyah, insisting that the U.S. and British forces moving on that key town in the south central portion of Iraq are meeting not only with the resistance, but he claims that heavy U.S. casualties and British casualties have been encountered. We're going to continue to monitor this briefing by the Iraqi defense minister as well as the information minister, get back there as news warrants. But in the meantime, let's bring in the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Richard Lugar of Indiana, who's been watching all of these dramatic developments with us, listening very patiently. First of all, Senator Lugar, how disturbed are you at this notion that U.S. soldiers have been captured, taken POW by the Iraqi government?
Well, I'm disturbed that the prisoners have been taken. I'm disturbed by the fact that 23 coalition forces, 9 Americans, 14 British have been killed, and the sympathy of all Americans is with them and with their families.
Senator Lugar, we're going to get a lot more information on that at the top of the hour. We're standing by for a briefing from the U.S. Central Command, the Central Command in charge of conducting this war for the U.S. military. We'll go there live when that happens right at the top of the hour to Qatar, the temporary headquarters. What, if anything, can the U.S. government do to try to make sure that these POWs are treated according to the Geneva Conventions?
The President of the United States has responded to that question in the very most succinct way that he could have. And that is, we expect the Iraqis to treat our prisoners according to the Geneva Code. In the event that they are mistreated, those who mistreat them will be treated as war criminals. You cannot say it any more directly, and that is precisely the view that I have.
What kind of track record does Iraq have from the first Gulf War in treating American POWs?
Their track record is abysmal, and the testimony we've had on your program today from an American POW indicates how brutal that treatment has been.
From your standpoint, Senator Lugar, how is this war going?
It appears to me that a great attempt was made by our country in the so-called decapitation strike. That is, the cruise missiles that hit in the area that we felt Sadaam Hussein and his leaders were. That might have been a decisive blow. It appears that it was not, in the sense that some chain of command clearly is there, and resistance in the Nasiriyah area that has been demonstrated on both the Iraqi briefing and ours shows that some troops probably came down to the aid of that situation. And clearly, if Basra has some activity still, it's because it was bypassed, that is, block-to-block fighting did not occur. Having said that, it is clear, just watching the film, that American troops are moving toward Baghdad, that airstrikes have been precise and very effective. And the President of the United States, as he came back from Camp David, indicated clearly that we are winning the war, we are going to persist with the war, Saddam will be vanquished, the weapons of mass destruction will be found. The basic issue on the Iraqi side is how many Iraqis will be killed, how much of their own country will be hurt because of continued resistance at this point. And I think that's the basic question. We're debating this in a way internationally through your network. If Iraqis have any impression that there is any weakening on the American side, that there is any lack of solid resolve expressed by the Senate 99-0 in behalf of the Commander-in-Chief and our troops, they're wrong. They need to know that. And to the extent that they cease and desist rapidly, lives will be saved.
Based on the briefing, Senator Lugar, that you've received, and I know you receive high-level briefings all the time in your capacity as chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, what can you tell us about the status of Sadaam Hussein?
I can tell you nothing more than you have reported, namely that there were initial intelligence reports from various sources that he was carried from his building where he was on a stretcher, apparently injured. Certainly dispute as to whether the Saddam who appeared on television hours later was Saddam or a double. Preponderance of information is probably it was Saddam. What condition he's in, what his mood in, very hard to tell because we frankly don't know.
When you say he was carried on a stretcher, has that been confirmed officially to you?
No. It simply is an intelligence report among many others, but obviously very interesting because it concerns Saddam, the chain of command, the hope that somehow that could be truncated and the war materially shortened.
Do you have any information on his two sons, Uday and Qusay, who are also powerful figures in that Iraqi regime?
No, I have no more information than you've reported.
When you take a look at the diplomatic fallout from this war, let's go through a couple examples very briefly. Turkey, there seems to be a serious strain in U.S.-Turkish relations now as a result of the back and and forth that's been going on over these weeks on what the Turkish government might or might not allow. How concerned are you about the long-term fallout from, involving this key strategic relationship between these two NATO allies?
I don't believe there will be long-term fallout. As a matter of fact, I believe the United States will continue to be the strongest friend of Turkey as Turkey seeks admission to the European Union and general incorporation into European affairs. The United States is vital to those Turkish aspirations. But for the moment, there is a very new government in Turkey, an inexperienced government, and one that has a population that is always inflamed by any issues dealing with Kurds. And we are into that sort of predicament presently. The President of the United States, when he came back from Camp David today, was very clear in asking Turkey not to send troops into northern Iraq. That is very important. We are now getting overflights of American troops into northern Iraq, and those Americans need to be there in some numbers to guarantee that there is peace in that area, that there is movement by Kurds toward their own self-government and their own destiny without interference from Turkey or Saddam or anybody else.
Do you have any doubt, Senator Lugar, that when all is said and done, the U.S. will find weapons of mass destruction in Iraq?
No, I have no doubt that we will find those weapons. I have all the problems that those inspectors have as to how we will go about that, having had some experience trying to hunt down weapons in Russia. I know that without Russians at my side, detailing what had occurred for 20 years in various biological and chemical situations, I wouldn't have had a clue, and neither will the UN inspectors. However, my guess is at the end of the day, we will hear from Iraqis who will tell us where they are, and we will destroy them. And it's important that we find them and that we destroy them.
Senator Richard Lugar, the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, thanks so much for being with us. Thanks for your patience. I'll see you when I get back to Washington. Let's get back to Paula in New York right now. Paula?
Thanks so much, Wolf. It's been a pleasure working with you over the last several hours. That wraps it up for me here. I will be back in place 7 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning. Thank you all for being with us. Back to Leon Harris now at CNN Center as he brings you up to date at the top of the hour.
Hello, I'm Leon Harris at the CNN Center here in Atlanta. Here's a check of what's happening this hour. The key town of Al-Nasiriyah in south-central Iraq is proving to be the latest flashpoint in the war. The Pentagon confirms that a handful of American soldiers were captured or killed near that city. CNN's Alessio Vinci, traveling with troops in the area, says heavy fighting continued into the night there. Meanwhile, stateside, President Bush urged Iraq to treat captured U.S. and allied troops humanely. Upon returning to the White House today from Camp David, the president also had a warning for Turkey, urging them to not send troops into northern Iraq. Iraqi TV footage of those U.S. soldiers captured in Iraq is creating quite an uproar. Those pictures were shown on the Arab language network Al Jazeera, and the video shows the bodies of soldiers who were shot dead. Now, as you may have heard broadcast on CNN just moments ago, Iraqi officials speaking on Al Arabiya TV said that Iraq will respect Geneva Conventions in treatment of POWs. A new wave of explosions lit up the skies over Baghdad for a fourth day. A battery of anti-aircraft fire was visible earlier. Airstrikes resumed after night fell in the northern city of Mosul. That city has been targeted for the past 3 nights now. British television agency ITN now says reporter Terry Lloyd and 2 others missing since yesterday were killed in a friendly fire incident in southern Iraq. ITN says they were driving outside of Basra accompanied by Iraqi vehicles when they were fired upon. We've got pictures this hour of a coalition airdrop onto Al-Fal Peninsula. That's Iraq's only gateway to the Persian Gulf. That area was taken early on by the British troops and the U.S. Marines as well, although scattered fighting does continue in the port city of Qasr in that region. An Iraqi official is accusing Israel of getting involved in the war. Foreign Minister Naji Sabri says an Israeli missile was found in Baghdad, but he offered no proof of that. An Israeli spokesman denies a charge of Israeli involvement, but he says Iraqis could have found an Israeli decoy rocket sold to the U.S. military. We are bringing you live coverage of the war in Iraq right here on CNN 24 hours a day. And when you're away from a television, there's always CNN.com. Go there, you'll find our war tracker. Just click on interactive maps and keep track of the action on the front lines. You can also read field reports from our reporters who are out there in the war zones. Again, all of that exclusively at CNN.com. And now, CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting live from Kuwait City. Earlier today, the Pentagon said that fewer than 10 of its troops were missing. Shortly after that, CNN received the first pictures of American soldiers killed and captured in action in Iraq. The pictures were transmitted by the Al Jazeera Arab language satellite channel. The video was originally shot, though, by Iraqi state-run television. We want to let the audience know, our viewers know, that these pictures and the interviews are extremely disturbing. CNN has made a decision not to show the video of those killed and will instead use this single image with no identifiable features. In other images, it was apparent some soldiers had been shot, some of them in the forehead. We don't know their identities. 5 other soldiers were also interviewed, and each gave his or her name and home state in the United States. The Pentagon tells CNN that it's notifying the families of those captured and those who were killed. We're standing by now for a briefing. Should be beginning momentarily at the Central Command, the military headquarters in Qatar, the temporary military headquarters for the U.S. military. We'll go there live as soon as that briefing begins. In the meantime, let's go to CNN's Miles O'Brien. Miles?
All right, thank you very much, Wolf. While we're waiting for that CENTCOM briefing, which we will, of course, bring to you live and in its entirety, let's talk a little bit about this prisoner of war issue with a couple of people who know a lot about it. Major General Don Shepard, retired U.S. Air Force, good to have you with us. Also joining us from Washington, Kelly McCann, security analyst for us, former Marine Corps officer. Kelly, you there with us?
I am, Miles. How are you?
I am well. Hope you're doing well. Let's start with you, Kelly, because you spent a lot of time putting boots into sand in the course of your career. Tell us, first of all, how this maintenance crew might have become lost. I assume it's fairly easy, but we do live in a world where a lot of troops have these GPS receivers and have the ability to see where they are fairly easily.
Sure, but remember that mechanized doctrines is pretty much a blow through and go to the bigger objective. In other words, we bypass a lot of smaller objectives in order to get to the meat of the matter. And what that creates is kind of a tenuous security situation with smaller pockets that we choose not to engage, kind of Fabian tactics, where you just choose not to engage them and blow through. This maintenance unit is out there. They're moving navigation. When you're in a vehicle, it's 35, 45 miles an hour. Even though you have a GPS, you still have to orient on the map, and it's easy to see how they could not have maybe up-to-date and current information on a small unit.
Kelly McCann, CENTCOM briefing is about to start. Let's go to it. We'll check in on this subject later.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lieutenant General John Abizay, Deputy Commander of Combined Forces Command. With me today are Major General Peter Wall, Chief of Staff of the United Kingdom's National Contingent, and Brigadier General Vince Brooks, Deputy Operations Officer for U.S. Central Command. We're now in the 4th day of operations in Iraq and continue to make good progress on the ground, in the air and at sea, and in accordance with our military campaign plan. Operations in the West continue to put pressure on Iraqi units. We continue to hit command and control centers and logistics nodes in that area as well. In the North, we're reinforcing our presence and targeting elements of regime support units and the Republican Guard. In and around Baghdad, we continue our air and special operations activities with good success. In the South, our air units continue the campaign towards Baghdad and continue to operate in and around the area in support of our ground forces. Combat operations have met with resistance in a number of locations, the most notable of which is in the vicinity of An-Nasiriyah. United States Marines defeated an enemy attack there while sustaining a number of killed and wounded in the sharpest engagement of the war thus far. Also in the vicinity of An-Nasiriyah, United States Army supply convoy was ambushed by irregular Iraqi forces. A number of American service members were wounded in that action, and as a result of that action, 12 U.S. service members are reported missing. Subsequently, Iraqi regime officials displayed captured Americans on state television. This is a clear violation of the Geneva Convention. Earlier this morning, an American Patriot battery is thought to have downed a British Tornado in an accident that is both tragic and under investigation. The crew are at this point listed as missing. In the various combat actions and accidents that have taken the lives of many of our comrades in this campaign, all of us mourn them. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the families of those killed, wounded, and missing. Despite our losses, the enemy remains in grave danger, and our victory is certain.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start by adding my personal condolences to the families and friends of the UK service personnel and the United States service personnel who've lost their lives since the start of this campaign. Our thoughts should be with them and those who are still missing, including coalition military personnel and those from the media. Even in peacetime, the business that we are in is inherently dangerous. In war, the dangers and uncertainties for our people face on a minute-by-minute basis are infinitely greater. However, this is what they've trained for. Our forces are professional, highly motivated, and committed to this operation. We don't know the full circumstances of the incident earlier today, but there is clear evidence to suggest that a US Patriot missile battery shot down an RAF Tornado GR4. A detailed investigation is underway, so we must not rush to judge. We need to establish exactly how this happened so we can take steps to minimize the risks in the future. But we have checked our current procedures and we are satisfied. We must also recognize that we're working at the edge of the operational envelope. The risks will never be eradicated, but we're always working to ensure they are minimized. We mustn't forget that the Patriot missile system is deployed to provide an umbrella for the coalition. So far, the system has shot down 4 missiles that Iraq has launched indiscriminately at our forces and the people of Kuwait. Were it not for Patriot, many more lives could have been lost. In this coalition, we have to share responsibility for each other's lives, and we each benefit from the capabilities that we each provide. We must remain focused on our objectives and, notwithstanding these tragic events, get on with the mission. UK forces have made an outstanding contribution to the progress that the coalition has made so far. As you will have seen, our operations are fully integrated and we're fighting side by side with the forces of the United States and Australia. The remarkable TV coverage over the last few days has demonstrated how 3 Commando Brigade and the 15 Marine Expeditionary Unit from the United States are still engaged in operations to mop up the last remnants of resistance on the Al-Faw Peninsula, and most importantly in Qasr. The majority of the resistance we have faced so far comes from Saddam's Special Security Organization and the Saddam Fedayeen. These are men who know that they will have no role in the building of a new Iraq, and they have no future. While this is ongoing, fleet clearance diving teams are in the port area to make safe demolitions, and some of our mine countermeasure vessels are engaged in the critical process of clearing the sea mine threat in the core Al Abdullah waterway. Once this has been done, humanitarian aid can begin to flow. In the south, elements of 7 Armoured Brigade and 16 Air Assault Brigade are consolidating their position around Basra and have taken many hundreds of prisoners. A camp to house them is currently being constructed near Qasr, where they will be provided with food and water and their medical needs will be catered for. As a soldier, I do not see these men as cowards. They have simply taken the very sensible decision that Saddam's regime is just not worth fighting for. We take our responsibilities under the Geneva Conventions very seriously, and having seen the disgusting TV images which appear to show the mistreatment of US prisoners, the same cannot be said for Saddam's regime. In the Rumaila oil fields, our explosive ordnance disposal teams are continuing the difficult and dangerous task of clearing the munitions and booby traps that the regime left behind. It is a testament to the effectiveness of the coalition forces that the regime failed to destroy more than a handful of oil wells and that an environmental and economic disaster has been averted. The RAF has been involved in operations around the clock since the campaign began, flying over 100 sorties per day. And our tankers and AWACS have played a key role in supporting the coalition's air effort. Tornado GR4s and Harrier GR7s, accompanied by Tornado F3s, have attacked targets ranging from critical command and control facilities to surface missile sites. The new generation of precision-guided weapons has greatly increased the RAF's ability to attack a wide variety of targets in all weathers. The first operational use of the new standoff weapon system, called Storm Shadow, has also been an outstanding success. It's both extremely accurate and exceptionally potent. UK forces will continue to make a significant contribution to all aspects of coalition operations across the whole theatre until we achieve our objectives. We will not rest until this regime and the threat it poses to the world through weapons of mass destruction is eradicated.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I want to give you a brief update on the operations. You've already heard many of the pieces, and I will highlight a few additional points as we go through. Today was a tough day of fighting for the coalition, but we continue our attack to remove the regime and to destroy the forces supporting it. Our forces continue to fight bravely and with determination. The terrain gained today includes Qasr, the approaches to Basra, the seizure of the Talil airfield, and the bridges at Al-Naziriyah, all of which are shown on the map. What I have not shown is just how deeply and where the ground attack has penetrated. In advance of the land component, air attacks concentrated on the destruction of Republican Guard forces outside of Baghdad. At the conclusion of one of those air attacks, the Patriot firing incident occurred. And General Franks has ordered an investigation into this incident. The coalition encountered pockets of determined resistance by irregular Iraqi forces who in some cases fought in civilian clothes or in modified commercial vehicles. These encounters are most intense in the area north of Al-Naziriyah, where coalition forces did sustain casualties. You've heard of the 6-vehicle convoy that encountered an ambush near Al-Naziriyah, which resulted in the destruction of their vehicles and the wounding of 4 soldiers who were later medically evacuated as a unit from the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force passed through that area sometime later. There were 12 soldiers from the ambushed convoy that could not be accounted for. We believe them to be in the custody of the irregular forces that conducted the ambush, and their status is not known. Finally, as coalition forces continued their attack north of Al-Naziriyah, they encountered a force showing every sign of surrender. As our forces moved to receive this surrender in an honorable way, they were attacked and sustained casualties. With the hard fighting of the last 24 hours, the coalition does continue its attack. Our forces remain determined and even more resolved to accomplish our mission.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be happy to take some questions. Yes, sir.
General, Jeff Mead of Sky News. We may all have found those images distasteful, but what do you say to those in Iraq and perhaps in parts of the wider Muslim world who may hail the first capture of American servicemen and women and be encouraged by it to believe that the coalition can be beaten?
Well, it's very important to understand that as we progress in our campaign throughout Iraq, in the vast majority of places we have been welcomed. And I think that the people of Iraq who see those images will not be heartened, they'll not be encouraged, they'll just regard it as one more brutality inflicted upon people by a regime that has inflicted countless brutalities upon their people. The same goes for the rest of the Muslim world. No one has killed more Muslims than Sadaam Hussein. So the sympathies for that regime and for this brutal dictator are not served by the humiliation of our people. Yes, sir.
General Tom Fenton of CBS News. Why have there not been such mass surrenders as you had in 1991 so far? Is it have anything to do with the fact that the Army wasn't pounded for weeks in advance?
I think the main reason that there haven't been a lot of mass surrenders on the same scale as in 1991 is that the Iraqi forces really were trapped in Kuwait. They were far away from home. They had nowhere to melt back to. Here in the areas that we've been encountering regular Iraqi forces, by far the majority of units have just melted away. We find a substantial amount of abandoned equipment on the field, and in the regular Army there is clearly very, very little will to fight. True, we've captured 2,000 prisoners thus far, but the units that we've expected to find in various locations and put up resistance really haven't done so. Yes, sir.
Yes, Alan Cypress from the Washington Post. Could you tell us more about the incident in which U.S. forces were approaching Iraqis who appeared to be surrendering? Was it a case that they were pretending to surrender or they mistakenly believed to surrender? And also we understand about 15 U.S. soldiers were killed in that incident. Could you please tell us more?
Well, I think there were a number of incidents today in the sector. As you know, there's an awful lot of stuff that has transpired, an awful lot of combat actions. I think you're probably referring to the action that the Marines had in and around Nasiriyah. I would not want to give numbers of casualties because, as all of you know, you're all seasoned folks and have reported on these sorts of things before. The first reports are always misleading. Suffice it to say that in the Marine action in Nasiriyah, it was a combination of irregular forces and regular forces. As a matter of fact, one of the few times that we've seen regular forces fight. And it's difficult for me to characterize it right now as whether or not they could have been special Republican Guard units that were moved down into that area or irregular forces of other types or regular army. So I wouldn't want to characterize the force that did the fighting in Nasiriyah. Suffice it to say that it was a very sharp engagement, but the Marines were successful. They defeated the enemy. First reports indicated they destroyed 8 tanks, some anti-aircraft batteries that were in the region, and also some artillery, along with a number of infantry.
Is this the incident in which the Iraqis were thought to be surrendering and were not?
There were several incidents reported today in which there were types of behavior that I can only describe as ruses that were perpetrated by the enemy. In one incident, a flag of surrender was displayed, and it was followed up by artillery fire. In another incident, there were troops dressed in civilian clothes that appeared to welcome the forces and then ambushed them. So there are a number of incidents occurring to the rear of the main combat forces. None of these incidents, however, I would characterize as a danger to the overall success of the mission or the thrust of the main forces towards Baghdad. Right here, sir.
Ahmed Samir, Abu Dhabi Television. We have been seeing reports of U.S. soldiers killed, missing, and captured, and the stiff resistance of Iraqi in many cities which you claimed before taking full control, such as Nasiriyah and Qasr. Are you facing a new Vietnam in Iraq, or you are victims of over self-confidence?
War is a very, very risky business for everybody. We're not overconfident about this endeavor. We are confident about the ultimate outcome of this endeavor. We are soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines combined in a joint team that is very powerful and one of the most integrated and well-trained forces ever put together. There won't be anything that stops us on the battlefield. Yes, sir.
We're going to break away from this briefing at the Central Command in Doha, Qatar, at the Camp Asaliya to show you these explosions, these bombings that have just occurred in Baghdad. You're looking at live pictures, the aftermath of what was a huge explosion that rocked this city only a few seconds ago. You could see the aftermath, the cloud, the aftermath of this huge explosion. We have no idea what the nature of it was. We have no idea where it was. We're going to obviously watch it, but it looks like the shock and awe bombing campaign, as promised by the U.S. military, is obviously continuing in and around the Iraqi capital. No let-up tonight for the 5 million residents of Baghdad as they experience once again a huge, huge explosion. We have to assume it was another bombing campaign that is continuing in the Iraqi capital tonight. There have been several other loud explosions heard in Baghdad over the past many hours today, but this was by far the largest single explosion that we have seen and we have heard. And I want to, of course, alert our viewers to understand that what we're seeing in Baghdad is obviously only a small piece of this air campaign, this air war. Similar explosions, we're told, are unfolding in Tikrit, Sadaam Hussein's ancestral hometown, as well as in Mosul, in Kirkuk in the north, and other cities as well. And as we watch these live pictures from Baghdad and hear the sounds, maybe these are some of the sounds of the anti-aircraft and sirens that are going off in the aftermath of this latest apparent U.S. bombing explosion. There's no doubt that the ground war continues elsewhere, facing some stiff resistance, we're told, by the U.S. military commanders, stiff resistance in the south-central portion of Iraq at one town in particular, Nasiriyah. Some serious U.S. casualties inflicted in the past several hours as this day has unfolded. Let's bring in General Don Shepard, the CNN military analyst, retired U.S. Air Force. General, this has to be another either Tomahawk cruise missile or a 2,000-pound precision-guided bomb. The explosion was quite intense.
Yeah, like you, Wolf, I'm guessing because all I can see is the smoke drifting across the sky, but I heard the explosion. It sounded very loud. That could mean a big bomb or very close to the microphones there. It would be logical to me that in the good weather that we've had in the past day, that Central Command has done bomb damage assessment to see what needs to be restruck. It's also apparent that the U.S. military will be listening for emerging targets, which would be leadership, communications leading to leadership, underground bunkers. It also could be a couple of other things, secondary explosions set off by fires set off by the other strikes. And then we've also heard reports of loud explosions on the outskirts, probably attributed to the oil in the trenches being set off to obscure visibility. But it very much sounded to me like a weapon, and it sounded like it was a large weapon.
And this is presumably going to continue for some time. What they have a tendency to do is hit a target and then come back and hit it again and again and again until they're convinced they've destroyed it. Is that a fair assessment?
It's a fair assessment. I'll offer you a couple of other interesting things. It's amazing how intelligent people are and how no matter how the press is controlled in countries like this, word gets out. You notice that the lights are still on in downtown Baghdad, and you notice during the daytime pictures that people seem to be out and about and driving as normal. It's apparent that the word is out to the population that the U.S. forces and strikes are not out to get the people, and I think the people probably feel as long as they're away from military targets, they're okay, because it looks almost like life going on normal in Baghdad.
Let me bring in Kelly McCann, our CNN security analyst himself, a retired Marine officer. Kelly, as we watch these pictures, these live pictures from Baghdad, we have to absorb what the deputy commander of Central Command, Lieutenant General John Abizaid, just told us at this briefing in Qatar at the temporary headquarters for the Central Command, that the fighting at Nasiriyah is the most serious fighting to date. U.S. Marines, U.S. Army personnel coming under some extensive military action, some extensive resistance from regular and irregular Iraqi troops. Tell our viewers what he means when he talks about irregular Iraqi forces.
Well, basically, Wolf, those irregular forces are not going to appear to be in the Iraqi military. They may have elements of the uniform items on. They may present themselves as civilians. It was interesting, Walt Rogers earlier on the artillery raid on the 7th Cavalry suggested that forward observers were dressed as these kinds of irregular forces in civilian clothes and were actually forward observers for the Iraqi artillery units. But they can't be engaged, they can't be stopped, and in fact, the U.S. forces, of course, have been cautioned to have a limited footprint in order to humanely treat the civilians. But I think it goes back to the MEC kind of philosophy, which is to blow through smaller objectives and take serious objectives. Well, obviously that creates a tenuous security situation in the rear area because you've not been able to mop up. There's pockets of these irregular forces, pockets of regular forces that can stay concealed, that come out at night or come out at disadvantageous times and make themselves known.
All right, stand by for a second, Kelly. General Shepard, I want to play the videotape of what just happened in Baghdad within the past few minutes, this huge explosion. Let's listen and let's watch.
سحابة كثيفة إذا من الدخان يبدو أنها حتما.
All right, General Shepard, on second look at this explosion, what was it?
Well, again, on the replay there, all I saw was the smoke, Wolf, but on the other hand, I saw a couple of other things on the earlier shot. And the earlier shot, I noticed anti-aircraft artillery burst going off in the sky, so it's apparent to me that they had some warning there was an air attack. It is most likely that this was either a Tomahawk missile or a conventional air-launched cruise missile from B-52s rather than airplanes, but there was a single explosion, so very likely it was a cruise missile of some type, Wolf.
Kelly McCann, when you saw that go off, what does it say to you, the nature of this air war as it's unfolding right now?
Well, I obviously agree with General Shepard. It goes to targeting, and remember, as we have converging forces on Baghdad, which is the objective, the forces that would withdraw or ring the city, or obstacles, barriers, oil trenches, other armament, positions of gun positions, battery lays that are getting ready to engage. They're going to be engaged with more and more intensity. As far as the ordnance that was used, General Shepard would be more expert in that, but from a targeting standpoint, would suggest that this is all a continuing softening of that environment so that we can shape the battle space.
All right, I think what we should do is we'll keep this live picture of Baghdad up on the screen, but let's go back to the Central Command, to that briefing that's underway, the U.S. military leadership answering reporters' questions on what's unfolding in the war.
Numbers of casualties in each.
It's very difficult for me to do. Before I came over here, I did my best to try to find out the numbers. I can tell you for a fact that we are definitely missing 12 Army soldiers that are unaccounted for, some of whom I believe ended up on Baghdad television. We have a number of killed in the action in Nasiriyah with the Marines. I believe that number will remain less than 10. And a number of wounded that is probably, I really wouldn't want to speculate on the number of wounded, but there are wounded, some of whom have been returned to duty, others that have been evacuated from the battlefield. And as usual, the Marines handled themselves in the greatest and best traditions of that Marine Corps. Sir.
There was a British general today who said that you guys might be in Baghdad by late Monday or early Tuesday. Does that seem wildly optimistic now in view of the resistance you're getting or not?
I wouldn't want to speculate on the timetable, and I think that we are on track. We'll arrive in the vicinity of Baghdad soon, and I prefer to leave it at that. Yes, sir.
For Associated Press Television News.
There were pictures today on television out of Baghdad showing Iraqis looking and shooting at the water, looking for an alleged American pilot or pilots who had jettisoned from the plane, and they were looking in the water. So far, can you say if in fact any American planes have been shot down, any pilots, American pilots parachuted out of any of these planes? Can you comment on that? No planes have been shot down. No pilots have parachuted. But I did note that the Iraqis were searching for what they thought to be a downed American pilot, and you can see by their actions shooting into the water that their search and rescue techniques leave a lot to be desired. Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us a sense now that if there are in fact civilians being used and explosives being placed, what does this tell you about who is in control? Are these the actions of someone close to Saddam, or are these the actions of lesser forces who are improvising?
Well, I believe these are probably the actions of desperate people that are trying to save a doomed regime. We have not seen on the battlefield a single coherent military move. These moves are dangerous to the troops in the field, but they're not dangerous to the success of the mission. Yes, sir.
Al Jazeera satellite channel. The engagement with the Fedayeen Saddam and the special security forces at Qasr, first of all, have you encountered such forces in other locations, in other engagements, and is it usual to find them so far south? And is there any other reason for their being there other than waiting for you guys? Thank you.
Well, certainly I believe that it's clear that certain elements of the Special Security Organization and perhaps the Special Republican Guard infiltrated forward in an effort to conduct these types of raids as our troops came through the area. I do not regard the forces that conducted these operations as regular Army forces by any stretch of the imagination. You're from Al Jazeera Television. I'm very disappointed that you would portray those pictures of our servicemen. I saw that, and I would ask others not to do that. Yes, sir.
Michael Wolf, New York Magazine. And as a follow-up to what you just said, can you envision a situation in which you would come to regard Al Jazeera as hostile media?
No, I don't regard any media as hostile media. I regard...
Even if they continue to show pictures like that, even if you continue to have that kind of exchange every night?
I regard the showing of those pictures as absolutely unacceptable.
There might be then a situation in which you would say that's Al Jazeera is unacceptable.
I said what I said, and that's about all I'll say about it. Yes, sir, in the back.
George Pascal Watson from The Sun in London. Can you tell us how the pictures that you did see in Al Jazeera made you feel, how disgusting the images were, and how shocking they were around the world? And can you also confirm whether you or not you thought that the Americans who'd been killed in those pictures had actually been executed?
I wouldn't want to comment on that. I would say the pictures were disgusting. Sir?
Li Baozhong from the Xinhua News Agency of China. Do you think the pictures of Al Jazeera will influence the morality of U.S. troops or the psychology of American people?
I don't think I understood your question. I'm sorry.
I'm said the pictures of the Al Jazeera's TV showed badly killed U.S. troops, servicemen. Do you think these pictures will badly influence the morality of U.S. troops or the psychology of American people?
Well, I understand the question. Certainly, I don't think that these pictures will damage either the psychology of our soldiers, morale of our soldiers, or the steadfastness of our government, or the resolve of our people. We're a pretty tough people.
You've now taken quite a substantial part of the country and you haven't found anything.
Do you think this WMD, i.e. chemical, was deployed forward and has been successfully withdrawn to Baghdad, or was it always concentrated in that area? Where do you actually think it is?
I think we'll find WMD once we have had an opportunity to occupy Baghdad, stabilize Iraq, talk to Iraqis that have participated in the hiding and in of the development of it, and it will take some time. We should not expect to immediately come across it, although there are reports that some units in the vicinity of El Qut may have some type of chemical weapons. And of course, we're taking the necessary precautions to deal with that. But I have no doubt that we'll find weapons of mass destruction, but you shouldn't think it's going to happen tomorrow. Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us anything about what is going on in the western and northern parts of Iraq?
In the West, we continue operations there against logistics nodes, command and control facilities, and against some of the Iraqi commando units that operate out there. We, of course, are continuing to look for the possibility of what we would call Scud missiles that could operate from there and did operate from there and launch against various targets back in 1991. We have a very sophisticated air and ground effort that's going on out there that we regard as being quite successful. In the north, we have forces there that are primarily designed to help stabilize the region and also to target pro-regime units that operate in northern Iraq. We have any Arab media here that would like to call it? You already had a question, sir. Yes, sir.
We were led to believe that our troops, our forces, would be welcomed there. General Frank said yesterday that there are no major Iraqi formations there, so why haven't we gone in?
Well, the situation in Basra is not unlike that in Nasiriyah, where you have the majority of the people, I think, legitimately looking forward to the arrival of coalition forces and small groups of regime supporters and irregular forces that are embedded in the population and offering some resistance. I think all of us should understand that in these very large urban areas, it will take a long time to ensure that various regime support elements are brought under control. And I think that that we have done quite well, actually, in all the areas that we've passed through. And you also have to understand that we're not looking to go in and fight house to house in all of these areas either. Yes, sir.
From CBC Radio in Canada. How does it change the fight for you going up against irregular forces, and does it raise the risk of you killing real civilians?
Well, there's a risk in war of always killing civilians, and again, I'd like to once again reemphasize that we do more as a coalition probably than any other coalition in history to protect the lives of innocent civilians. It does not raise the risk to the operation. These are problems that can be dealt with along the lines of communication, and the main forces that are closing on Baghdad are powerful and unstoppable. Yes, sir.
Paul Hunter, CBC Television in Canada. Re the Patriot incident, could you tell us what investigators will be looking at, what the range of possible explanations is, and whether it's affected your faith in the Patriot as an instrument?
I think I'll ask my British colleague to answer that question.
I'm not in a position here to divulge the way in which this is going to be conducted. Suffice to say, it'll be a thorough investigation. It'll be conducted certainly by the Royal Air Force in concert with US forces. The outcome will be disclosed between both nations, and we are confident that we shall come to a conclusion which will enable us to make these procedures and processes better in the future. For the time being, We're reviewing our current practice, and we're satisfied that if we went out tomorrow, from a UK perspective, we would conduct our activities just as we have, in concert with coalition procedures, been doing up until now. And if I could just add that the aircraft in question was conducting a mission, the like of which has only been going on in this war for a few days. But if we look back to before D-Day, it's actually been going, those sort of missions have been going on for a protracted period. And these procedures have stood us in good stead for a very, very long time. And so it's against that backdrop that we should be looking into the issues of today. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Nicholas Richard, the BBC. Nobody thought this was going to be simple, but given the degree of resistance, which I think you concede has been unexpected, the level of casualties, now the prisoners of war, is it not the case that this is proving to be significantly more difficult than you might have hoped?
No. Yes, sir.
News Canada. I was just wondering, sir, how the convoy, the supply convoy, was actually ambushed. I was just wondering some more details when, and I was wondering if the U.S. military now knows where the POWs are and whether, in fact, you've established contact with the other side to negotiate their release. What are you doing? Just if you could bring us up to speed, that'd be grand.
No, we do not know where our prisoners are. As far as the incident concerning the convoy, I believe that it is probably like many other tragic incidents in war, that a young officer leading his convoy made a wrong turn and went somewhere where he wasn't supposed to. There weren't combat forces around where it happened. Combat forces arrived at the scene and helped extricate some of the survivors. It's an unfortunate incident. Again, I don't know the exact circumstances, but I would say that the combat forces that arrived on the scene to help the survivors of the ambush did a superb job in extracting the survivors. Yes, sir.
Russian state television. What exactly do you believe was in violation of the Geneva Convention regarding those pictures shown in Al Jazeera? And do you believe the pictures of Iraqi prisoners shown on other networks are in compliance with that convention?
A state television that broadcasts the pictures of prisoners, asking them questions in an effort to humiliate them, is in violation of the Geneva Convention, and it is not right. And we will hold those accountable for their actions. Yes, sir.
Guo Aibing from China Daily. You know, there are many people, especially some innocent people, were killed in this war. Suppose you were sent to inform those families about the tragedy, what will you say?
You know, I've been a soldier for 30 years. There's never been a cost-free war that I know of. We deeply regret the loss of any innocent civilian, Iraqi or others. Yes, sir.
Steve Inskeep from National Public Radio. Are your supply lines to your most advanced forces completely open? Can you get them at this point everything you need? And have the events of the last day or so changed the way that you intend to deal with some of the areas in the south that you've bypassed in the attack over the last few days?
Well, I'm certain that the land force commanders will make some adjustments, but I'm also certain that when the history of this campaign is written, that people will look at this move that the land forces have made in this amount of time as being not only a great military accomplishment, but an incredible logistics accomplishment. But we'll wait until we arrive in Baghdad to discuss the history of the campaign. Yes, ma'am.
With USA Today, are you satisfied with your strategy in Nasiriyah on Saturday, or do you think it was a tactical error not to occupy that city?
We are satisfied with the strategy of our campaign plan. It's on track. It's being very successful in the broadest military sense. There will be times when actions will happen throughout the sector where loss of life will occur, but I would also emphasize that we do not consider the actions taking place in the sector as a defeat of any kind. Yes, sir.
Marco Berdazzi, Italian News Agency ANSA. Did you strike any other terrorist target like the camp of last Friday? And did you find any link, any evidence of link between the Iraqi regime and terrorist organization?
Well, again, the discussion about links between the Iraqi regime and terrorist organizations are very clear-cut. And we know that they exist. And I don't know that that's really something appropriate for me to comment on. In the back, please.
I have two questions for you. The first is independent television news is claiming that the death of their correspondent Terry Lloyd was caused by coalition fire. Do you have any comment on that? The second question is, how great a blow is it to your overall strategy to be moving the the Army's 4th away from the northern sector because Turkey would not give permission for those troops to move through their territory?
First of all, I believe you're talking about the death of the correspondent in the north, or the British correspondent?
The British correspondent in the south.
I'm sorry, I have no information concerning the details of what happened there. So I really can't answer that. As to your question about the 4th Infantry Division equipment being moved to the south, I think it's a prudent measure to move it to the south, because it's clear that in the near term we would not be able to get the division and its equipment into the north in a timely manner as a result of the various negotiations with Turkey. Having said that, we do have an overflight agreement with the Turks that is in effect. We remain committed to our relationship with the Turkish military and government, and we're satisfied that we are able to apply the pressure we need to apply to be successful in the north with various strategies that we've employed. Yes, sir.
You might explain an apparent discrepancy in the figures. You're saying 12 people are missing. Those pictures seem to show 5 people captured and around about 10 or 11 bodies. How do you explain the difference in those numbers?
All right, that's Lieutenant General John Abizay, the Deputy Commander of the Central Command, who's General Tommy Franks' top deputy, briefing reporters together with another U.S. Army officer and a British Army officer, answering questions about the course of this war, suggesting that today has been the fiercest fighting yet that the U.S. and British forces have encountered in Nasiriyah, an important town on the road in the south-central part of Iraq, on the road to Baghdad. Speaking of Baghdad, within the past few minutes there was a huge explosion. We're told there were 3 explosions that rocked various parts of Baghdad, including the southeastern portion of the city. I want to show our viewers who may have missed it this latest U.S. airstrike against a target in Baghdad. Let's bring in retired U.S. Air Force Major General Don Shepard, CNN military analyst. General Shepard, you've had a chance to try to absorb a little bit, not only the briefing that was unfolding at the Central Command, but also this videotape of this explosion, this bombing, this latest bombardment of the Iraqi capital. What's going through your mind as you try to understand what's happening on day 4 of the war?
Yeah, a couple things, Wolf. It's fairly apparent to me that we're not going back and hitting the same Republican Palace complex that we were the other day. Although I can't tell where this soda straw is looking, and I see the smoke drifting across the screen. The reports of 3 explosions, one of them in southeast Baghdad, leads me to believe that we're probably beginning to hit deployed Republican Guard defensive positions in the vicinity of Baghdad as they emerge, but I'm only guessing. The other thing that hit me about the piece that, re-looking at the piece that you just showed, was that the amount of anti-aircraft fire going off in the air is much less than we saw in the first 2 days, leading me to believe that perhaps the air defense system is being degraded or running low on ammunition in some areas, Wolf.
In that particular case, I don't believe I heard sirens in Baghdad before the actual bomb exploded, which would indicate the Iraqis may have been surprised in this latest bombing run. Is that your assessment as well, General?
That's my assessment, but on the other hand, when I saw the anti-aircraft fire going off in the sky, and assuming that that was taken just before these bomb explosions hit, it would indicate to me that at least the air defense system knew and had some warning, Wolf.
All right, Kelly McGann, our CNN security analyst, a retired Marine officer, is with us as well. Kelly, there was some disturbing video that we received earlier today. The Iraqis claimed that an American pilot had bailed out of a plane over Baghdad and had landed in the Tigris River, which runs right through the city of Baghdad. And you can see the Iraqi military sort of just shooting into the water, trying to shoot a downed U.S. pilot or two. I have to tell our viewers that the U.S. military says there were no pilots that bailed out over Baghdad, no planes went down. This is all in the imagination of the Iraqis who have gathered along the banks of the Tigris River. But what does it say to you when you see this very disturbing video, Kelly?
Well, it is in no way a tactic, technique, or procedure that's taught to U.S. pilots or Special Operations Forces to pick or choose a hide site that would be near domesticated animals that might alert the population to you unwittingly, or right in the middle of a populated area, especially with a running river, Wolf, where a pilot who is not critically injured could be able to maintain a low buoyancy rate, float right through the center of the city and come out the bottom end. Remember, the whole purpose of a hide site is to be picked up eventually. So I would think that this is more for propaganda value than anything else.
And you heard General John Abizaid, the Deputy Commander of the Central Command, say that their search and rescue operations leave a lot to be desired if, in fact, they were trying to rescue that American pilot or two, which apparently didn't exist since the U.S. military is claiming that no planes went down, no pilots bailed out, no one is missing as far as that is concerned. General Shepard, there was a very disturbing development not far from where I am in Kuwait, in the northern part of Kuwait. A British Royal Air Force Tornado was flying back and it was shot down by a Patriot air defense missile as it crossed into airspace into Kuwait. Clearly some sort of friendly fire incident. 2 British pilots are missing. How is that possible? How can that happen with all the identification codes, friend and foe, that are on these kinds of planes? How is it possible that a Patriot air defense missile goes ahead and shoots down a friendly British Tornado?
Wolf, your assessment is right, is that this is a friendly fire incident, and it happens in every war. In fact, most of the casualties in the Gulf War were from friendly fire accidents rather than military action. There are well-established procedures, both on the air side and on the Patriot side, for the identification and approval for fire. On the identification side, the aircraft are supposed to squawk discrete codes that are briefed. They also follow certain routes. They adhere to certain altitudes. And then there are procedures if you know that your identification mechanisms are malfunctioning, or if you have radio failure, you follow other procedures. These are well known and briefed to both the pilots and also to the Patriot batteries. On the Patriot side, they go through very well calculated procedures to make sure they've identified a target. Now, everybody's sitting on hair trigger there, worried about missiles coming in with weapons of mass destruction, including airplanes coming in. At some point, someone made a decision to fire that Patriot. I'm assuming that there was not a mechanical malfunction that led to its firing. It's most likely that someone misjudged, and you normally have, if only a couple of minutes to a few seconds to make these decisions. They train for it regularly. It should not have happened. It needs to be investigated, and we need to find out what happened, Wolf.
And these Patriot missiles, they're fired. A human being actually has to push a button. It's not as if they just go off automatically when they sense an incoming missile or enemy warplane.
That's correct. There are various modes of this system, but basically you can think of it as a person having to push a button to fire or give a command to fire the missile. And again, well-established procedures on both sides. And remember, although we talk about the Patriot intercepting Scuds, this is an anti-aircraft defense system as well as a missile defense system. It's an air defense system, so it's good for both airplanes and missiles, Wolf.
All right, Kelly McCann, I want you and our viewers to take a look at some disturbing video that was shot earlier by ITN, the British television news station. It includes some British Marines who were fighting to capture the Al-Fa Peninsula near Qasr, the southern port of Iraq, a key strategic holdout. I want our viewers to watch and listen to this videotape. All right, that was the British Marines in a fight to capture the Al-Fa Peninsula. It was successful in the end. Kelly McCann, as you looked at that videotape, it looked pretty intense.
Absolutely, Wolf. I mean, that's a good example of close quarter battle. In other words, first we see a base of fire element that either was opening up on a position. You saw the small unit leader give the ceasefire to his men. A couple of reloads, they walked away from the line. Then some overhead coverage with the helicopters, and then you saw a good example of close quarter battle where they moved inside an objective. They're using a munition colloquially called a stun grenade, not concussion grenade, but that has a brilliant flash and also about 3 to 5 pounds of overpressure that stuns everybody inside the building so that target discrimination can be conducted. You can sort through combatants and non-combatants. Then you heard some gunfire, so evidently they did identify some combatants and fired on those targets. Any fire that was caused inside that building was unlikely done by those Marines unless it was meant to destroy the building for tactical value. Sometimes those flash devices can catch, carpets on fire, they can catch bedding on fire, they can catch draperies on fire, and then you saw the stack come outside so that they could come to a collection point and basically account for each other. But that is what close quarter battle amounts to. That's a very enthralling video.
All right, Kelly McCann, General Shepard, they're going to both stick around with us. Our continuing coverage is nonstop here on CNN. We're going to have all the latest developments, much more coming up in the war in Iraq. Let's check in with CNN's Heidi Collins now for the latest developments.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Hi, I'm John Scherer, CEO and founder of Video Professor. You know, after teaching people how to operate their computers for over 15 years now, I'm amazed that there are still people that don't have computer skills, like Windows, word processing, the internet, and email. If you're looking for that new job, or maybe it's just balancing your budget, or even helping your kids with homework, these aren't handy skills to have, these are essential. If you're having trouble learning the computer, I'm going to help you out with a free learning lesson of your choice from Video Professor. Let me show you how simple this is. You put the CD in your CD drive. The lesson plays just like a video on your computer screen. The best part about this offer, this is free. You just pay a small shipping and handling, and I'll even refund that if you're not satisfied with my product. It's free, the risk is free, so what do you got to lose? Try my product.
To get your free computer learning CD, you must call now. Call 1-800-216-4092.
Attention all smokers. Now you can kick the habit in just 7 days. That's right, you can quit smoking easily in only 7 days guaranteed. Introducing the all-natural Smoke Away system, the herbal stop smoking program that works to help completely stamp out your nicotine cravings in just 1 week. Fed up with expensive patches, prescriptions, and gums that often don't work? For less than the price of all of them, you can stop smoking in 7 days, 100% guaranteed, or your money back.
It's safe. It's highly effective. I've had tremendous success with my patients using the Smoke Away program.
I like the fact that Smoke Away is all natural, and it really works.
I did Smoke Away for 3 days, and I've been smoke-free ever since.
The secret is the unique combination of all natural herbal ingredients that work to completely and naturally eliminate your body's craving for nicotine. Why spend hundreds of dollars on patches and gums that just put more nicotine in your system? For less than the price of any of them, you will stop smoking in 7 days guaranteed, or your money back. Pick up the phone and order your Smoke Away system now. Smoke Away makes a great gift.
On this day 4 of the war, the clearly the U.S. air campaign not stopping at all in Baghdad and presumably in other major areas, other major military targets, Republican Guard targets elsewhere around Iraq. We're told the airstrikes continue, for example, in Mosul and Kirkuk in the north, as well as in Tikrit, the ancestral hometown of Sadaam Hussein, the Iraqi president. No word on the fate of the Iraqi president. U.S. officials say they simply don't know where he is, but they assume he is still alive. Even as the air war continues in Baghdad, the ground war continues as well. U.S. and British forces making progress as they move from south to south central Iraq on the road to Baghdad, although they are meeting, Judy, with stiff resistance in one specific town, Nasiriyah, just north of Basra. The resistance at Basra was significant as well. U.S. military officers, spokesman at the Central Command announcing just a little while ago that there have been more U.S. casualties killed in action, no specific details, but perhaps the most disturbing development from the U.S. perspective earlier today, seen on Iraqi television, American prisoners of war, 5 U.S. soldiers, including 1 woman who was shown on Iraqi TV. Prisoners of war, Al Jazeera later broadcast that disturbing videotape around the world. We're going to have much more on all of these developments, but now back to Judy in Washington.
Thanks, Wolf. As you were saying, CNN did get in the first pictures of American soldiers killed and captured in action in Iraq. It came in shortly after the Pentagon said that fewer than 10 of its troops are missing. They later said that 12 soldiers had either died or were missing. The pictures were transmitted, as Wolf just suggested, by Al Jazeera. That is the Arab language satellite network. The video was shot, though, by state-run Iraqi television. We want to let our viewers know that these pictures and the interviews were disturbing. CNN has made a decision not to show the video of those killed. Instead, we will use this single image with no identifiable features. In other images, it was apparent that some of these soldiers had been shot, some of them in the forehead. We do not know their identities. In addition, 5 soldiers were interviewed and shown on Iraqi television. Each of the soldiers gave their name and their home state in the United States. The Pentagon is telling CNN that it is in the process of notifying the families of those who were captured and those who were killed. A little while ago today, President Bush returned to the White House from Camp David, the presidential retreat in Maryland. Among other things, he said that obviously this war is tough, in his words. He said Sadaam Hussein, though, is losing control of his country. Slowly and surely, the U.S. is achieving its goal. Suzanne Malveaux is our White House correspondent. Suzanne, this was the president's first comments this weekend in public.
That's right, Judy. We saw those pictures, very disturbing. We're not sure if the president actually got a chance to see what was aired on Al Jazeera, but the president is back at the White House, not only fulfilling his role as commander-in-chief, but also a leader who is comforting the nation in a time of crisis. The president, we are told, was briefed by CIA as well as Defense Department officials earlier today when he was at Camp David. At first, he was given the reports of missing U.S. soldiers, then captured U.S. soldiers, killed, and even some POWs paraded on television. television. President Bush made it very clear that those who are holding those hostages must abide by the Geneva Convention Accords. Otherwise, they'll be treated as war criminals.
The POWs I expect to be treated humanely. And just like we're treating the prisoners that we have captured humanely. If not, the people who mistreat the prisoners will be treated as war criminals.
Now, the president tried to paint a positive but cautious picture for the American people. He said that in the South, much of it had been captured by coalition forces, that there was still very little resistance. He also said that the Allied forces were able to secure those oil fields in the South, and also said that Sadaam Hussein is losing control of his country.
I know that Sadaam Hussein is losing control of his country, that we're slowly but surely achieving our objective. It's important for the American people to realize that this war has just begun, that it may seem like a long time because of all the action on TV, but in terms of the overall strategy, we're just in the beginning phases.
One of those phases, Judy, the president says that by clearing out southern Iraq, by making a safe area, they're allowed to get that humanitarian aid to the Iraqi people, perhaps as early as the next 36 hours. Judy?
All right, Suzanne Malveaux with that update from the White House. Again, President Bush returning to the White House earlier this afternoon from Camp David. Now we want to move over to the Pentagon here in Washington to our chief military affairs correspondent, Jamie McIntyre. Jamie, we haven't heard from officials at the Pentagon, but we just concluded a briefing at Central Command in the region in Qatar. And I guess the question many of us have is, how are military officials dealing with these terrible pictures that we're seeing of U.S. troops captured and killed?
Well, you heard an emotional denunciation of the airing of those pictures from Lieutenant General John Abizaid, who is one of the deputy commander of the U.S. Central Command, an Arab American himself, who said that he found it, quote, absolutely unacceptable and a violation of the Geneva Convention. Now, he made it clear that what he thought crossed the line was first of all, the pictures that showed American soldiers that were aired by a state television network, that is the Iraqi television, and showed them being interrogated, he said, with the purpose of humiliating them. General Abizaid also said essentially that this was a tough day of fighting for the U.S. military, acknowledging that they had unexpected resistance, unexpectedly tough resistance at several places, especially at Al-Naziriyah, a town that they essentially thought they had subdued. And he attributed this to what he said was infiltration of Special Republican Guard units, some of Saddam Hussein's most loyal troops, into the South, who he said had attacked U.S. forces using a number of ruses. He said, for instance, in one case, Iraqi forces displayed a white flag of surrender and then subjected the U.S. troops to an artillery attack. In another case, he said what appeared to be civilians dressed in civilian clothes were in fact military forces who at first welcomed the U.S. troops and then ambushed them. He also talked about this incident now, in which apparently resulted in these prisoners of war being taken. A U.S. supply convoy took a wrong turn, went into an area where there were no U.S. combat forces to resupply. That left them very vulnerable, and they were in fact ambushed by Iraqi forces. 12 American service personnel are missing. Some of those have turned up on Iraqi television. Excuse me, the U.S. Marines came to the rescue there, though, did extract some of the wounded from that site and took back control of that supply convoy. That was again in the Al-Nasiriyah area. The U.S. is also getting unexpectedly stiff resistance in Basra, and they attribute this to some extent to the fact that, unlike in the 1991 Persian Gulf War, the U.S. excuse me, the Iraqi troops are able to melt back into their hometown, and it's hard to tell who's friendly and who isn't. They think the overwhelming forces in Basra, the overwhelming population there, are friendly and welcoming to the U.S. troops, but there's a small number of what they call regime supporters. The key is the U.S. said that they would not be they would be more cautious, but they would not take anything away from how they treat the battlefield, and that victory would still be certain. U.S. forces, they said, would be near Baghdad soon. Judy?
All right, Jamie McIntyre, very interesting because in the last few days, I think some of us had the impression, many of us had the impression that the military felt that Qasr, even Nasiriyah was behind them, but of course we're finding resistance coming even after they've moved north, farther north toward Baghdad. We'll be talking about all this and of course with Jamie in the minutes and hours to come. Let's go to my colleague Wolf in Kuwait City.
Thanks very much, Judy. CNN's Alessio Vinci is embedded with the U.S. Marines near Nasiriyah. He's joining us now on the phone. Alessio, this has been, by all accounts, the fiercest fighting so far in this war between U.S. and Iraqi forces. Tell our viewers what's going on right now.
Well, right now is the middle of the night here, Wolf, and it is very quiet. The U.S. forces that I'm embedded with are trying to catch some sleep. It was indeed a very tense day for many of the Marines out here today. Two separate incidents. First, earlier this morning, when a U.S. military supply convoy came under attack by Iraqi forces, and we arrived at the scene of that ambush only a few minutes after that ambush was over, and we did see several trucks that were hit by small arm fire. Most of their wheels were broken by the firefight, and we were told earlier already this morning that some U.S. military personnel had been taken capture. Although according to the embed rules of all we have to abide by, we were requested not to release that information. Then later on, a second attack against a column of armored vehicles of the U.S. Marines. This attack taking place perhaps less than 5 miles or 10 kilometers away from the first one, and that is when a group of Iraqi soldiers fired their rocket-propelled grenades at those armored vehicles. One of them took a direct hit, setting it on fire. After that, an intense firefight followed, which lasted for several hours until the unit could then get itself out of harm's way. As I speak, the company commanders are still locked into meetings, trying to figure out exactly to assess the total damage of the firefights today, especially the second one. Eyewitnesses, reports of journalists who were embedded with that unit are telling me that they saw as many as 10 Marines being killed, and indeed, when we arrived at the scene, I saw one of the Marines being wrapped in an American flag and then put on a helicopter to be carried away. Quite a dramatic scene here today in Nasiriyah. Wolf.
And how are those Marines you're embedded with, Alessio, how are they holding up with these setbacks that have now been documented?
You know, Wolf, we have been with this this specific unit in Iraq for the last 3 days, and most of the Marines here are very, very young. They are between the age of 18 and 21, 22, and many of them had never been in a real battle, in a real war before. And in talking to them in the past few days, they're always making jokes about how this war was being very quiet for them. We've been with them again 3 days, and we hadn't encountered no resistance whatsoever as we progressed north towards Baghdad after we entered Iraq from the Kuwaiti border. When this morning it became clear that there was going to be some firefights, most of them were, I must admit, were very keen in completing this battle. But yet, when they found themselves, even my unit, who was not directly hit by such a fierce firefight as the one where the Marines were killed, was hit by a small arm fire, where all these young Marines really took all their M16 guns and started shooting back, trying to defend themselves as best as they could. But I am told also by one of the military commanders here that the Marines were vastly outnumbered today in Nasiriyah.
All right, Alessio Vinci, he's our embedded correspondent covering the Marines as they move in and around Nasiriyah, south-central Iraq. Alessio, thanks very much. Gary Tuckman is another one of our embedded journalists. He's at a base, an air base not far from the Iraqi border here in the Persian Gulf. Gary, is there a lot of busy air activity at your base?
Well, Wolf, there definitely is. It's now been more than 72 hours since this major air operation began, and things have not slowed down here at all in those 72 hours. Still a steady stream of A-10s and F-16s and Marine F-18s and Marine Harrier jets. This morning, we do know that 3 helicopters went out of here. They are called HH-60 helicopters, also known as Jolly helicopters. They are used for search and rescue missions, and the Air Force has confirmed that there were at least 3 search and rescue missions, but they are not telling us what they were search and rescue missions for. We are being told that the missions they went out for were successful. But at around the same time, when they went out earlier this morning, Persian Gulf time, a British Tornado fighter jet went missing. British defense officials now confirm that jet was shot down by a Patriot missile launcher. Very unfortunate accident. As you know, Patriot missile launchers are used by the coalition forces to shoot down Iraqi missiles. There was an accident. It shot down the British jet. And 2 British pilots who are aboard the Tornado are missing right now. We can tell you that, as we said, the jets keep taking off. A short time ago, we talked with the wing commander of this base near the Iraqi border. He's the guy in charge of all the planes and the more than 8,000 servicemen and women here. But he also flies on F-16 missions, and he told us about 2 missions he undertook today over Iraq.
I flew twice today. Both sorties were just south of Baghdad. The first sortie this morning was on a leaflet drop, and the second sortie was a close air support sortie in support of the ground operations.
Now, that's what's very interesting. 2 missions. His first mission, he didn't drop 1 bomb from the F-16. They dropped leaflets, more of the propaganda leaflets they dropped, hoping citizens read them and surrender. And then his next mission he took about 12 hours later, he actually dropped the bombs that are on the F-16s. We can tell you there have been hundreds of sorties from this base. There are more than 38 facilities throughout the world where coalition aircraft are taking off from. This is one of the busiest, hundreds from this particular location, and we can tell you that authorities here say each and every one of them has returned back here safely. Wolf, back to you.
Thanks very much, Gary Tuckman, where they're flying missions around the clock. Gary Tuckman's at an air base not far from the Iraqi border in the Persian Gulf. Let's get back to Judy Woodruff in Washington. Judy?
Thanks, Wolf. Those soldiers that we've been talking to you about who were ambushed in the area around Nasiriyah, those who were ambushed were part of the 507th Transportation Battalion, or company, maintenance company, I should say, and they are based at Fort Bliss, Texas, near El Paso. CNN's Ed Lavandera is at or near Fort Bliss right now, and Ed, I know you've been talking to Army officials in that area. Clearly, colleagues, family members, loved ones must be very, very concerned.
Absolutely, Judy. Here, the feeling is that they're moving quickly to try to organize the family readiness groups and the chaplains here at Fort Bliss, Texas, just in the El Paso area. And what is going on right now is these family readiness groups are helping consult the conduit of information, if you will, between the Army and the families involved here. We just got word a little while ago from a spokesperson here at the base saying that the colonel, the Chief of Staff of Fort Bliss, Colonel Ben Hobson, will be giving a 4 p.m. Mountain Time press conference to discuss what has happened. So far, the Army officials here at this base are not confirming the names or what might have happened, the specifics of what might have happened this morning with these soldiers, but they are saying that they are in the process of notifying all of the families that are involved, and that is why the names have not been released yet. And then, of course, getting the other families notified and getting all the support teams here in place so that they can help these families through these difficult moments. Also, this unit normally involved with air defense artillery units. This is home of the Patriot missile, but we're told that in this particular case that they were under the control and working with a 3rd Infantry Division in Iraq. But it's slightly different from what they normally do. But the officials here say by no means is it anything out of the ordinary. That each of these units needs a maintenance unit, and that's what these soldiers were involved in. Judy.
Ed, have you had a chance to talk to either any of the Army or families there at this point to get their reaction?
No, not yet. The family members are in the process of being notified. There is a center here on the base where the family readiness groups, which is usually made up of the spouses that are sent off from each of these units, and it's a support group for all of these soldiers' spouses and families that have been sent overseas, and that is what's happening now. These groups are working with these family members of the ones that have been notified so far. The others are still trying to notify the rest as to the details of what has happened and the conditions of their particular family members. So that is a situation that is very much ongoing, and it is at the forefront of the responsibility the Army officials feel here so far.
Ed Lavandera, CNN's Ed Lavandera at Fort Bliss, Texas, near El Paso, reporting on the efforts that are underway right now to get in touch with families and what they call support groups. These are very important individuals, other families, friends of those who may lose a loved one or have someone injured or taken captive, which is exactly what has happened today with the 507th maintenance company captured and killed, some of them, in an ambush near Nasiriyah. To the State Department now, where in a very different direction, the United States government has launched a formal protest with the government of Russia about some material that it provided to Iraq over the last year. And for the very latest on what is going on there, let's turn to our State Department correspondent, Andrea Koppel. Andrea?
Judy, this is a story that has literally been simmering behind the scenes now for about a year, but it reached really a boil this week, at the end of the week, when U.S. intelligence discovered that there were Russian members of a company, one of 3 Russian companies that the U.S. claims had been selling militarily sensitive equipment to Iraq over the last year, that representatives of this one company were in Baghdad and are in Baghdad right now teaching Iraqis how to use this equipment, which includes the radar, the type of tracking radar. In fact, it's known as the electronic jamming equipment that can block both planes' radar and also the GPS positioning system that many troops use on the ground. In addition, the U.S. accuses several Russian companies of selling night vision goggles to Iraq, as well as anti-tank missiles. Now, the State Department has come basically out into the open about this. The story was leaked to the Washington Post over the weekend, and they're coming public with the fact that they have protested formally to the Russian government, saying that such equipment in the hands of Iraq may pose a direct military threat to U.S. and coalition armed forces. The U.S., in fact, Secretary of State Powell and National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice have been in touch with senior Russian officials in recent weeks, telling them that the U.S. had this kind of intelligence, and in fact, Judy, for the last year have been giving them the names of the companies, the addresses, the telephone numbers, hoping that the Russian government would shut down the sales. Russia continues to deny this, and U.S. officials are infuriated that this is still going on, saying that the lives of American pilots and soldiers are at stake.
Andrea, if they've known about this for a year or almost a year, why haven't they gone public with it before now?
Well, they were hoping that diplomacy would be able to handle this, and as you know, there have been all sorts of diplomatic problems that the U.S. has been having with Russia over the last year that have, they believe, taken a priority, whether it be the U.S. decision to withdraw from the 1972 anti-ballistic missile treaty, something that Moscow was strongly opposed to, and then most recently wanting to win Russia's support for a possible second UN resolution, Judy, and they realized that none of those, that certainly the last thing didn't work.
All right, Andrea Koppel at the State Department. One of the interesting things about this story is apparently, as Andrea has reported, employees of one of these Russian companies may have been still in Baghdad up until very, very recently. Now let's go back to Wolf in Kuwait.
Thanks, Judy. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq will continue. We'll update the air war when we join CNN's Kira Phillips. She's on board the USS Abraham Lincoln. It's an aircraft carrier here in the Persian Gulf. Just minutes from now, we'll go there live. Also ahead, battlefield decision-making. Our military analyst, Don Shepard, will join us to discuss some of the things that can and already have gone wrong in the heat of battle. Stay with us.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Do you have questions about asthma? Get answers in a free asthma management kit. You'll find out what triggers your symptoms, what are the two main components of asthma, and how asthma affects your lungs. Plus, you'll learn about airway constriction and inflammation and the medications that treat both. And when you've got more of the facts about your asthma, talk to your doctor to see if a preventative treatment is right for you. So you can do more of the things you like to do, more of the things you have to do, and more of what you want to do. But before you go anywhere, go to your phone and call 1-800-230-4600 for your free on-the-go asthma management kit. Call 1-800-230-4600.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins in the CNN newsroom. Here's what's happening this hour in the war in Iraq. An Army spokesman says 12 U.S. soldiers are unaccounted for and are believed to have been captured after facing the sharpest resistance yet from Iraqi forces. It happened outside the southern city of Nasiriyah. U.S. Central Command says the Marines defeated Iraqi forces there, but sustained a number of killed and wounded. That word came after the Al Jazeera network aired Iraqi television pictures apparently showing U.S. soldiers captured and killed in action in Iraq. A short time ago, Baghdad was rocked by a huge explosion that turned the night sky orange. It was the loudest blast heard in Baghdad proper in a number of hours. The smoke is still clearing, and we don't know yet what was hit. Coalition troops are still mopping up resistance 2 days after taking control of Qasr. You're looking at dramatic night scope pictures on the Al-Faw Peninsula, known as the gateway to the Persian Gulf. The coalition hopes to use the port for humanitarian shipments. U.S. Marines called in air support to put down new Iraqi resistance at the port of Qasr. The Marines traded gunfire with Iraqi fighters for several hours just after dawn. A Harrier jet airstrike ended the battle, and the Marines rounded up a number of POWs. Warplanes pounded suspected Iraqi artillery positions after members of the 7th Cavalry were fired on in south-central Iraq. One soldier was wounded. And CNN's Walter Rogers, who's embedded with that unit, was told by military sources Iraqis are using women and children as human shields. The British television agency ITN confirms that reporter Terry Lloyd was killed yesterday in southern Iraq after apparently being hit by fire from coalition troops. 2 other people with Lloyd are still missing. Their fate is not known. ITN says they were driving outside of Basra, accompanied by Iraqi vehicles, when they were fired upon. Another public demonstration against the U.S. war effort, this one in Pakistan. About 70,000 people marched through Lahore chanting anti-American slogans and carrying signs in support of Sadaam Hussein. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting live from Kuwait City. Judy Woodruff is in Washington. We have reporters covering all aspects of this story. Our Kira Phillips is embedded aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. That's one of 5 aircraft carriers in the Persian Gulf and Eastern Mediterranean from which U.S. warplanes are attacking targets in Iraq. Kira Phillips is joining us now live with more. Kira, what's happening aboard the Abraham Lincoln tonight?
Well, Wolf, every morning Admiral John Kelly comes over the ship-wide speaker and updates and encourages the sailors carrying out Operation Iraqi Freedom. And today he talked about cockpit discipline. He talked about how bombs have been dropping with absolute certainty and accuracy. Now, it's been 2 days since shock and awe occurred, the campaign, the massive air campaign over Baghdad. And we had a very unique opportunity before that happened. We were able to observe some of the briefings that were taking place with strike fighter pilots, the first strike fighter pilots that were going to go in on this air campaign, and observe some of the planning and the talk about how an operation like that will go down. It's the first time that's ever happened between the Navy and journalists. So we gathered up those elements and put them together so you'd have an exclusive inside look on how it all went down that night.
Keep the G's on the jet, keep your airspeed.
Here on the USS Abraham Lincoln, it's the night they've been training and preparing for months.
Our mission objectives, we heard that, hit the target, kill MiGs.
VF-31, the F-14 Tomcatter squadron, is about to take part in a massive aerial bombardment against Iraqi President Sadaam Hussein and his regime.
A lot of lights, a lot of explosion. Don't get mesmerized by that. Focus on what you need to do.
Lieutenant Steve Uries doesn't know it now, but he will take on a very crucial role.
The Tomcatters will join more than 100 coalition aircraft as they are expected to unleash more than 1,500 bombs and missiles in the next couple of days, converging on Iraq in the campaign that's being called Shock and Awe.
Armed with satellite and laser-guided bombs and numerous types of missiles, these F-14 and F-18 strike fighters are about to make history. Back in the Tomcatter's ready room, fellow pilots wait and watch the news. They know what's about to happen.
A little shock and awe.
Military sites, Saddam's Republican palace, and offices of the foreign ministry, all hit. The initial strike takes only 7 minutes. Life changes quickly, not only for Iraq, but Lieutenant Steve Uries. A chain of events puts him in the lead position of his F-14 division to and from Iraq. The end of the night debrief is emotional.
Looked like something right out of Star Wars. It was very intense, a lot of adrenaline, and just pretty much when you're flying in there and you see all this, and there's so many moving parts to obviously what all happened tonight. You're trying to absorb it all, and it kind of feels like you're almost coming out of your skin.
All the feelings and emotions started coming back after we were already headed home out of any threat areas. Just kind of wow, you feel the weight of what you just did and everything you saw really hits you.
Just hoping that, whatever we're doing out there makes it easier for the ground troops that are forcing in, that are actually have, we're lucky because we get to go in there, do our 20, 30 minutes.
We're now hearing these sirens going off in Baghdad once again. Sirens usually followed by tracer fire and then perhaps more bombardment. You're looking at these live pictures coming in from Baghdad right now. This has been already a pounding night for residents of Baghdad. Earlier, within the past couple hours, 3 huge explosions rocked the southeastern portion of the Iraqi capital. 3 huge explosions which were not only thunderously loud, but also created a huge plume of smoke in that area. This is part of the U.S. air campaign, the so-called Shock and Awe campaign, going after various targets in and around the Iraqi capital. Similar air action going on elsewhere throughout Iraq. We only see a little bit of what's going on in Baghdad. That happens to be where we have these fixed cameras that are recording on a live picture as well as in videotape what's going on. Kira Phillips has been listening to this. She's still aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. It's an aircraft carrier in the Persian Gulf. Presumably, Kira, maybe some of the aviators from the Abraham Lincoln are involved in these kinds of airstrikes against targets in Iraq.
Well, Wolf, you were watching the piece that was just airing, and we have had a unique glimpse inside the briefings and some of the planning that's been taking place. We usually know beforehand when these airstrikes are going to take place. Of course, we can't talk about it until it's happening. Well, now it's happening, and I can tell you these flight operations happen all through the day, all through the night. Shock and awe is far from over. It began 2 days ago. It will continue every day like this. Some days it'll hit a little heavier than others. I can tell you they continue to take out a number of targets. Strike fighters telling me just within the past 12 hours, a number of leadership compounds, runways. They continue to drop bombs on those air bases there, air defense systems, command and control sites, tanks, even facilities as specific as the Republican Guard Special Operations warehouses, Wolf. So this is going to be ongoing. It's not going to loosen up at all. It's going to remain consistent. The planes will continue to launch on a regular basis. The missions will be planned, and we will continue to see pictures from Baghdad like we're looking at right now.
Kira, are these F-14s, F-18s aboard the Abraham Lincoln, are they flying around the clock, or do they have some time, these aviators, to sort of rest in between missions?
Well, you know, as you mentioned, there are 5 carriers out here in the AOR in the area of operation, and they do work in cycles. They all integrate. They do these airstrikes together. I mean, the beginning of Shock and Awe, it was just a massive integration, a coalition airstrike campaign. You had strike fighters from all the different carriers. You had a number of other countries participating with their aircraft, also more than 100 aircraft, matter of fact, involved in that campaign. Same thing happening now, Wolf. At all hours, a number of F-14s, a number of F-18s rather, from the various carriers will come together and integrate and conduct these missions. So yes, it's happening around the clock. You asked about sleep. That's a great question. A number of these strike fighter pilots, you'll find them taking naps in between their shifts. They're very happy if they get 30 minutes here, 30 minutes there. They never get a full night's sleep, Wolf. It's definitely a reality check when we think about our lifestyles back at home. These guys have been out here on this ship, this carrier, for 8 months now. Just imagine continuing that kind of lifestyle, all the training and preparation for this war. Now it's underway, and it hasn't changed. Hold on a minute with me, Wolf. I've got a recovery coming in. That was a prowler coming back from Iraq, the radar jammer aircraft. As you know, those aircraft take off before the strike fighters do and help jam the radars, so the strike fighters, when they get out airborne, the Iraqi regime will not be able to pick up their frequencies and where they are exactly. So there you go. That answers your question. All through the night, aircraft taking off and launching and recovering on these missions.
Kira Phillips aboard the Abraham Lincoln in the Persian Gulf. Normally these aircraft carriers go for 6 months tours of duty, now 8 months and counting. I don't know how these guys get any sleep, having slept on aircraft carriers over the years. It's a constant noise. I guess they get used to those planes landing and that tailhook stopping those jets as they try to land. There's another one right there. Kira Phillips, thanks very much. Let's go back to Judy in Washington.
Wolf, we're getting, as we watch the pictures of Baghdad, we are getting from Kira a pretty specific picture of what the Navy officials she's talking to say they are hitting. We heard her say, among other things, air defense systems, tank sites. We heard her mention Republican Guard Special Operations warehouses. So we are getting a picture of, at least from the air war perspective, of success in hitting targets. I want to turn to my colleague Miles O'Brien in Atlanta, who's with General Don Shepard. Miles, the air war going well from what they say, even at the same time that we're hearing about resistance on the ground.
Well, yeah, we've got a lot of things to keep track of, don't we, Judy? Let's do that with the help of Major General Don Shepard, retired of the United States Air Force. And tell you what, let's start right off, if we could, since we just saw some pictures from Baghdad of some anti-aircraft fire as it is lofted above the city. And it's worth pointing out what this is. I know we've said this quite a few times, but Don Shepard, just explain what people are seeing when they see these tracer rounds, which we should see here shortly.
Yeah, basically what you're seeing is tracer. You see about 1 in 7 from the low-level anti-aircraft fire, sometimes 1 in 4 from the higher. And then you see air bursts at the end, bright flashes where the shell goes off so it doesn't flow back on. So basically you can say for every shell that you see going out, there are 7 others in the air. Now, one thing that I will observe is this anti-aircraft fire is much lighter than we've seen in the last 2 or 3 days. They could be conserving ammunition. It could be that they've been degraded. It's hard to say, Miles.
All right, but the point is, this doesn't look like it's really directed fire, does it?
No, but it is commanded. This is sector fire, where they fill up a sector of the sky, hoping that an airplane falls through it and hoping that they spear the airplane.
All right, let's look at the map for just a moment and orient you as to what we're talking about. We want to talk about the surrender, situation of the surrenders, or false surrenders, as it were, in and around Nasiriyah, where we've heard of a tremendous amount of action, some casualties, and some POW issue, which we'll get into later. One of the things that has come up in that central CENTCOM briefing was this issue of troops being received apparently warmly by Iraqi civilians, apparent Iraqi civilians, and then having the tables turned suddenly. Why don't we'll show some video of some of this reaction. What is really happening? What are the troops trained to do?
When you have POW, when you have people trying to surrender, you must be very, very careful and very suspicious. One thing is they can be really people, civilians trying to surrender. The other is they can be trying to pass through your lines, to pass information on, such as your position. You have to assume that everybody that comes toward you is hostile and armed. We talked about the 5 S's yesterday. I won't bore you with them, but search, seize, etc. You must make sure that POWs are handled very, very carefully and interred and then incarcerated. And then you want to interrogate them for information about other things that are in your front there.
So the word to wise is don't get caught up in the moment there and the assumption that the Iraqis are happy to see you.
Exactly. Just because people wave flags and smile doesn't mean that they won't shoot you in the back the next day. We've had this in every war, particularly in the Vietnam War, where you could not assume that no one was friendly.
All right, let's get down to the Al-Faw Peninsula, this battle that we have witnessed at Qasr. First of all, as we look at some of the video there's a couple of points to bring out. First of all, what we're going to see is some rather dramatic night vision images. These are British Marines, correct?
Yep, indeed.
Going after a site there after Qasr was supposed to be buttoned up.
You can never relax in a military operation. Just because you think it's secure doesn't mean that it can't pop up the next day. That's particularly in the Al-Faw Peninsula. Qasr.
Notice no helmet here, by the way. No helmet. That was something you're not advised to do.
Not
right?
smart. Not smart, especially in a firefight.
Yeah.
At any rate, you can assume that you've got these things secured, but you can have things pop up. We can have them pop up a month, 2 months from now. So you must always be on the alert during a military operation. Anytime you're occupying an area, you simply can never relax. We thought the port was secure, and now, wham, somebody starts shooting.
And as this thing unfolds, they use a flash or stun device to try to disorient the people inside.
Yeah, it's a stun grenade. It basically goes off, provides concussion with flash. It stuns the people in the area. Then you rush in on top of them while they're stunned. It's the same thing you use in hostage rescue.
All right. What does that tell you, though, about the strategy of kind of barreling through, as we see that dramatic shot of somebody, obviously a flame coming out of there, barreling through and not seizing turf in the classic sense?
Yeah, in this case, we are bypassing some of these cities, and the idea behind it is you keep moving, you secure your rear lines and your supply lines, but you will likely go in afterwards and clean up some of these areas. For instance, we're bypassing Basra, 1.2 million people in that city.
Second largest city in
If you stop there,
Iraq.
you may be stopping there for a long time. So if there's nothing inhibiting your forward movement, you may go on and then come back and clean that up later with reinforcements coming into the theater.
However, though, that can cause problems in the rear of your column. First of all, Nasiriyah, we know about 10 casualties, maybe a couple of dozen casualties, 10 of them fatal. And we're trying to get some more information for you on that. But that turned out to be a steep battle there, as it turns out.
It did. Nasiriyah is about 5,000 people around there, an airfield west of there. It's very important to us. But again, the further we get from Kuwait, the further we are from our supply lines on the U.S. side, and therefore you must be careful to secure those supply lines. It's a big country, Miles.
All right, finally, the POW issue also at Nasiriyah, and this is where I bring up this point about the rear echelon being this is a maintenance crew. They had come through and presumably had attained some level of security, and yet here they were captured. What does that tell you, first of all, about the security of the rear echelon? Should we be concerned on what appears to be a rather bad day in general here for the U.S., or is this just part of what happens?
Always concerned about your security everywhere in a war region. We also need to be concerned about our security here in the United States. Bad things can happen here and likely will, but you must maintain security. Things break down, you have to go fix them, and you got to protect the people that do. Something went terribly bad here.
All right, briefly, Geneva Convention rules are pretty straightforward on how to handle prisoners in this case. The rule that we're going to call your attention to, and by the way, the Geneva Convention there are several conventions which go back to the mid-1800s. The one of 1949 codified classified says prisoners of war must at all times be protected, particularly against acts of violence or intimidation and against insults and public curiosity. I guess there's all kinds of contradictions in terms, rules of war, but in the case of Sadaam Hussein, a person who the U.S. alleges and has been proven over time has thumbed his nose at the Geneva Convention in so many ways with weapons of mass destruction, can we expect this regime to pay any attention to those conventions?
We must demand that they pay attention to the conventions. They clearly are an outlaw regime. It's also clear that this is a different war. The United States is going to Baghdad, and when we get to Baghdad, those responsible for this type of thing will be held responsible. That's different than the last war where we stopped and didn't go on. They need to treat these prisoners in accordance with the Geneva Convention. Their track record in the past has been terrible. That needs to change, Miles.
Major General Don Shepard, thanks for the insights as always. We appreciate you giving us once again the big picture, trying to sort it all out for us. And let's send it to Judy.
And Miles, we should say that the Iraqis have officially said that they're going to abide by the Geneva Convention. Of course, we have no way of knowing if that will actually take place. We have, as you know, a number of CNN correspondents who are embedded with the U.S. and coalition forces throughout the theater in the Iraq area. We want to go right now to CNN's Ryan Chilcote, who is with the 101st Airborne 3rd Brigade. And Ryan, you are somewhere in south-central Iraq. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That is correct. We arrived here today at the 101st Airborne's 3rd Brigade arrived here today after a, get this, 72-hour convoy ride from Camp New Jersey, where they had been previously. A very, very long trip. I apologize for my appearance. We just pulled in, and it was really quite a dusty ride. On a more serious note, big milestone here, the 101st Airborne's 3rd Brigade has established what they call a FARP here in southern Iraq. A FARP is a forward area rearming and refueling point. That is military vernacular for basically a giant gas station and weapons depot for helicopters. So basically now the 101st can use their Black Hawk helicopters like the one you see behind me. They can fly those in from wherever, refuel them here, and move them farther towards the front from here. It extends their ability to move troops behind Iraqi lines. It also extends their ability to project their Apache attack helicopters farther deeper behind enemy lines, deeper behind Iraqi lines. In other words, the Apache attack helicopter can now, instead of having to ferry all the way back to the rear each time to get weapons and fuel, it can just come back here and it can spend more time destroying targets on the front. That is a very important thing in the development of this war. A little bit about the convoy ride, very long, as I said. During that ride, the 3rd Brigade went through 3 towns. Very interesting reactions. In the first town, they were cheered. Both elderly and young churned out. The soldiers tossed MREs, meals ready to eat, to the kids. The kids were collecting them. It was really quite a positive reception. The second town, a much cooler reception, as one soldier put it. It was downright eerie. The soldiers went through this town, smack through the middle of it, in the middle of night. They were on low ground. The commander said it had all of the ingredients for an ambush on the 3rd Brigade, and thank God that didn't happen. The locals, the Iraqis in that town, not applauding, but simply watching the soldiers as they passed through. One of the commanders mentioned to me how eerie it was seeing a giant mural of Sadaam Hussein on one of the buildings. So that was quite a different reception. And then a third town, again, a warm reception like they got in the first town. So interesting to see the interaction as they go through these towns. Lastly, on a much more serious note, the soldiers of the 101st Airborne's 3rd Brigade have been informed about what happened back at Camp Pennsylvania. You'll recall, of course, the incident there where 12 soldiers of the 101st Airborne were injured and 1 was killed in an attack, apparently, according to initial reports, by one of their own soldiers. The reaction here is one of grief. Obviously, a lot of these soldiers here at the 3rd Brigade knew the soldiers back at Camp Pennsylvania, and also a reaction of shock As one commander put it, it's difficult to imagine that this could come from one of our soldiers. We came here to face an enemy, not our own soldiers. Judy?
Ryan, one can only imagine how much these soldiers must be grieving about their colleagues back, as you said, at Camp Pennsylvania. I want to come back to what you were saying about the reception they've gotten from the Iraqi people in those 3 villages and elsewhere. In other words, they've met with no active resistance anywhere on this 72-hour march north that you've described?
Well, almost. There was one cryptic sort of thing as they came to the second town where they got the sort of colder reception, if you will. The bypass road that they were planning on taking had been blocked off with rocks. And the commander of the 3rd Brigade told me that he assumes that the local Iraqis put it there for some reason, perhaps because they didn't want them going that way. They didn't, and he took that as a sign that they really didn't want to see them. Now, it's very difficult to know what that meant, but outside of that, an absolutely very, very positive reaction to the troops. I mean, I was very surprised to see as the convoy went through these towns, the amount of people that turned out, the amount of people that were smiling, giving the thumbs up, shouting to the troops, really a very, very positive reaction. The only thing was, in one town they said, look, you came in '91, we just want to make sure, are you here to stay? And the ground commander said, yes, we are. And when he assured them of that, then they said, well, great, we're happy to have you here. So I think that they're a little bit cautious, but very optimistic about the presence of U.S. troops. Obviously, a lot of these people in these towns are Shia, and they don't really have particularly warm feelings for President Saddam Hussein anyway. So it should be no surprise that they would be happy to see U.S. troops.
To put it mildly, no surprise at all. Ryan, another question: how secure do they say they feel at this location where you are in south central Iraq, having set up this, as you put it, gigantic gas station to provide fuel for these helicopters and other aircraft? Is it secure? And as they move north, to what extent are they watching their backs, watching their flanks?
Well, it's an issue. I think they feel very secure. There is a very serious security presence here. There are other units in the area, very large units providing, including the 3rd Infantry Division in this area that are policing the area. I think they feel very secure, but they are obviously concerned about how reaction in this area could change, perhaps from a warm one to not such a warm reaction. At this point, though, there is very little in terms of an organized Iraqi resistance in this part of Iraq. It is simply not there, and it is difficult to just come out of the blue with some kind of resistance here. This is a very desolate area. You couldn't just appear on the horizon and start, you know, for example, firing RPG rounds onto a base. It's just simply not possible. You'd be spotted. So they do feel secure, but obviously you can never feel secure enough, particularly when you have helicopters flying out there. Judy?
All right, Ryan Chilcote with the 101st Airborne 3rd Brigade, having spent the last 72 hours moving north through southern Iraq. They've now found an emplacement, and they have put together what he called a FARP. That's the acronym, Forward Area Rearming and Refueling Point, which he said will be, in other words, a giant gas station to supply and fuel the helicopters moving forward. But again, after a very dusty, long, and must be exhausting journey north, there they are. So, Wolf, we are seeing progress, even as we hear about resistance across other parts of the theater.
Sort of a mixed bag today. Some significant progress, as the President and the Defense Secretary point out, but also some setbacks, some serious setbacks that could be a trend in the coming days. Let's turn our focus now to the latest on the situation in northern Iraq. CNN's Brent Sadler reports now from the Kurdish-controlled town of Kalak.
A section of Iraq's northern front, less than a mile from our camera. Sadaam Hussein's troops are spread along the ridgeline. Uncertain strength lies to their rear. But take a close look at what these Iraqi soldiers are busy doing, disregarding the threat of airstrikes. They dig trenches, plant landmines, and set explosives on the road to Mosul. An apparent effort to keep their foes at bay. It coincides with a reported changeover in some units manning these positions, and follows Kurdish claims that some troops were on the verge of succumbing to defeat. Instead, it seems, new orders are being given and obeyed. No sign of mutiny here. Soldiers maintain their weapons, adjust a mortar tube, and fire sporadic bursts from heavy caliber machine guns towards Kurdish lines. Kurds take cover in the virtual ghost town of Kalak. Kalak nestles beneath the Iraqi fortifications, a Kurdish frontline community that has lived in the shadow of Saddam Hussein's forces for 12 years. Most people shut their shops here and fled their homes on the eve of war, but a few families remain, relatives of Kurdish fighters. And these two families, with 18 children between them. Their fathers say there seems no point in running away. I'll take a chance and stay here, says Kamal Smai. If it's my fate to die, I'll die in my own home. And for the few who remain here, a hope that the apparent resolve of these Iraqi soldiers will soon break.
That was Brent Sadler, our reporter in the northern part of Iraq. We have another reporter up there as well. CNN's Ben Wiedemann is also covering this story. He's joining us now live with an update on the situation in the northern part of Iraq. Ben?
Yes, Wolf, as we reported earlier, the bombing of Mosul continues. That in the early evening. Earlier in the day, for the first time, apparently, coalition bombers hitting frontline Iraqi army positions, that north of Mosul. Meanwhile, we're hearing reports that the first U.S. troops are beginning to arrive by air, this time in the western, or rather the eastern Kurdish city of Suleymaniya. That's near the Iranian border. Here in the Kalak area, however, there doesn't seem to be any deployment of U.S. forces. We've been told by Kurdish officials that they do expect the U.S. forces to concentrate in this area here, which is on the main road running west to the city of Mosul. Wolf?
All right, Ben, we'll be checking back with you later. Ben Wiedemann in northern Iraq with the latest developments there. Judy?
The latest headlines in the war with Iraq just moments away, and in the upcoming hour we will go live to the front lines with reports from our correspondents embedded with U.S. and British forces, plus analysis of the battle for Iraq from the air to the ground to the sea. We'll speak with retired Major General Don Shepard. And later, voices from the home front, supporters of the troops and those opposed to this war, all take to the streets. We'll check back with our reporters on the scene. I'll be back in a moment, but now the latest developments.
Hello, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins in the CNN newsroom with the headlines this hour in the war on Iraq. A tough day for coalition forces. U.S. Central Command says 12 U.S. soldiers are unaccounted for and are believed to have been captured after intense fighting outside Nasiriyah in southern Iraq. This comes after CNN received the first pictures of U.S. soldiers killed and captured in action in Iraq. The Iraqi TV pictures were aired in their entirety by the Al Jazeera network. In the air war now, new rounds of explosions have been shaking Baghdad, where it is now after midnight. No word yet on what might have been hit. Arab media reported earlier today that a coalition warplane went down in Baghdad, and Iraqi forces were searching the Tigris River for the pilot or pilots. American and British military officials say they have no reports of a plane downed over Baghdad. While rolling across southern Iraq, the U.S. 7th Cavalry is running into some resistance. It came under heavy artillery fire earlier today. One soldier was injured. That word from CNN's Walter Rogers, who is embedded with that unit. Officials say the 7th Cavalry is now halfway to Baghdad. Also today, a friendly fire incident that apparently brought down a British plane. A British military spokesman says the aircraft was downed in Iraq near the Kuwait border. The spokesman says the Tornado GR-4 was downed by a Patriot missile. The crew is listed as missing, and an investigation is underway. Coming up in this next half hour, live reports from our embedded reporters on the front lines. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Our coverage of the war in Iraq does continue. I'm Judy Woodruff in Washington. More fire and smoke on the Baghdad horizon at this hour after large new explosions rocked the city's south side. But for coalition forces, the most intense and disturbing battles of the war have been happening on the ground. In the past couple hours, U.S. Central Command had the grim task of reporting that 12 U.S. soldiers are unaccounted for and are believed to have been captured after Iraqi forces ambushed a supply convoy. And U.S. officials say fewer than 10 Marines were killed while facing the stiffest resistance yet by Iraqi forces outside the southern city of Nasiriyah. Given the fluid situation on the battlefield, the total number of coalition casualties is not clear. But before these new reports, 23 deaths had been confirmed. The most recent, a U.S. soldier who was killed in a grenade attack by a fellow soldier in northern Kuwait, and another soldier who was killed in a vehicle accident in southern Iraq. 2 U.S. Marines were killed earlier in combat, and 19 U.S. and British troops were killed in a pair of helicopter crashes. Right now, let's get the very latest on the military picture, both in the air and on the ground. Let's go live to our military affairs correspondent at the Pentagon, Jamie McIntyre. Jamie.
Well, a very tough day of fighting is how the U.S. Central Command described it today in their briefing out of the region in Qatar. The Lieutenant General John Abizaid also gave a rundown of the opposition, and he called the resistance that U.S. forces are meeting. He said the stiffest resistance to date has come at the town of Al-Nasiriyah, where the U.S. felt that it had essentially secured the perimeter outside the city, only to discover that they were meeting resistance. Now, Abizaid said that the majority of the resistance they've seen has come from what he called Sadaam Hussein's Special Security Organization and the Sadaam Fedayeen. The U.S. believes that the Special Republican Guard units have infiltrated into the south and are conducting attacks against U.S. forces. Here's a little bit of what General Abizaid had to say.
I wouldn't want to characterize the force that did the fighting in Al-Nasiriyah. Suffice it to say that it was a very sharp engagement, but the Marines were successful. They defeated the enemy. First reports indicated they destroyed 8 tanks, some anti-aircraft batteries that were in the region, and also some artillery, along with a number of infantry.
He was also in the Al-Nasiriyah area where a U.S. supply convoy from the U.S. Army ran into Iraqi troops. Apparently, after taking a wrong turn, they were ambushed by those Iraqi forces. 12 American soldiers are missing. Some of them are ones who turned up on Iraqi television after that, being interviewed by Iraqi officials. The U.S. protested that was a violation of the Geneva Convention against taking pictures and humiliating prisoners of war. It said the United States does not do that. The Pentagon also said, or the U.S. Central Command also said, that what they're encountering now is what they're calling a series of ruses, false surrenders, in which Iraqi forces who appear to be giving up are in fact attacking the United States. They said in one case, Iraqi troops under a flag of surrender launched an artillery barrage against U.S. forces. In another one, what appeared to be civilians welcoming the soldiers, in fact ambushed them. Judy?
Jamie, as we watch, as we are most of the time, the live pictures out of Baghdad, where it's well into the evening or near midnight now. Jamie, in the last day or two or three, the impression I think some or many of us had was that the military felt that they had secured large parts of southern Iraq. Was that because we were having a false impression, or did military brass think that they had largely secured those areas?
Well, I think it's the former. I think that people were under a misimpression. The U.S. strategy specifically was not to secure large areas, but to go around cities, essentially race through the desert, the unopposed area where they were to get light resistance in order to arrive at Baghdad at the soonest possible time. The strategy was, rather than try to go into these cities and try to, take control of them where they'd be subject to urban combat and perhaps guerrilla attacks, they would simply try to surround them, secure the routes in and out, and then gradually make contact with the people in the cities. And that's what's happened. They do believe, excuse me, they do believe that in places like Basra, for instance, the overwhelming majority of the population is going to be welcoming of the U.S. and British forces, but they also believe that there are small numbers of regime supporters in those cities who could launch guerrilla-style attacks, so they're being very cautious. And these encounters that they've had today, which seem to bear out that there may be some reason for suspicion, will make the U.S. more cautious on the battlefield, but the Pentagon says it will not change the overall war plan. Judy?
So ongoing challenges across the battlefront. All right, Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon, and now let's go to Wolf.
Thanks very much, Judy. Within the past couple hours, more explosions rocked Baghdad. 3 huge explosions, apparently U.S. bombs of various types, rocked the southeastern portion of Baghdad. No word yet on which targets, specific targets, were attempted to be destroyed. No word yet on the extent of casualties, but clearly the U.S. air campaign continues against selected targets in Baghdad. We're also told the air campaign continues indeed around the country, around other portions of Iraq as well. There's apparently not going to be any let-up, U.S. officials say, until there's clear evidence that the Iraqi regime of President Sadaam Hussein has capitulated and U.S. troops are on the verge of entering Baghdad. They're still, by all accounts, about at least 100 miles outside of the Iraqi capital, making progress, although, as you just pointed out, there's still some serious problems, some serious resistance, especially in the south-central town of Nasiriyah. CNN's Gary Stryker is aboard one of the 5 U.S. aircraft carriers involved in this air campaign. He's aboard the USS Theodore Roosevelt, which is in the eastern Mediterranean, and Gary's joining us now live. Gary, tell our viewers what's going on aboard the Roosevelt.
Well, Wolf, we've learned tonight that since Sunday afternoon, U.S. Navy ships in the Mediterranean have launched as many as 30 Tomahawk cruise missiles at undisclosed targets in Iraq. This is the first time that Tomahawks have been fired from the Mediterranean in this campaign. The missiles were launched by 3 ships accompanying the 2 U.S. aircraft carriers in the eastern Mediterranean. We're told that they came from the cruisers Cape St. George and Anzio and the destroyer Winston S. Churchill. Sources here tell us the missiles were fired through Turkish airspace, and we understand that this is the first time that cruise missiles have been fired through Turkish airspace since the Turkish government allowed overflight there. Before then, we understand these launches were not feasible from this location in the eastern Mediterranean. But since the airspace over Turkey has opened up, these are now possible. Several ships from this battle group more than a week ago left the Mediterranean for the Red Sea, where they've been firing Tomahawks since the bombings began. And we can assume that those Tomahawks were sent to targets through airspace over Egypt or possibly Saudi Arabia, but we don't have any indication of that from military authorities here, Wolf.
Any indication yet, Gary, about these 30 Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from the eastern Mediterranean from U.S. warships using Turkish airspace? Any indication of the targets that they had and how successful they may have been?
We have no indication from authorities on board this ship what the targets were. They're undisclosed targets, but one can assume that these targets might be in northern Iraq, which would be easier to reach through Turkish airspace than from positions in the Red Sea, Wolf.
Now that Tomahawk cruise missiles have used Turkish airspace since this latest agreement from the Turkish government has gone forward, can we assume some of those warplanes aboard the Roosevelt, where you are, will begin using Turkish airspace to deliver bombs against targets in Iraq?
Well, again, we'll get no indication of that from naval authorities on this ship, Wolf, but that's a reasonable assumption, I would expect.
I'm sure those aviators aboard the Roosevelt and the Truman in the Eastern Mediterranean will be happy to fly over Turkish airspace. Gary Stryker, we'll be checking back with you. Thanks very much for that report. Let's get back to Judy Woodruff in Washington.
Thanks, Wolf. President Bush today returned to the White House from the presidential retreat at Camp David, and when he did, he said he was pleased overall with the progress of the war so far, but he stressed, as our White House correspondent Suzanne Malveaux, I think, will underscore now, that we are just at the beginning, that this war has only begun. Suzanne?
But Judy, it is not an understatement to say this has really been a turning point for the war with Iraq. President Bush back at the White House, not only fulfilling his role as commander-in-chief, but also as the leader who must comfort a nation in time of crises. We're told President Bush, when he was at Camp David this morning, was briefed by CIA as well as Defense Department officials that initially those reports was that there was U.S. troops that had been missing, then captured, then killed. Even some POWs have been paraded before the cameras on Arab television. President Bush made it very clear this afternoon that to Iraqi officials that they must abide by the Geneva Convention Accords to treat those POWs humanely. Otherwise, those Iraqi officials will be treated as war criminals.
The POWs I expect to be treated humanely. And just like we're treating the prisoners that we have captured humanely. If not, the people who mistreat the prisoners will be treated as war criminals.
The President, Judy, trying to paint a positive picture here, but also being cautious as well of this campaign, the bombing campaign, saying that, yes, coalition forces have seized some of the South, that they face little resistance, also saying as well that they have managed to secure some of those oil fields in the South, and that Sadaam Hussein is no longer in charge or in control of his country. But also, Judy, the President saying that this is going to be a tough road ahead. Judy?
Suzanne, you obviously observe the president very closely. Every day you are there covering him at the White House. How does he look physically? Clearly, he must be feeling the strain of this. Did any of that come across?
Well, obviously the president is emotional about this, as all of us are, but his aides say that he is holding up, that he continues to exercise, to take good care of himself, that he is focused in this, and that he is very much aware of what this means to the American people, that he realizes the sacrifices, and the president is emphasizing that he does. He says that his prayers are with the family, that he understands how they feel.
All right, Suzanne Malveaux reporting for us from the White House, and no one bearing the burden of the consequences of this war in every sense of that word than President Bush. My colleague Miles O'Brien has been throughout this afternoon talking with some of our military experts, including retired Air Force General Don Shepard. Miles, there's so much to ask you about. I think one of the questions of this day is how is it, and I guess it's the same question I put a few minutes ago to Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon, how is it that it can seem for a short time that progress is being made in a war situation like this, but at the same time meeting significant resistance?
Well, those are good questions, and that shows you how complex all of this is. It, calls to mind a lot of those cliches about the fog of war. A war is heck, if you will. But this is, to encapsulate a lot of these disparate elements we've been talking about today, you'd have to put it down as really a bad day for the U.S. and its coalition. Don Shepard, Major General, U.S. Air Force retired, joining us right now to talk a little bit about this. I guess if you had to put, we don't know for sure, we don't have any bomb damage assessment yet, but this strike on Baghdad appears to be a sign that this air campaign is still in good working order, right, Don Shepard?
Oh, it appears to me, Miles, that we're at the early stages of the air campaign. We've only been into it a little over 24 hours now, And basically, this first strike hit targets in the Republican Palace area there. I'm sure they're going back and cleaning up things that their bomb damage told them they didn't hit the first time, and going after emerging targets as well, Miles.
All right. Well, that's one thing, and we can't say much about this except to tell you it's a rather large explosion, left a pall of smoke over Baghdad, and that was it. Beyond that, we haven't seen much in Baghdad today, have we?
No, we really haven't seen much in Baghdad. Most of the action has been further south, down in Nasiriyah and the Al-Faw Peninsula, even the Qasr port, Miles.
All right, speaking of Qasr, let's take the map out here. Earthviewer.com, images from digitalglobe.com. You're looking now right there at the Persian Gulf, and we're going to zoom in on Qasr, which is the port right at the mouth of the Shatt al-Arab waterway. This is there because Basra, which is up the waterway a little bit, offers too shallow waters for those big tankers to come in. This is a very crucial place. As you can see right around in this outer area here, you're talking about some oil storage facilities. This is obviously the transshipment of oil is very big here. Now here's why this is significant. The thinking was that this was sort of buttoned up to a degree and that it was time to move on. Not exactly so as we look at some of the activity that we've been watching from down on the ground there. We've got some night vision images of British Marines involved in a firefight, and note one of them not wearing a helmet there. But nevertheless, fairly heavy little firefight here, Don Shepard. And what does that tell you about how well they are buttoning things up as they move north?
Well, this has been the strategy all along, that we will secure things that are extremely important and make sure it's clear. But on the other hand, people are going to sneak back in behind your back. If you tried to secure everything you came across, we would quickly run out of troops. So the strategy, as Jamie McIntyre has just said, has been to bypass many of these areas and leave it for cleanup. But Qasr we thought was secure, and it's very apparent now that there's still some action going on there, Miles.
All right, let's move north and head to Nasiriyah, shall we? As we take our map in motion, we'll go from the southern part where the Shatt al-Arab waterway dumps out, move the map into Nasiriyah, and that's a place where we have also seen some bad news that has come across today. What we're talking about here is an issue with at least 10 fatalities, another dozen or so that are probably casualties, right? And then we've got this issue with the POWs. All of this occurring around Nasiriyah, which is a crucial place because it has a couple of bridges here. There's one of them right there. And we know that those armored columns were right in here availing themselves of that bridge, trying to move onward and up toward Baghdad, which is the goal here. Now, tell me this, Don Shepard, this casualty situation there. Once again in Nasiriyah, the idea was not to sort of seize control of this part of the world, not a huge place, but still would tax your resources, wouldn't it?
It would indeed. And Nasiriyah, I believe, is a town of around 5,000 people, much smaller than Basra, which is 1.2 million, which has been bypassed intentionally. But any bridge crossing becomes key. So you want to seize all of these points from a military standpoint, and you also want to defend them. So anytime we come across a key area, we're going to get attacked. We're going to take care of what's in front of us at that point, and very likely you're still going to have to worry about cleaning up afterwards and people sneaking back in behind your back, Miles. You're never safe in a military operation.
All right, you got to watch that check 6, as the fighter pilots say, 6 o'clock being the backside. Now we do have some images of burned out U.S. tanks. Now it's worth pointing out as we show this that in that central CENTCOM briefing just a little while ago, they said that the resistance was not really a pure organized military resistance. It was more armed, just a disorganized armed response. What does that mean to you when you hear that?
What it means is there's not a centralized command and control commanding a front or major military actions on the move. The Iraqis are defending points with what they have. These are small firefights unless you're engaged in them. Some of them include artillery and tanks on the Iraqi side, so some of them become fierce battles for a short period of time. But this is not a large-scale operation we're running into, but it's very important that we take care of these things as we come upon them, Miles.
All right, one other important point that came out in that briefing, we haven't talked much about it. I want to take you back to the map one more time here. We're up on a wide picture. I just want to orient you very quickly as to where we are. Right up here in the top is Baghdad, and right around in this area is Nasiriyah, where we just had you a few moments ago. As we zoom in, I'm going to take you to the Talil airfield, and in that CENTCOM briefing, they said that the U.S. had control of this particular airfield. It's to the west and north of Nasiriyah. Don Shepard, you looked at this a little while ago. You said, wow, that's a great airfield. Why is that a great airfield?
It's a great airfield because it's got double runways. They're long runways, and they have ramps and that type of thing. In other words, it's an established airfield, not a dirt strip. It can be used as a forward operating base for helicopters or other Air Force aircraft, and a resupply base when the area is secured. Here again, the other day we heard that H2 and H3 were secured. Now today we're told it's only H2. So we have to take these things very cautiously this early in a military campaign. But if we control that airfield from the U.S. standpoint, it becomes a key asset as we move further north toward Baghdad, Miles.
And as we move toward Baghdad, let's remind folks what we're going to be watching for. Downtown Baghdad is an entirely different story. The U.S. has met with resistance in places like Nasiriyah, in Qasr, and once the situation moves to Baghdad, can we only expect more of the same?
We can expect more of the same on targets that emerge. I'd like to make a couple points about this. The Republican Guard is, of course, defending Baghdad. Now, clearly, much of their equipment is dispersed in populated areas so that they think it will not be hit. We have the ability to hit it with precision munitions. On the other hand, if they want to put up a defense of Baghdad, they have to mass their forces. And when they mass their forces, it becomes a target for air power and also ground power. There's no way out of this for them, Miles. The United States has the military capability to do what is required to defeat all of the Iraqi forces and to take Baghdad. It may be prolonged, it may be tough, it may be ugly, it may involve weapons of mass destruction, but they have the capability in the United States military to do this. There's no way out for the Iraqis, and lighting trenches full of oil is not going to help them.
All right, we are flying from Baghdad toward the south, and undoubtedly they are massing at the edge of the city. Soon that sight will be seen. M1A1 tanks moving in. That's underneath, of course, the courtesy there. We will be watching for that, and we will keep you posted as that progress continues. On this, a day where we can certainly agree, I guess, Don Shepard, not one of the better days for U.S. forces thus far.
It's been a tough day for the military. There's good days in war and there's bad days, and this was a very bad day. We had the POWs, the casualties at Nasiriyah, the casualties around the POWs. We had the Patriot missile, the incident, the 101st. We had the correspondent, the British correspondent killed, firefights breaking out in Qasr. This is the very early stage, and I'm reminded that do not beat your breast and clap your hands early in a military operation. It can get very tough. There can be disappointments and reversals, Miles.
All right, those are words to remember. Don Shepard, good place to end it. Thank you very much. We always appreciate your insights. Judy.
Miles, those who said that this war was going to be a cakewalk weren't even close. CNN today received, as we've been telling you, the first pictures of American soldiers killed and captured in action in Iraq. We were just talking about them. This came shortly after the Pentagon said that fewer than 10 of its troops are missing. They later said that 12 soldiers had either died or were missing. The pictures were transmitted by Al Jazeera. That's the Arab language satellite network. The video was shot by state-run Iraq TV. We want to let you, our viewers, know that these pictures and the interviews were disturbing. Now, CNN has made a decision not to show the video of those killed. Instead, we will use this single image with no identifiable features. In other images, it was apparent that some of the soldiers had been shot, some of them in the forehead. We do not know their identities. In addition, 5 soldiers were interviewed by the Iraqis. Each of them gave their name and their home state in the United States. The Pentagon telling CNN now that it is notifying the families of those who were captured and those who were killed. For more now on the question of American POWs inside Iraq, I am joined on the phone by retired Marine Corps Major Joseph Small. He is joining us from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The Major was shot down over Iraq during the last Gulf War in February of 1991. He was held for 9 days by the Iraqis until the ceasefire was declared. Major Small, what was your thought when you heard today about those captured and killed?
Initially, my thought was just pure outrage when I heard that they were shooting prisoners. That is completely against any kind of civilized activity that could be expected from a civilized nation.
Help us understand what they must be thinking as whatever they're going through right now.
They're probably in a state of shock, obviously fear, but I think they're just keeping faith with each other and keeping faith with their training and their country.
How were you treated during those 9 days that you were held back in 1991 by the Iraqis?
It was rough, very rough. There were beatings, there was whippings. We were held in a target area, so we were actually hit by our own Allied bombers.
What do you mean by a target area?
Well, the first 2 nights I was in Baghdad, the last 2 nights of the actual war, there were raids going on within, I'd say, a quarter to a half mile. There was an anti-aircraft gun just outside of my cell, which was firing the whole time, so I consider myself as having been placed in a target area.
And how did the Iraqis treat you, the guards and the others who were with you or near you?
In a word, brutally. I spent the better part of the first day and a half tied up and blindfolded, and that's where the majority of the beatings were administered. You were completely defenseless and in a position where you were completely at their whim.
How did you happen to fall into their hands?
I was flying in support of the 1st Marine Division's advance into Kuwait, and actually was shot down in central Kuwait. The aircraft was hit by a surface-to-air missile and rendered out of control and was forced to eject.
And in fact, your observer on the aircraft with you was killed, is that right?
That's correct. I found out later on, after the war was over, that he had been his body had been found, and was told that it was fairly obvious he had been killed at the missile impact.
Major Small, what do you say to the families, the loved ones of those who are being held in captivity right now?
Well, first, my thoughts and prayers are with them. I know that they're going through a very difficult time. I know it was extremely difficult for my family. Not knowing their condition and not knowing the conditions that they're being held in at the current time. I would hope that the world at large would be outraged by the reports that are coming in, and that somehow that word would spread to the Iraqi regime, and that they would treat these people in accordance with the Geneva Convention.
Well, that is certainly our wish as well. Retired Major Small was shot down. Joseph Small was shot down in 1991 by Iraqi forces. He was held prisoner of war for 9 days, and you just heard him describe a brutal experience. Major Small, thank you very much for talking with us. And of course, we join you in your wish that these all of those captured be released and safely. We've been talking to you about intense fighting between U.S. Marines and Iraqi fighters that broke out today at the Iraqi port of Qasr. We have a report for you now from a British pool reporter named David Bowden. He was on the scene.
We're assessing the situation here. There are people running up and down with messages. They've got binoculars on the area, but this situation has not come to a halt yet. This is ongoing. It is not yet declared safe. I tell you, I overheard, and you can probably hear that those shadowy figures, they've got eyes on them, as they say here now. Mike, you feel you're safe enough there? Mike Donnelly, my cameraman, do you feel you're safe enough where you are? He says so. You probably saw that, Simon. It's a difficult call. We're trying to cover the war here, but at the same time, as I say, this is not a soap opera. It's not being done for television. It's being done to carry out the mission here. We're simply bystanders. We're tagging along. It is not easy to operate in these conditions when there is nobody firing at you. It is more difficult, of course. Adrenaline will be pumping. There is a life-threatening situation here. So it's very, very difficult to operate in these conditions, certainly for the soldiers. Marginally less so for us, obviously, because we're just a few yards back from what is de facto the front line. But it's very hot, very difficult, very dusty, and the sand, as you know, and dust gets into everything. I just ask you what's happening.
Roger, right now we just got a confirmation that we've got some pop shots. I guess somebody's trying to return fire with the tanks onto the tanks over. I believe the first tank's about to take a shot right now. There we go. Apparently there's somebody back there apparently that wants to keep going.
Word has just gone down the line here to keep your heads down. Shots are coming out of the building still. But obviously the U.S. Marines are not satisfied that that building is safe, so they are still pounding it, and I suspect they will take it down brick by brick if necessary.
That was British pool reporter David Bowden reporting on intense fighting today in the Iraqi port of Qasr. Again, this the very southernmost part of Iraq, but still the U.S.-led forces meeting resistance there. We've been talking, of course, about the Iraq theater. That's where most of our coverage is directed. But we all know that there are U.S. forces remaining in Afghanistan, where the United States fought a war about a year ago, more than a year ago. There are still coalition forces there. And let's go to the Pentagon quickly now for a developing story. Jamie?
Well, Judy, this word just in from the U.S. Central Command. A U.S. Air Force Black Hawk helicopter has crashed in Afghanistan, killing all 6 people on board. This helicopter was conducting a medical evacuation mission when it went down about 18 miles north of Ghazni in Afghanistan about 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time. This is the Air Force version of the Black Hawk helicopter, which is seen here. The crash, the Pentagon says, was not a result of any enemy action. Again, 6 personnel on board, no survivors. The incident obviously is under investigation, but that U.S. Air Force Black Hawk helicopter crashed conducting a medical evacuation mission in Afghanistan. No survivors, 6 dead, no indication of enemy fire or hostile action. Judy?
Jamie, very quickly, we know 250-some thousand U.S. troops in the Iraqi theater. What about how many in Afghanistan?
Well, you know, I haven't taken a look at the latest casualty figures in Afghanistan. Of course, in Afghanistan, the overwhelming number of casualties were from accidents, such as this one, not hostile fire. That pattern, by the way, so far has held true in Iraq, but as we're seeing much more heavy fighting in Iraq, that could start to shift. We are getting some battlefield deaths and casualties today as the U.S. forces meet some stiffer resistance, particularly they think from Republican Guard units who are sort of concealing themselves in military units or passing themselves off as civilians. So we'll just have to watch the casualty tolls in both of those theaters.
All right, Jamie McIntyre reporting on a downed helicopter in Afghanistan, a country many of us don't think about on a daily basis anymore, but it certainly was our focus a year ago, more than a year ago, when U.S. forces were fighting there. Thanks, Jamie. We'll come back to you for more on that when you are able to learn it. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues. We check the day's headlines at this hour in just a moment. Also ahead, an update from CENTCOM headquarters in Qatar on some tough fighting involving U.S. troops.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins in the CNN newsroom. Here now, a look at what's happening at this hour in the war on Iraq. A U.S. Central Command general calls today, quote, the toughest day of resistance we've had so far. The general spoke at a news briefing in Qatar. U.S. troops were engaged in heavy battles in a number of locations across Iraq, including the Al-Faw Peninsula and the port city of Qasr. Iraqi troops inflicted heavy casualties on U.S. Marines earlier today in an ambush in the southern city of Nasiriyah. The exact number of deaths and injuries has not been released. The battle is said to be the sharpest engagement of the war so far. And U.S. Central Command says a dozen American soldiers from an Army maintenance unit are unaccounted for and believed to have been captured near Nasiriyah. Some of them were shown on Iraqi state television as apparent prisoners.
على أطراف أنت تشاهد معي تلاحظ معي الآن هذا القصف الرهيب.
Coalition planes struck Baghdad with a new round of airstrikes over the last several hours. Targets on the south side of Baghdad were hit especially hard, and anti-aircraft guns opened fire in response. The U.S. Army is still trying to sort out a deadly incident last night at Camp Pennsylvania in northern Kuwait. A member of the 101st Airborne Division's 1st Brigade remains in custody and is being interrogated. U.S. military officials accuse him of throwing 2 live grenades at fellow soldiers, killing 1 and injuring a dozen others. After months of negotiations, Turkey has officially opened its airspace to U.S. military aircraft. U.S. Joint Chiefs Chairman Richard Myers says the U.S. has already used the air corridors to ferry troops into northern Iraq. There will be no red carpet for tonight's Oscars. The award show will go on, but officials have decided to honor U.S. forces fighting in Iraq by muting traditional production. The televised event is also prepared to be preempted by network war coverage. Coming up next hour on Wolf Blitzer reports scenes from some of the most intense battles yet in Iraq. Also, the U.S. beef with Russia. Did that country sell Iraq weapons? And more of Wolf Blitzer's one-on-one with Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. It's all coming up at 5 Eastern on CNN. Now back to Judy Woodruff in Washington.
I am Judy Woodruff in Washington, reporting as CNN's live coverage of the strike on Iraq continues on this day that U.S. military officials describe the war campaign on target. Still some dispiriting news of U.S. and coalition forces meeting resistance. As we've been reporting, U.S. officials held another media briefing today at Central Command headquarters in Qatar. Let's turn now to CNN's Tom Mintier for more on developments there. Hi, Tom.
In a wide-ranging briefing, U.S. and British officials talked about the day's events, saying that there were some casualties, that there are some POWs now being held by Iraq. They said that an ambush of a supply convoy resulted in 12 soldiers going missing. They did not give any exact numbers on those who were killed or injured in this incident, but said that what they saw of the pictures broadcast from Baghdad of these prisoners, they found disgusting.
I regard the showing of those pictures as absolutely unacceptable. I would say the pictures were disgusting.
Also discussed at length at the briefing was an incident involving a British Royal Air Force plane that was shot down by a U.S. Patriot missile battery inside Kuwait. The British say the plane was en route from an operation in southern Iraq when it was hit, apparently, by a Patriot missile. They say there is a full investigation now underway, and when its results are completed, it will be made public. Tom Mintier, CNN, at the Central Command headquarters in Doha.
Meantime, here in the United States, Army officials today confirmed that soldiers from the 507th Maintenance Company based at Fort Bliss, Texas, near El Paso, are among those now unaccounted for inside Iraq. CNN's Ed Lavandera is at Fort Bliss. He joins me again now by telephone for the latest. Ed, the last time I spoke with you, the military was in the process of getting in touch with these families.
Yes, Judy, you're right, and they're continuing to do that work at this hour as well. And they're also still trying to piece together all of the details and the exact storyline as to what happened to the members of the 507th Maintenance Company here at Fort Bliss. This is a unit that usually works with the Air Defense Artillery System. One of the spokespeople here at the base says you can consider this the home of the Patriot missile. But in this particular situation, the details that we do know so far is that these soldiers were under the command of the 3rd Infantry Division. And a maintenance unit, the way it's been described to us, is essentially just follows infantry units and ground soldiers in this particular case, and is able to fix things along the way. You need a maintenance unit as the ground soldiers have been making their way toward Baghdad. The officials here say you need maintenance units to make sure that everything continues working properly. But what has been put into place here so far is that the colonel of the base has asked the Family Readiness Program has been called into action here as well to help the families here at Fort Bliss. They're a conduit of information, if you will, between the Army and these families, and it's also like a support group, if you will, for these families getting information and being able to deal with the uncertainties that exist at this moment. So those groups, and essentially this Family Readiness Group, is made up of the spouses of the military members that have been deployed from this base. And so they're in the process of helping them and calming their fears, if you will, and helping them come to terms with what is going on, and also passing along to them the latest information as they get it. Judy?
Ed, we know these support groups can be very, very important in helping these families deal when crisis like this arises. Just quickly, Ed, the name of this group, Maintenance, 507th Maintenance Company, by its appearance, one might think, well, this is not a company that's going to be near the front lines. They're going to be way back in the rear. They're going to be in a safer position. But we are reminded once again that anyone in the theater is potentially vulnerable.
Absolutely. In fact, I was just speaking with a spokesperson here at the base, and we were asking them if these particular soldiers are outfitted just like any other Army soldier, and we were told that yes, they do carry M16A1 rifles. They are fully equipped with the gas mask and any other kind of gear that all of the other soldiers are equipped with as well. And they essentially follow many of these units right into the line of battle. All of these soldiers need all of the equipment, the trucks, and every other kind of equipment to be working properly, and that's what this unit would be helping those other soldiers with.
Ed Lavandera at Fort Bliss, Texas, near El Paso, where the 507th Maintenance Company is based. This is the company that was ambushed near Nasiriyah in Iraq earlier today. Miles O'Brien, my colleague in Atlanta at CNN Center. Miles, I talked a few minutes ago to a prisoner of war during the Persian Gulf War 12 years ago, and I don't think anybody can underestimate, or I should say overestimate, just what a awful experience it is.
You know, it's interesting because clearly, as Don Shepard's going to tell you in just a moment, there's an awful lot of training that goes into this, but I don't think that any human being knows how they might react until they're in that situation. Major General Don Shepard, retired U.S. Air Force. Let's pick up on that point. You can train for this all you want, but when you're at the business end of an enemy weapon, it's a different thing, isn't it?
When the day happens, Miles, there is nothing that you can do other than rely on your training, your values, your courage, and your faith. We had it happen to many of our people in the wars over periods of time. Their experience has been the same. It's a terrible experience. The families of these people should know that they have been trained and they are backed up by a military and a country that fully intends to hold those responsible who captured them, who used them, and for their treatment. And when the United States military gets to Baghdad, this will come into play.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the training. We actually have a clip. We had the good fortune to do a documentary not too long ago about this. Our producer Andy Siegel, Martin Savage, at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. And what you're watching is, this is an Army Advanced Training School where they teach certain members of the Army. We're not going to tell you that every member of the infantry gets this kind of thing. We're talking about Green Berets and Rangers, special ops kind of guys would get this high-level, high-fidelity training. Everybody gets some degree of training. What are they trying to tell people to do in these cases, and more importantly, perhaps, what not to do?
Yeah, they're trying to tell people what to expect and trying to give them some training, the sense, if you will, that you've been through some of this before so that you're not totally blindsided by anything that happens to you. What they do not get in this training, of course, is physical mistreatment, and many POWs, such as those that Judy described, have been physically mistreated, badly mistreated during their captivity. So this is basically meant to show what can happen in a controlled situation, and it is extremely good training. I've been through it myself for the Vietnam War, the old training that we had, and again, it's gotten by the people most likely to be captured, the commandos, the SEALs, the Special Forces, and pilots from all services, Miles.
Well, and it's sort of like flying a simulator for an airplane. In the back of your head, you know it's fake, and you know you're safe.
Yeah, you do. You know that you're going to get out of this, and of course when you're a POW you have no idea whether you're going to get out of it. That's what makes a difference. But training for anything you do in the military is very important, and this is excellent training. It was not fun going through it, but it became very, very valuable to many people during the Vietnam War, of course.
You really have to have a good intestinal fortitude, to say the least. Let's just get the lay of the land here briefly. Nasiriyah is our focus as we talk about this POW situation. We know now that there were 10 fatalities, correct? Perhaps 24 casualties in total, 12 missing. Is that correct? I'm getting my numbers right. I think that's roughly what we're talking about here.
Yeah, it's a little unclear to me right now. We've talked about 10 people killed and captured, and then later it was revised to perhaps as many as 12 missing, and then we heard earlier reports of more casualties in Nasiriyah. I'm not sure if these are mixed up. We probably need CENTCOM to clear that up for us next day or so.
We could be double counting some people is what we're talking about here, but the point is there is a videotape out there. It's been broadcast on Al Jazeera. It comes from Iraqi TV. CNN is not going to be putting this out at the moment because because it's inappropriate when families have not been notified, and we can't imagine how awful that would be to find out on CNN one way or another about your loved one. So we're not going to put that on TV just yet. But the point is, what it shows is, it shows Iraqi irregulars, I'm not going to say regular because we don't know what kind of military they are, using them as pawns.
Absolutely against the Geneva Convention, to which Iraq is a signature. There is good news and bad news about this video. It's against the rules, but now that we have this video, we know that these people have been captured. We know they're in Iraqi custody. They had better come back, and those responsible for handling them from the time they were captured to the time they are returned are going to be held responsible. So there's some good news in this, and there is some comfort to the families knowing that they're alive.
I wonder if the end game here and the goal, which is to unseat the regime in Baghdad, I wonder if that could change the thinking about these people in Nasiriyah. In other words, if they realize, looking at the big picture here, the jig is up, might they be less likely to engage in anything that would be against the conventions?
They would certainly be wise to do that. I don't know. I can't put myself in their heads, or Saddam's head, or the head of their regime there. But the conduct of this regime becomes extremely important to their future. They will be held responsible for those things they've done in the past and those things they do now. It's very clear, Miles.
Don Shepard, retired general in the U.S. Air Force. As always, pleasure to have you with us. Judy.
That training is unsettling, but I'm sure that it must help somewhat in these situations, and we can only imagine what these soldiers are going through right now. Still ahead in this hour, is Sadaam Hussein alive? It's the question that keeps coming back, and how much does that really matter at this point? We'll look at the Iraqi leader's loosening grip on power.
Why do so many people trust GMAC Real Estate? It's because our agents offer premier service. A commitment to service that caters to your specific needs. Which means whether you're buying or selling a home, we'll listen to your needs and get you where you want to be. It's no wonder we have an overwhelming 94% customer satisfaction rating. GMAC Real Estate. Service you deserve. People you trust.
Do you know what unlimited means in the neighborhood? It means you can call your brother in Toledo for 2 minutes. And your mother in San Diego for 2 hours. And the pizza guy down the street right now. And every call is the same. Call anyone in the country, talk as long as you want, as often as you want, for one low monthly price. Rack 'em up, people.
Get 50% off your first month in the neighborhood. Call 1-800-JOIN-MCI before May 1st.
CNN Tonight, the march towards Baghdad. We're live from the front lines, the risks facing reporters in the field, in the midst of battle with the troops, plus ambassadors from Kuwait, Turkey, and more. Only on Larry King, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. Just within the past few hours, another devastating air assault on Baghdad. Huge explosions, at least 3, rocked the southeastern portion of the Iraqi capital. We have some videotape. We'll show you one of those blasts. It caused a powerful, there it is, a powerful boom heard throughout the city. No word on the exact target, no word on casualties. But that was the most serious, that was the most thunderous explosion heard in Baghdad over the past several hours. Clearly the U.S.-led airstrike campaign, shock and awe, continuing in the Iraqi capital, even as the ground war continues elsewhere around Iraq, in the south, in the west, and in the north. U.S. forces moving from all directions towards Baghdad, though they are meeting stiff what the Pentagon calls pockets of resistance in several towns, including Nasiriyah in south-central Baghdad. The Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld says U.S. officials still have to work on the assumption that the Iraqi leader is alive. But in my interview with Rumsfeld earlier today, he insisted again that Saddam Hussein's days in power are numbered.
Wolf, the outcome of this is determined. It's certain. This conflict is going to end, and the regime of Saddam Hussein will be gone. And it will end sooner if people behave rationally and put down their weapons and stop resisting. It will end longer if they are foolish and get themselves killed because they refuse to surrender and put down their arms.
Secretary Rumsfeld also stressed to me that U.S.-led forces are not attacking Baghdad, as the dramatic pictures of the explosions over the city might lead everyone to believe. He says they're precisely targeting Saddam Hussein's regime. Judy?
Wolf, they are, and you know, we keep hearing that this is the sole focus here, the main focus, to disarm Iraq, to overthrow its leader, Saddam Hussein. Throughout all this, some people have said, why do you need a full-scale war in order to get rid of one man? Well, our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider, takes a closer look at just what it means to have a regime change.
During the Cold War, the CIA got involved in efforts to assassinate other countries' leaders, like Ngo Dinh Diem in South Vietnam, and Cuba's Fidel Castro. The CIA had a plot to poison his cigars.
This committee has...
When the news got out, Congress investigated and almost passed a law banning political assassinations. President Gerald Ford beat them to it by issuing an executive order in 1976 that said, no person employed by or acting on behalf of the United States government shall engage in or conspire to engage in assassination. The fact that it was an executive order, not an act of Congress, means that the president controls the policy, and he can change it. In fact, shortly after the September 11th attacks, Secretary of State Colin Powell said the administration was considering rescinding the executive order.
It is still on the books, and as part of our campaign plan, we're examining everything.
But they didn't need to change the law, because it allows targeting an enemy combatant if the U.S. is engaged in armed conflict. A terrorist like Osama bin Laden is an enemy combatant because he masterminded an attack on the U.S. So is Saddam Hussein, because he's commander-in-chief of the Iraqi forces. Targeting an enemy combatant is not an act of assassination. It's an act of war. Some argue it's not a legally declared war, either by Congress or by the United Nations. But international law experts say that doesn't matter. The law of armed conflict permits targeting all enemy combatants. Bill Schneider, CNN Center, Atlanta.
The war in Iraq continues to stir emotions across the world and here in the United States. In Washington today, some U.S. veterans were among those taking to the streets to speak out against the war. The rally was sponsored by a coalition of veterans groups, including Veterans for Peace, Vietnam Veterans Against the War, and Military Families Speak Out, the name of a group. Passions were just as strong at a Washington rally in support of Bush administration policy and the troops. The demonstration was sponsored by the Washington chapter of Free Republic. Well, one day after a massive anti-war rally, demonstrators got together again today in New York City, but this time in support of the U.S. military, support of American troops. CNN's Maria Hinojosa is with us now from New York. And Maria, as I come to you, I think we should clarify the demonstrators yesterday weren't against U.S. troops. They said they were against U.S. policy.
That's exactly right, Judy, and they continue to stress that with posters, of course, with yellow ribbons saying we want our troops home and that's how we want to support them. But let's talk a little bit about what happened here in Times Square today. I guess you could say that this would be the silent majority. 70% of Americans say they support this war, but only about 1,000 of them came here to Times Square to show that on the streets. They were very loud, very vociferous, very determined to get their message out, very angry even. They say that too much attention is being placed on the anti-war protests. Now, their message is that they want to support the troops, they want to show them, they say that they're concerned about troop morale, and they also want to send a message to President Bush, saying that they support the president in this difficult time, and they want him to know that. There was a lot of singing of God Bless America, the Star-Spangled Banner, a lot of chants of USA, USA. When fire trucks would drive by, a round of applause would go up. But we need to tell you also about what was happening just a few blocks from here at the Intrepid War Navy boat, which is stationed just a few blocks from Times Square. There was a gathering of former war veterans, and they said that they were there to pray in support of the troops. But at that same intrepid, anti-war demonstrators then unfurled a banner saying shame. So again, Judy, a very high emotional debate going on the streets of New York City, both pro and against, trying to take to the streets of New York. One of them was the name of a man by the name of James Johnson, and we asked him why did he want to come out and what was the message that he wanted to send today.
That it's not just Republicans who support the president. There are Democrats like myself who believe that the president is right, because if he didn't go in, we'd have to do it later, and there would be a much greater loss of lives.
Our presence today is necessary because there are so many people who are Americans who are standing up against our country. It may not be unpatriotic to demonstrate. What is unpatriotic is when your country has been attacked, which it was a year and a half ago. And it was done with the help of Sadaam Hussein's money, if nothing else. When your country is now defending itself against that attack, for you to protest against the defense is unpatriotic.
Now, Judy, of course, that was not James Johnson. There was a lot of people sharing their opinions, so we're glad we got so many different voices on. But I have to tell you, Judy, I've been covering a lot of these demonstrations against the war, and I would be very hard-pressed to draw any kind of difference if you just look at the groups. They looked very similar. There were a lot of families there, a lot of women with children, a lot of immigrants. It was just a very different message. Judy.
Smaller numbers today, but no less deeply felt in their opinions. All right, Maria Hinojosa joining us from New York City for the second day in a row, covering these public expressions of support or opposition to the Bush administration policy. Well, despite this war, we are told, the show will go on in Hollywood tonight with the presentation of the Academy Awards. However, we are also told that the security at the Kodak Theater will be very tight. 400 to 500 Los Angeles police officers will be on duty, along with almost 1,000 private guards. And we are told National Guard troops who specialize in detecting biochemical agents will be on hand as well, just in case. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right after this.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Once upon a time, there were 3 bears that were always out looking for something fun to do. Then the mama bear discovered the variety of programming on the premium channel packages from Dish Network. Now they could get big hit movies, exclusive sports, and those original series everyone was talking about right at home. So the next time Goldie came over uninvited, she had to mooch off of someone else. Get the variety you want with Showtime, Stars, HBO, or Cinemax. Call 1-800-333-DISH today for a premium package that's just right for you.
What the world needs now.
I wanted a romantic getaway. He wanted it action-packed. I said someplace exotic. He said close. He wanted to dive. I wanted to dip. He wanted to play outside, and I wanted to stay inside. So we chose Sandals, the world's best all-inclusives, where love conquers all at the resorts that include it all.
Book now, save 30%. Call your travel agent or 1-800-SANDALS.
Own a timeshare? Sell it for cash. Own a campground membership? Sell it for cash. Own some land? Sell it for cash. Call right now and receive your free information kit to buy, sell, or rent your timeshare, campground membership, or land for cash. Don't wait until you have to pay another maintenance fee or tax bill. Market your property with Century 21 Vacation Properties approved organization, Vacations Only. So call now and sell or rent your property for cash.
For your free information kit, call 800-267-7068.
If I look happy, it's because I've got a super night's sleep in my Craftmatic Monaco adjustable bed. I'm also delighted because of the free TV I received. You can get a free 25-inch color TV with the purchase of any Monaco adjustable bed, too. Just call toll-free to receive this free TV certificate by mail. Call to have your free 25-inch color TV certificate and complete details about Monaco mailed to you right away.
Call 1-800-BED-3977.
Hundreds of Iraqi police and security agents searched the Tigris River and its banks today for pilots they said had parachuted from a plane shot down over Baghdad. But U.S. and British military officials say all their planes and air crews are accounted for. The Pentagon says a U.S. Air Force Black Hawk helicopter crashed today in central eastern Afghanistan, killing all 6 people aboard. The helicopter was said to be conducting a medical evacuation mission when it went down. The Pentagon says the crash was not the result of any enemy action. Senator Richard Lugar says U.S. officials have intelligence information indicating Iraqi President Sadaam Hussein was injured in the war's initial strike. Sadaam is believed to have been in a compound that was hit by cruise missiles in the first night of the attacks.
Initial intelligence reports from various sources that he was carried from his building where he was on a stretcher, apparently injured.
Senator Richard Lugar. Those are the headlines making news at this hour. Your most comprehensive coverage of this war in Iraq is right here on CNN. Wolf Blitzer Reports starts right now.
CNN Live this hour. Wolf Blitzer reports from Kuwait City with correspondents from around the world. Wolf Blitzer Reports starts now.
Iraqi resistance forces for Sadaam Hussein put up a fight in the south. The U.S. military says it's been a hard day. In Baghdad, new explosions light up the night sky. This is a live picture. It's 1 in the morning in Iraq's capital. We're coming to you this hour live from Kuwait City. It shares the same time zone with Baghdad, but little else. Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting from Kuwait City. We want to begin this hour by showing you some dramatic pictures of some of the latest fighting in Iraq. A new wave of the U.S. shock and awe campaign hit Baghdad Sunday night. Airstrikes produced huge explosions that lit up the sky and produced giant plumes of smoke. Coalition forces are meeting resistance in southern Iraq, despite controlling large portions of the region. Overnight, they engaged in a fierce firefight with a pocket of Iraqi soldiers on the Al-Faw Peninsula. A British Harrier jet was called in to end the standoff. And in the port city of Qasr, the Associated Press reports street fighting with guerrillas, including Ba'ath Party paramilitary fighters. But first, closing in on Baghdad, here's a look at where things stand around Iraq right now. The ground war has moved closer to the center of Iraq. The 3rd Infantry is about 100 miles outside of Baghdad, potentially less than a day's march. In the capital city, more explosions overnight, and Iraqi forces set oil-filled trenches on fire in an attempt to create a smokescreen. To the south, U.S. troops run into stiff resistance. CNN's Alessio Vinci reports that coalition forces suffered casualties in fighting near Nasiriyah. On the border, coalition forces continue to battle pockets of resistance in the port city of Qasr. And British Marines battle with Iraqis in the Al-Faw Peninsula after establishing a beachhead there Friday. There also was activity in the north. Airstrikes were reported in Mosul and against positions of what the U.S. military calls a militant Muslim group, Ansar al-Islam, near the Iranian border. And even as we're reporting live from Kuwait City, once again, air raid sirens have gone off here in the Kuwaiti capital. Once again, sirens going off. This is not an unusual situation in Kuwait City, although it's been about a day or so since we've had these kinds of air raid sirens going off, usually an indication that something might be going on. In the past, there have been several false alarms. We'll continue to monitor the situation here in Kuwait City, get back to you with the latest. In the meantime, CNN received the first pictures of American soldiers killed and captured in action in Iraq shortly after the Pentagon said that fewer than 10 of its troops are missing. They later raised that number to 12. The pictures were transmitted by Al Jazeera, the Arab language satellite network. The video was shot by state-run Iraq TV. We want to let the audience know that these pictures and the interviews are disturbing. CNN has made a decision not to show the video of those killed and will instead use this single image with no identifiable features. In other images, it was apparent some soldiers had been shot, some of them in the forehead. We don't know their identities. 5 other soldiers were also interviewed, and each gave their name and home state in the United States. The Pentagon tells CNN that it is notifying the families of those captured and those who were killed. Now the bloodiest battle yet. In and around the city of Nasiriyah in south-central Iraq, Marines have been fighting with hardly any sleep. Our Alessio Vinci was with the unit during the attack and came upon the actual scene.
But just describing you what I'm looking at, the Charge AAV, an amphibious assault vehicle. It's basically one of those armored personnel carriers that the Marines are using, and it is totally destroyed. It's totally charcoal, burned down, and according to one of the eyewitnesses, this was one of the armored that was hit by a rocket-propelled grenade. Now all this happened several hundreds of meters ahead of me.
CNN's Alessio Vinci on the scene for us. Now the latest. Let's go live to our senior Pentagon correspondent, Jamie McIntyre. Jamie?
Well, Wolf, U.S. commanders admit it was, quote, a tough day of fighting for U.S. troops who met the stiffest resistance so far in their push to Baghdad. But the U.S. commanders also vowed that the combat losses and the taking of American prisoners of war would do nothing to change the U.S. war plan or their guarantee of U.S. victory. On day 4, the fiercest fight came here in the southern Iraqi city of al-Nasiriyah, about 100 miles north of Kuwait. U.S. Marines had thought the main fighting was over at al-Nasiriyah, but they got a nasty surprise, U.S. commanders say, when it turned out Special Republican Guard forces had infiltrated the regular Iraqi troops and were pretending to surrender and posing as civilians.
The majority of the resistance we have faced so far comes from Saddam's Special Security Organization and the Saddam Fedayeen. These are men who know that they will have no role in the building of a new Iraq, and they have no future.
U.S. officials described 2 incidents in which, in one case, U.S. troops came upon Iraqi forces who were under a flag of surrender, only to be subjected to an artillery barrage. In another case, it appeared that there were Iraqi civilians welcoming the U.S. troops. Again, the U.S. was ambushed. A supply convoy ran into an Iraqi force when it made a wrong turn. That resulted in deaths and the capture and killing of some Americans. Some of those captured turned up later on Iraqi television. But the Pentagon says that the war plan is on track and that U.S. forces are unstoppable and will be in the Baghdad vicinity soon. One other note, Wolf, in Afghanistan, the other place where U.S. forces are actively engaged, a U.S. Air Force Pavehawk helicopter crashed today, killing all 6 people on board as it was trying to conduct a medical evacuation mission. No indication of enemy fire. An investigation is underway. Wolf?
Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. Jamie, thanks very much. And if you can hear a siren behind me here in Kuwait City, happy to report that is the all clear, meaning that any potential danger has now been removed. Once again, there were just a few minutes ago the air raid siren suggesting that there could be a problem. Right now, the all clear has sounded, meaning that that danger has gone away, which is good news for all of the people of Kuwait and Kuwait City. The United States has warned Iraq it will be held responsible for any violations of the Geneva Conventions. The relevant paragraph of the protection of the POWs reads as follows, and I'm quoting, "Prisoners of war must at all times be protected, particularly against acts of violence or intimidation and against insults and public curiosity." Here's your chance to weigh in on the war in Iraq. Our web question of the day is this: does knowing there are U.S. POWs change your level of support for the war? More for it, more against it, feel the same? We'll have the results later in this broadcast. Please vote at cnn.com/Wolf. While you're there, I'd like to hear from you. Send me your comments. I'll try to read some of them on the air. That's, of course, where you could read my daily online column, cnn.com/Wolf. As we told you at the top of our program, U.S. forces continue to battle pockets of resistance in the southern port city of Qasr. A British pool reporter was with the troops as the action unfolded.
Now we got 2 to 3 inside the window moving to green khaki. We took 2 pop shots over the heads. We opened fire on them. Okay.
when this all started off originally. It was just men with their M16s and machine guns who ran up onto the top of this berm and started pouring fire down onto that area.
That tall building, send a javelin right into it.
Brought the javelin weapon system up to bear. The first shot went a little bit long.
It's off. That was off.
Second shot, direct impact to that building. Once that building was hit, then it became very apparent that there was a lot of movement in that area. We had troops start moving back and forth. We began engaging with the machine guns, and just people started just popping out of everywhere.
They're still trying to clear this area. There are more instructions going out now. I can't hear exactly what's being said, but you can hear for yourselves. More live firing here at Qasr.
Roger, right now we just got a confirmation that we've got some pop shots. I guess somebody's trying to return fire with the tanks onto the tanks. Apparently there's somebody back there apparently that wants to keep going.
Vehicles approaching from
Is it still dangerous out there?
As far as me at ground level with my squad, there's always a threat. I mean, we don't adhere to reports from anybody that the threat has gone away, this area is secured. We're always maintaining our posture here on the platoon level to ensure that we here are always constantly ready for a fight, because it could pop up from anywhere.
And these kinds of battles are anticipated to become even more intense as U.S. and British forces continue their march towards Baghdad. Let's go to Baghdad now, where Iraqi police and security agents searched for what they said was a downed Allied pilot along the Tigris River earlier today. The Iraqis fired automatic weapons into the reeds and the shallow water. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and other U.S. military officials said there are no reports of an Allied plane being shot down over Baghdad, and there are no reports of missing pilots. At one point, the Iraqis also set fire to brush along the river. The Associated Press reports the Iraqi action was triggered after witnesses said they saw parachutes. Again, U.S. officials say there are no reports of downed Allied planes and pilots. They say all planes and pilots have been accounted for. Here are the latest confirmed number of U.S. casualties in the war on Iraq. One soldier with the 101st Airborne was killed in a grenade attack allegedly carried out by a fellow soldier at a camp here in Kuwait. A dozen soldiers were injured, 5 seriously. At least 2 U.S. Marines have been killed in combat in Iraq. And 19 coalition forces have been killed in 2 accidental helicopter crashes, 5 Americans and 14 British. American officials described today's fighting as tough and sharp, and the Pentagon's punishing shock and awe air campaign continues with absolutely no let-up. With the reports of missing troops, including some who may be in Iraqi hands, pilots who fly search and rescue missions also have been quite busy. CNN's Gary Tuckman is at a base near the Iraqi border here in the Persian Gulf. Gary?
Well, Wolf, just like you in Kuwait City, we just had the sirens go off here at this air base. We saw airmen scrambling to put on their chemical suits, to put on their masks when the sirens went off. This had been the first day since the war began that they were not required to wear their chemical suits at all time. Up until today, as long as they weren't in the shower or in bed, they had to walk around with their chemical suits at all times. So they just scrambled a short time ago. People put on their masks. They went into bunkers. They were only in them 5 minutes when they got the all clear. And now everyone's out again, but most of the people we see in the background are still wearing their chemical suits as we speak. Right now it's past 1 in the morning here in the Persian Gulf. The runways and the taxiways are still very busy. As we speak right now, you can see back there planes coming in after their missions to Iraq. They've just landed and are now taxiing down the taxiway. The A-10s and the F-16s that are here, they will park for another day to go out on their missions. We see a lot of warplanes here. We see a lot of bombs. Being at an air base during a war is not subtle. We talked earlier today with the wing commander here, and I'm going to have to stop talking for 1 minute because it gets quite loud when these aircraft pass us, obviously. But we talked earlier today with the wing commander, the man who is in charge of this facility, but he also goes out on missions himself. And just today, he went on 2 missions.
The first sortie this morning was on a leaflet drop, and the second sortie was a close air support sortie in support of the ground operations.
Did you drop your munitions on that particular sortie?
I did drop some munitions on that sortie.
Could you tell us what you actually dropped?
It was precision-guided munitions, laser-guided bombs.
And this was to protect ground troops who were nearby at the time?
It was in support of folks.
Now, when you fly, here you are, you are the leader here, so your words will be listened to very carefully. Is there an element of fear, nervousness, anxiety at all?
There's truly not. I think all pilots that are here from all nations have prepared for this day. Our training is superb. I talked with the pilots before we began combat operations. I shared with them that they've been trained exactly for what they need to do. There's not a threat north of here that they've not been able to train for, prepare for, and will be able to defeat. They're very well equipped for this, and I think that there's a apprehension as you go north, certainly, but it's not fear.
I think that's one of the interesting things that a lot of people probably don't realize is the variety of missions. That man flies an F-16. Those are fighter planes that carry bombs, yet his two missions were very different. The first, he dropped leaflets. The second, he dropped bombs. You can see the planes are now actually stacked up on the taxiway waiting to park. That gives you an idea. It's like a commercial airport here on a Friday night or a Sunday night, the amount of traffic we've seen. There have been more than 550 sorties in the first 48 hours of shock and awe. Gives you an idea, if you do the math, it averages out to about 12 warplanes an hour leaving from just this one base participating in the Gulf War II. Keep in mind there are at least 38 different locations where coalition aircraft are taking off from. Wolf, back to you.
Gary, getting back to the sirens that went off, the alarms that went off in suggesting that there could be some sort of missile attack, you say that the troops where you are put on their full protective gear. Do they always do that whenever these air sirens go off?
Well, forgive me, it's so loud here, it's hard to hear your question. I think you're asking me, we'll give you a shot of these planes again as they start moving, just because it's such an unusual sight. But I think you're asking me, do the airmen here always put on their suits and their equipment when the sirens go off? And that's a good question, because there are two different sets of sirens in this area. There are sirens that have been installed by the Kuwaiti government, and there are also sirens that have been installed by the coalition military. When the Kuwaiti government sirens go off, they don't always put on all their gear. They are instructed that if the military sirens go off, that's when it should be taken very, very seriously, and they then run and put on their gear 100% of the time.
All right, Gary Tuckman at a base near the Iraqi border here in the Persian Gulf. Gary, thanks very much. And here's an update now on a report we brought you live yesterday. The grenade attack at the 101st Airborne Division's Camp Pennsylvania here in Kuwait. A member of the division's 1st Brigade is in custody for allegedly throwing 2 live grenades into the tent of fellow soldiers, killing 1 and injuring 12 others. The Army has not identified the suspect. Another unit of the 101st, the 3rd Brigade, is inside Iraq. CNN's Ryan Chilcote is with them. He's joining us now live via video phone. Ryan.
Well, Wolf, first of all, reaction from the 101st Airborne's 3rd Brigade inside Iraq. They were traveling in a convoy when they learned about the attack back at Camp Pennsylvania. All of the soldiers expressing grief. A lot of the soldiers in the 3rd Brigade happened to know the soldiers that were injured in that attack, injured I should say, and killed. There was 1 soldier, of course, killed at Camp Pennsylvania, and they consider them dear friends and brothers in arms. So obviously a lot of grief. Also a lot of shock. As one commander put it, you know, you come here expecting to face the enemy, expecting to face perhaps battle and injury from Iraqis. You certainly don't expect it from your own soldiers. So a lot of shock among the soldiers here with the 3rd Brigade that this could happen at the hands of one of the 101st Airborne's own soldiers. Now on to the 3rd Brigade. Like I said, the 3rd Brigade is now inside Iraq. An absolutely whirlwind 3-day convoy here. It began 3 days ago at Camp New Jersey in Kuwait. Right off the top, it got crazy. A series of count them, 4 Scud alarms. 4 times over the course of 3 hours, the soldiers had to don their masks, go into bunkers, and get out. The result, well, they all ended up in this chemical that you were talking about earlier, this chemical protective gear, the chemical protective suits, and they're still wearing them, and they were wearing them for that entire 3-day convoy ride here. Makes things a bit toasty. The one thing that really impressed me about the 101st 3rd Brigade movement here, these guys, one of the problems with covering the 101st Airborne is they just never stop. They never stop for more than 2 hours over the course of 3 days. Never stop for more than 2 hours on the side of the road. Only stop to refuel or perhaps to change out drivers. Everything was on the go. Unbelievable movement, an unbelievable desire to get here as quickly as possible. People talk about the race to Baghdad. Well, I think I saw it. Also, just unbelievably dusty. It was like being thrown into a dryer and with a bunch of dust and getting thrown around. It was absolutely unbelievable. Lastly, interaction between the soldiers from the 101st Airborne and Iraqis. Well, we went through 3 towns, and the first town, the interaction was quite interesting. A very warm, very welcoming reception from the Iraqis. A lot of them turning out, coming out to wave to the soldiers, to give them the thumbs up, to shout to them, the soldiers tossing out MREs back to them. Really a warm reception. The second town, not quite that way. As one soldier put it, very eerie. They went through in the middle of the night. One of the soldiers saw a huge mural of President Sadaam Hussein. They said that it had all of the ingredients of an ambush. So the reception here, both hot and cold. But that is the trip of the 101st here. Wolf?
Ryan, I just want to clarify, we're now getting some additional information on the incident involving the 101st over at Camp Pennsylvania here in Kuwait. We are now being told by the U.S. military the name of the individual suspected in rolling that live hand grenade or a couple hand grenades into that tent. He's identified as one Sergeant Hassan Akbar. No more information about him other than that, his name Hassan Akbar. We're also being told the name of the U.S. soldier from the 101st who was killed, Christopher Scott Seifert. We'll get some more information on that. We also want to update our viewers. We now have been told 15 soldiers were injured in that grenade attack at Camp Pennsylvania, the 101st. Ryan, before I let you go, what's the latest as far as the impact that incident has had on the fighting morale, if you will, of the troops you're with right now?
Yeah, well, good question. I think it has really given everyone pause to think about how this could happen. I don't think it's going to affect their morale. It's just really a sort of, if you will, a below-the-belt blow to the soldiers and to the leadership. But it is one, as one of the commanders told me today, they will deal with. This is not something that they anticipated, but it is something that they will have to deal with, and they will have to deal with it promptly and very professionally, because the 101st Airborne is now in combat, is now in Iraq. So it is something that they will simply have to deal with. I understand that they are already preparing replacements for some of the soldiers that were wounded in that attack. The 101st Airborne, the soldiers at Camp Pennsylvania, some of those who were injured were involved in were part of what's called the TOC. That's the brigade's operations center, and they are very important to the planning and execution of operations. Still, obviously, the 101st Airborne moving quickly to help those soldiers, help their families, and most importantly, make sure that everyone can move forward from this absolute tragedy. Wolf?
It is a tragedy. It's called, if in fact it was done by a fellow soldier, it's called fratricide, and it's something that is obviously a jolt, a very complex, a very perplexing development. Ryan Chilcott with the 101st in Iraq right now. Thanks, Ryan, for that report. and reaction to the grenade attack has been one of shock and disbelief among family and friends at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. That's the home base of the 101st Airborne Division. CNN's David Mattingly is there, and he has more. David?
Wolf, some more information for you on that suspect. His name is Hassan Akbar. He is a sergeant with the 326th Engineering Battalion here from Fort Campbell. His job over in Kuwait was clearing landmines and other obstructions in the battlefield. But exactly who this man is and why he may have wanted to kill officers of the 101st Airborne remains a mystery. At least it does on this end of the investigation here at Fort Campbell. The Army so far unable to offer up any details about Akbar here at Fort Campbell, and they're not able to confirm reports that Akbar changed his name after converting to Islam. And any theories, they say, on a motive at this point are purely speculative. But they can talk about morale on this end. They say that this definitely had effect on soldiers in the field, but they are working through it.
When somebody's firing at you, you know who the enemy is. When they're standing in the same mess chow line or using the same shower with you, sometimes it's hard to recognize. So it's had a detrimental effect probably on the morale. But the soldiers went over pumped up, ready to do their mission, knowing what they were supposed to do. And they'll work their way through this, and they'll continue to do their mission in the fashion that 101st soldiers have always done their mission.
And the saddest part of this, we have the identity of the soldier who was killed in that grenade attack. He's identified as Captain Christopher Scott Seifert, 27 years old. That's all the information we have on him. People here at the base say he did have a wife here at the base, but they are going to great lengths to protect her privacy, and understandably so. And in spite of that tragedy, Wolf, we talk about morale. People are finding sources of inspiration even in this tragedy. The front page of the paper here has the picture of the commander of the 1st Brigade. His arm is in a sling. His leg is bleeding after the attack, clearly wounded, but still on the job. And people pointing to pictures like this for sources of inspiration through this terrible tragedy. Wolf?
David Mattingly, I suspect we're going to be learning a lot more about Sergeant Hassan Akbar in the coming days and weeks. David Mattingly at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, thanks very much. Coalition forces also are advancing on the southern city of Basra. We have some pictures from the scene we want to share, but we also want to warn you, some viewers may find these pictures disturbing. These are Iraqi casualties in Basra as taken by the Associated Press. It's not clear exactly how these people were hurt, either by coalition fire or Iraqi fire. Iraq's information minister says 77 civilians have been killed in the battle for Basra. He also says more than 500 Iraqis in 4 cities were injured in airstrikes yesterday. There's no independent confirmation of those numbers. And this picture was taken in Baghdad. The AP says it shows a father and son shortly after their home was seriously damaged in one of the airstrikes. Iraq's Foreign Minister Najib Sabri was in Cairo for a meeting of the Arab League foreign ministers. He had angry words for the United States.
Those aggressors are war criminals, colonialist war criminals, crazy people led by a crazy, drunken, ignorant president like Holako W. Bush.
Najib Sabri, the foreign minister of Iraq, still appearing in Cairo at a meeting of Arab foreign ministers. Americans held as POWs in Iraq see what kind of training they've received to help them stay alive. Also, oil fires burning, U.S. Marines race to secure Iraq's black gold. And on the front lines, we'll take you on board the USS Constellation. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news.
If it didn't have so much style, it'd be just like any other midsize car. The L300.
from Saturn.
Tough heartburn slowing you down? Try Extra Strength Mylanta. Cooling relief that speeds right to where you need it. Nothing's faster. Extra Strength Mylanta. Soothing at the speed of life.
CNN Tonight, the march towards Baghdad. We're live from the front lines, the risks facing reporters in the field, in the midst of battle with the troops, plus ambassadors from Kuwait, Turkey, and more. Only on Larry King, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
CNN Live this hour, Wolf Blitzer reports from Kuwait City. With correspondents from around the world, Wolf Blitzer Reports starts now.
Welcome back to CNN's continuing war coverage. In a moment, the latest on the American POWs being held in Iraq. But first, for the latest headlines, we go back to Heidi Collins at the CNN newsroom in Atlanta. Heidi?
Thank you, Wolf. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Heidi Collins at the CNN newsroom. U.S. Central Command says Marines defeated Iraqi forces near the southern city of Nasiriyah in the fiercest fighting of the war so far. But there were casualties. Officials say fewer than 10 Marines were killed when Iraqi forces pretended to surrender and then attacked. On top of that, U.S. Central Command says 12 soldiers are unaccounted for after their Army supply convoy was ambushed outside Nasiriyah. The 12 are believed to have been captured. The Al Jazeera network aired Iraqi TV pictures said to show 5 captured U.S. soldiers and the bodies of at least 4 others. Some appeared to have been shot in the forehead. As President Bush arrived back at the White House from Camp David, he called on Iraqi officials to treat any U.S. prisoners of war humanely. He said anyone who mistreats them will be, quote, treated as war criminals. The U.S. Army is still trying to sort out a deadly incident last night at Camp Pennsylvania in northern Kuwait. A member of the 101st Airborne Division's 1st Brigade remains in custody and is being interrogated. U.S. military officials accuse him of throwing 2 live grenades at fellow soldiers, killing 1 and injuring a dozen others. British troops and U.S. Marines have control of the Al-Faw Peninsula now, but as these dramatic images show, sporadic fighting does continue. These troops were part of a coalition airdrop in the area, which includes Iraq's only port on the Persian Gulf. Senator Richard Lugar says U.S. officials have intelligence information indicating Iraqi President Sadaam Hussein was carried away on a stretcher on the first night of the attacks. U.S. officials believe Hussein was in a compound hit by cruise missiles in the initial attack. And Lugar says the condition of the Iraqi leader is not clear.
There's certainly dispute as to whether the Saddam who appeared on television hours later was Saddam or a double. Preponderance of information is probably it was Saddam. What condition he's in, what his mood in, very hard to tell because we frankly don't know.
Those are the headlines making news at this hour. Now back to our coverage of war on Iraq. Wolf Blitzer reports.
Thanks very much, Heidi. We can now update our viewers why the air sirens were going off here in Kuwait only within the past few minutes. A Kuwaiti military spokesman now saying that an Iraqi missile, undetermined what kind of missile, was indeed intercepted by a Patriot air defense missile. No word yet on the cause, no word yet on what kind of Iraqi missile was intercepted so far. According to U.S. military officials, no Scuds have been launched by the Iraqis. Other shorter range missiles indeed have been, several of them coming here towards Kuwait, all of them either falling harmlessly into the desert or having been successfully intercepted by Patriot missiles. We'll continue to follow this story here in Kuwait. And as we continue our coverage of the war in Iraq, let's bring everyone up to date on what CNN has been reporting over the past few hours.
6:47 a.m. Eastern. Arabic language networks begin airing video from Baghdad that purportedly shows Iraqi authorities searching for a downed U.S. pilot. The Pentagon later denies any U.S. or British aircraft are missing over Baghdad. The search is eventually stopped.
instantly by any...
7:08 a.m. Eastern. CNN's Barbara Starr says the Pentagon confirms a British Tornado aircraft was accidentally shot down Saturday by a U.S. Patriot missile as it returned from a mission over Iraq. Recovery efforts are underway, but hope of finding survivors is dwindling. 8:09 Eastern. CNN's Walt Rogers, embedded with the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry, reports soldiers are telling him Iraqis are using women and children as human shields around military installations. An hour later, he reports his unit has taken heavy fire that injured one soldier as the squadron continues moving toward Baghdad. 10:06 Eastern. CNN's Alessio Vinci, with a Marine unit in southern Iraq, reports heavy fighting and some casualties near Nasiriyah.
A few moments ago.
11:03 a.m. Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr reports the military has begun contacting families of up to 10 members of an Army maintenance unit, some of whom were captured, some of whom killed near Nasiriyah.
I would say...
11:33 a.m. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld tells CNN's Wolf Blitzer, following the airing of interviews of American POWs on Iraqi TV, that Iraq is violating the Geneva Conventions with that video. 2 p.m. U.S. military leaders say American troops defeated Iraqi forces at Nasiriyah, but they say 10 U.S. soldiers were killed and 12 were reported missing after Iraqis ambushed a supply convoy. 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 10:30 in Baghdad. Huge explosions are heard and buildings are set ablaze in the Iraqi capital, apparently from a new wave of airstrikes. Miles O'Brien, CNN.
As the reality of war and U.S. casualties sets in, many Americans are becoming more entrenched in their positions on the war in Iraq, both for and against. CNN's Maria Hinojosa joins me now live from New York with more on this national debate. Maria?
Well, Wolf, usually here in Times Square we've been seeing anti-war protesters, but today in Times Square what you could say is members of the silent majority. 76% of Americans say they support this war, but today only about 1,000 or so came out to the streets to show their support for the troops. But yesterday there were anywhere from 150 to 250,000 marching through Midtown saying they were against this war. Just another weekend round of protests as this war appears to become more complicated with every day that passes.
Today in Washington, it was the veterans marching. A quiet plea for peace. While in New York, civilians loudly cheering on the war. Emotions erupting on both sides as more bombs fell and the troops advanced. And the bombing intensified both the war and the national debate.
I guess we're looking at the ultimate reality show.
With images this Sunday that are painfully real. Civilians injured in wartime conflict, real injuries in a real war. The bodies of American troops on display on Al Jazeera television, prompting a mixture of difficult emotions here at home. From those with relatives in the war zone.
It's very serious. My husband is in the National Guard and is waiting to go overseas right now, so we're definitely very concerned, but things need to get done.
From the site of the World Trade Center attack.
If we had taken this attitude before 9/11 with the previous things like the Cole and the 93 bombing, we may have a couple of big buildings standing here, and I'd have my wife still.
From those who've been to war.
And I think that the diplomacy pretty much failed in the beginning, and I believe that Sadaam Hussein is a threat to the world, but the method that we're going about removing him from the current situation that he's in by invading another country is, there's other methods of dealing with this situation. It's a lot easier to support it when it's going well. And it's a lot harder to support it when we're taking casualties.
And those resigned to war's price.
I think it's tragic for the loss of lives over there, but sometimes we do have to do certain things, and sometimes war is something that you just have to do.
As the war moves into the coming weeks, both anti-war and pro-war organizations are trying to figure out what to do to continue to get their constituents out onto the streets. But Wolf, there may be just a few days now when people decide that they have to stay indoors to learn how to deal with their own shock as the reality of this war becomes more and more prevalent. Wolf?
Maria Hinojosa, thanks Maria very much for that report. Earlier today I spoke with the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. I asked him about the prisoners of war pictures broadcast earlier in the day on Iraqi TV.
Been reports throughout the morning here in the East Coast to the effect that some U.S. soldiers were unaccounted for. Whether the ones that are being shown on that particular station or not, that network, are those individuals, I'm not in a position to say. We do know that the Geneva Convention makes it illegal for prisoners of war to be shown and pictured and humiliated. And it's something that the United States does not do. And needless to say, television networks that carry such pictures are I would say, doing something that's unfortunate.
On the other hand, you could argue, some would make the case that at least their family members are seeing them alive, even if they're not in the best of condition. They could get some comfort from seeing these videotape pictures.
You can make that argument if you wish.
But what I hear you saying is that you're urging all worldwide news organizations, television networks, not to broadcast these images of these American POWs.
What I'm saying is that it's a violation of the Geneva Convention for the Iraqis to be, if in fact that's what's taking place, to be showing prisoners of war in a humiliating manner.
The Geneva Conventions, by the way, consist of 4 international treaties. They cover a variety of issues, including the treatment of prisoners of war. CNN senior political analyst Bill Schneider is joining us now from the CNN newsroom in Atlanta. Bill, what is the legal issue that the Defense Secretary is referring to?
He's referring to the fact that countries cannot deal with prisoners of war as they see fit. There are rules. They are in the 4 Geneva Conventions. They were signed and written in 1949. 160 nations signed those conventions, including the United States and Iraq. Secretary Rumsfeld was complaining those rules have been violated.
And Bill, what about the protections of the Geneva Conventions? What do they specifically offer prisoners of war?
There are 4 kinds of protections offered by those conventions. The first is humane treatment. Prisoners of war are protected against torture, intimidation, insults, and public curiosity. The public display of prisoners of war is prohibited. Second, questioning. When questioned, prisoners must give their names, ranks, birth dates, and serial numbers. They can't be threatened or mistreated if they refuse to answer questions. Prisoners may not be used as human shields against an enemy attack. And finally, prisoners may not be punished for acts committed during the fighting. If any of those rules are violated, it can, as the president said, be treated as a war crime. Wolf?
All right, Bill Schneider, thanks very much. Not all troops receive special training in the event that they become POWs, but those most at risk certainly do. You're about to see that training in a CNN exclusive video. Our journalists recently spent time at the Army Advanced Survival School at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Joining us now in the CNN newsroom in Atlanta, CNN military analyst, retired Air Force Major General Don Shepard. General Shepard, I want to show our viewers, first of all, this first exclusive training tape video. And as I do, please explain what's going on in the pictures.
Yeah, Wolf, this is survival and resistance training provided to the various troops. This happens to be Army training. I believe it's for Special Forces. And what you're trying to do is sensitize these people and familiarize them with the treatment that they may expect to receive if they are taken POW. This training is given to those at high risk, such as SEALs, commandos, Special Forces, and pilots who are at most risk. Various levels of training are given to other soldiers out there, but this is specialized training, showing them how they will be interred, how they will be kept out of contact with others, and what they may be subjected to, Wolf.
All right, let's take a look at the next training video, General. We see some troops getting examined and prodded. Explain what happens to their sense of identity while all this is going on.
Yeah, basically your identity is taken away from you, and that's intentional. You are separated from other prisoners, not allowed to communicate. So the whole idea of your captor is to tell you that you are on your own and you have no help other than yourself. You're left on your own and you're isolated, Wolf.
And finally, General, we're going to take a look at a camp that may house prisoners of war. Would a camp in Iraq, for example, look like this one that we're going to take a look at?
There's a possibility, Wolf, although during the Gulf War, prisoners were housed in all sorts of places, included, we just had a report by one of the gentlemen that was captured in the previous war. He was put right by an anti-aircraft gun. So they could establish prisoners of war camps, or they could just house them in regular jails or any military building, Wolf.
All right, General Don Shepard, as usual, thanks very much. And to our viewers, once again, you can have a chance to weigh in on the war in Iraq. Our web question of the day is this: does knowing that there are U.S. POWs change your level of support for the war? Please vote at CNN.com/Wolf. Many of the planes pounding targets in Iraq are flying off Navy aircraft carriers. CNN's Frank Buckley is on the carrier, the USS Constellation, in the Persian Gulf. He's joining us now live via video phone. Frank?
Wolf, air operations do continue aboard the USS Constellation. In fact, we're experiencing a recovery right now. That is, jets are landing on the deck above me, so if you hear a loud noise, that's what that is. Earlier, we saw aircraft taking off from the deck, jets bound for Baghdad. They have a variety of missions. We are told that they are involved in striking a number of different types of targets, air defense, leadership targets. Also, in addition to the ordnance that they are dropping, they are also dropping leaflets in some cases ahead of advancing coalition troops, attempting to convince the Iraqi forces that they should give themselves up, that they should surrender. We are told that some 28 targets were serviced, as Rear Admiral Barry Costello put it, from the Constellation during the most recent 24-hour cycle. And back here live, as you take a look at this F-14 Tomcat, this is what happens in between the events as the jets come back. They are immediately taken over by the maintainers. Many of these people, aviation mechanics and machinist mates, who are barely 20 years old. The average age of the ship, the USS Constellation, is about 20 years old. And these are the people who make sure that these F-14 Tomcats, which are a 1960s era airframe, are maintained, and these are the people who make sure that these aircraft continue to fly these operations that continue off the USS Constellation. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Frank Buckley, one of our embedded journalists, one of our embedded correspondents aboard a U.S. aircraft carrier in the Persian Gulf. Now to the war dead. Some of the Marines killed were stationed at Camp Pendleton in California. The huge base is home to the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, as well as other units. Members of the base community are mourning those who've died. CNN's Thelma Gutierrez is at the base, which is about 40 miles from San Diego. Thelma?
That's right, Wolf. In fact, this base is home to about 40,000 Marines during peacetime, many of whom, as you mentioned, are now fighting in Iraq. Now, this is definitely a very difficult time for those who have loved ones in the military, but especially as that casualty count grows, it becomes a much more tense and somber mood out here. So far, Camp Pendleton has lost 6 U.S. Marines, but that was within the first 2 days of this war. Now, you can see right to the side of me that the flag here flies at half-staff in memory of those who have lost their lives in recent days. Today, many here turn to their faith to help them cope.
We pray for all the victims of war. We pray for the men and women of our military, which we remember daily. We remember those who have died in the conflict so far. May God bring them the fullness of life and console their families. We also pray for the men, women, and children of Iraq.
At the mouth of Camp Pendleton Marine Base, the faithful filled St. Mary's Star of the Sea Catholic Church this morning. 40% of those who worship here are military families who told us they are seeking solace and comfort during these difficult times. A book of remembrance in the church has the names of hundreds of Marines who are now serving in the Persian Gulf. One woman placed her husband's picture near the altar for prayers, she said. This morning, we spoke to several wives whose husbands are now in the Gulf.
I've always turned to God and to church for everything, and being here, yes, does give me comfort.
It's been difficult, but I have complete faith in why we're over there and in my husband's abilities. I told him the night before he left that I believe in you, and that was the last thing I said when I said goodbye.
It's scary. Knowing that the closer we're getting to Baghdad, I know it's going to get uglier, and that's very scary.
In fact, some of the information now coming in on more casualties is coming in so quickly that Marines here at the mouth of the base have come and they have asked us to read them the names to see if they recognize any of their fallen comrades. Wolf, back to you.
Thanks very much, Thelma Gutierrez. Our heart goes out to all those families. Camp Pendleton, California. President Bush, meanwhile, got back to the White House today as the bad news mounted for coalition forces in Iraq. Let's go live to our White House correspondent, Dana Bash. Dana?
Wolf, the president is in the White House residence this evening. He is getting constant updates from the war front, we are told this morning. While still at Camp David, the president said he and the First Lady went to church to pray for the lost troops and for their families. Back from Camp David as Iraqis released graphic pictures of Americans killed in action and the first prisoners of war, a stern warning from the commander-in-chief.
The POWs I expect to be treated humanely. And just like we're treating the prisoners that we have captured humanely. If not, the people who mistreat the prisoners will be treated as war criminals.
Taking reporters' questions for the first time in a week, the president expressed confidence about the war's progress, but as the reality of casualties on the battlefield set in, he braced the country for a tough fight ahead.
I know that Sadaam Hussein is losing control of his country, that we're slowly but surely achieving our objective. It's important for the American people to realize that this war has just begun.
Despite some resistance, Mr. Bush said U.S. forces achieved a key objective, securing most of southern Iraq, especially the oil fields.
Tommy Franks put a plan in place that moved on those oil fields quickly, and at least in the south, they are secure. And that is positive news for all of us.
But things are more precarious on the northern front. The administration is concerned Turkey may send troops into Iraq.
We're making it very clear to the Turks that we expect them not to come into northern Iraq. We're in constant touch with the Turkish military as well as Turkish politicians. They know our policy, and it's a firm policy. And we've made it very clear to them we expect them not to go into northern Iraq.
As for Sadaam Hussein, the president made clear the opportunity to leave Iraq safely has come and gone. And to help convince Iraqis the purpose of this U.S. attack is to liberate, not conquer, the president said behind the ground assaults will be massive amounts of humanitarian aid. Wolf?
And I'm sure it will be quite extensive. Dana Bash at the White House. Thanks very much. In Washington, D.C., veterans opposed to the war are staging what they call Operation Dire Distress through tomorrow. Today's protest included a rally and march, and wreath-laying ceremonies were planned at the Vietnam and Korean War memorial sites. Meanwhile, at the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, another crowd rallied in support of U.S. troops. The demonstration was organized by the group Free Republic. And there were new protests around the world. An estimated 70,000 people rallied in Lahore, Pakistan, chanting anti-American slogans and burning effigies of President Bush and Prime Minister Tony Blair. Riot police were on hand in Amman, Jordan, to control hundreds of demonstrators. Today, Jordan became the first Arab country to expel Iraqi diplomats. 30,000 people marched in Sydney, Australia, condemning the U.S.-led war and Prime Minister John Howard for supporting it with some 2,000 Australian troops. Thousands of Muslims demonstrated in the Indian capital of New Delhi, some carrying signs accusing the U.S. of war against Islam. Violence marred a protest in Mexico City. Police fired tear gas at demonstrators who were throwing rocks at the U.S. Embassy. But a protest march in Chile was peaceful, with 4,000 people taking their opposition to the war to the streets of Santiago. We have more coming up on the war in Iraq. Christiane Amanpour is in southern Iraq with the latest on the battle against oil fires. Stay with us.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Notice how TV seems to be made for the masses? Showtime Unlimited, on the other hand, seems to be made for Ben. You see, Ben loves his movies. He's into big-time features and undiscovered films, stirring originals, and comedy classics. And Ben gets it all. 4 premium networks on 10 digital channels. Showtime Unlimited, a whole lot to choose from, for Ben and for you. Call 1-888-621-2083 and add it on for less than a movie ticket and popcorn.
Where did all the movies go? To Stars, where new hit movies hit home first. Want to see Mike and Sully in all these new hit movies? Better call now and ask for Stars. 1-800-333-DISH. Because the only premium channel you'll see these movies on is Stars. One of the 8 great channels in the Stars Super Pack. Call now to get over 400 different movies for $11.99 or less a month on Dish Network. Call 1-800-333-DISH.
You're in control at Scottrade. Free streaming quotes and charts. Pick the stocks you want to watch. Make your move. Done. Scottrade.
I want to thank our customers once again for rating Scottrade highest in investor satisfaction by J.D. Power & Associates for the 3rd time in a row.
Over 165 offices nationwide. Call Scottrade at 1-800-619-SAVE or visit Scottrade.com.
Geico's always been about savings, but he really brought customer service to a whole new level.
We settle a ton of claims in under 48 hours.
Guaranteed claim repairs? That was his idea.
Customer satisfaction is at an all-time high.
You know what he represents? A commitment to excellence.
And he deserves this award.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Invasion began, U.S. Marines raced to secure these fields in southern Iraq, followed closely by British Royal Engineers and explosive experts.
This wasn't a little sideshow in the operation. This was a critical part of the coalition operation. Whatever the future form that Iraq takes, I mean, pervasive in that is its oil and its oil income.
Indeed, this field in the south produces 60% of Iraq's oil, and everyone remembers the ecological and environmental havoc Iraq caused by setting Kuwait's oil fields ablaze 12 years ago. In a futile attempt to obscure the vision of invading U.S. and British forces, the Iraqis did fill some trenches with oil around key installations. Some of those trenches they set on fire. And now there is a fairly strong smell of oil in the air. But according to the British Royal Engineers here, there is no evidence yet of any attempts by the Iraqis to booby-trap or cause serious sabotage. Army engineers discovered that by picking carefully through the critical gas and oil separation plants, shutting down valves and the big taps called manifolds. They are all off now, awaiting private contractors to restart the oil production. The Iraqi army put up some resistance and U.S. Marines took some combat casualties. But here, as elsewhere in Iraq, many soldiers surrendered. The British say they have 500 POWs, and that number could grow to 1,000. And as they begin to secure large parts of the south, more troops and materiel pour in, pushing ever deeper up country. Christiana Manpour, CNN, at the Rumaila oil fields in southern Iraq.
Now here's how you're weighing in on our web question of the day. Remember, we've been asking you this question. Does knowing there are U.S. POWs change your level of support for the war? More for it, more against it, feel the same? Look at the results. 67% of you said more for it. 17% of you say more against it. 16% of you say feel the same. Remember, you can find the exact vote tally. Continue to vote, by the way, on our website, cnn.com/Wolf. Remember, this is not a scientific poll. We're standing by. Coming up soon, we'll go live to Fort Bliss, Texas for a news conference. That's where many of the soldiers who were captured, POWs, are from their base in Fort Bliss, Texas. We'll have that news conference. That's coming up. I'm Wolf Blitzer here in Kuwait City. Lou Dobbs' Moneyline is up next, and Lou is standing by. Lou?
Well, thank you very much. President Bush today reminded America that this war is in the early days, and today the advance continues in Iraq, but certainly not all of the news today was good. We're going to turn now for the latest developments on the war in Iraq to CNN Center and Heidi Collins.
Thank you, Lou. Here now are the headlines. U.S. Marine commanders are claiming victory after heavy fighting near the southern Iraqi city of Nasiriyah. U.S. military officials are calling it the sharpest engagement of the war thus far. Witnesses say 10 Marines were killed, but the Marines say that number is too high. Several Marines were wounded, and members of a U.S. Army maintenance detail were also taken prisoner. Large explosions rocked Baghdad tonight, the latest air raid in the American-led bombing campaign against the Iraqi capital. One explosion created a huge smoke cloud that drifted over the city. You see it there. Iraqi officials claim Allied planes have been shot down, but U.S. officials deny that, saying that all planes have returned safely to their bases. The U.S. soldier suspected of a grenade attack on his own unit is now being identified. Military officials say Sergeant Hassan Akbar of the 101st Airborne Division lobbed 4 grenades into tents at the unit's camp in Kuwait, killing 1 soldier and injuring more than a dozen. Akbar could be sent back to Fort Campbell, Kentucky for military proceedings. The U.S. says Russian military sales to Iraq may be endangering coalition forces. The State Department has now lodged a formal protest with Moscow, accusing Russian companies of selling, quote, military-sensitive equipment to Baghdad. The list includes anti-tank missiles, night vision goggles, and electronic jamming equipment. All right, now more on the coverage on the war in Iraq with Lou Dobbs.
Good evening. In this hour, we're going to bring you up to date on the progress in the coalition's advance toward Baghdad. We're going to take a look at the strategic issues. We'll be talking with 2 generals, CNN military analysts Don Shepard and David Grange. But first, to bring you up to date, coalition military commanders say that U.S. troops have been involved in the heaviest fighting of the war so far. The fighting is taking place principally in and around the southern Iraqi city of Nasiriyah, that is just northwest of Basra. Up to 10 coalition troops have been killed. Others have been wounded. Significant casualties have been suffered. Central Command also says an Army supply convoy was ambushed. It said 12 soldiers are now unaccounted for, and they believe them to have been captured. Alessio Vinci will have the latest for us from the battlefield. A brigade of the Army's 3rd Infantry Division is now within 100 miles of Baghdad. 70 tanks, 60 Bradley fighting vehicles have traveled 230 miles in just 40 hours. In one engagement, the brigade killed 100 Iraqi militiamen. CNN military analyst General David Grange will give us his assessment of the campaign so far. And British troops are still mopping up isolated resistance in and around the port of Qasr. These pictures you're looking at are dramatic pictures, night scopes of the British Marines who've been pouring fire into a suspected Iraqi strongpoint. The coalition wants to clear that area of Iraqi forces so that it can use the port to unload relief supplies. We will have a report for you from Qasr. There were new explosions in Baghdad tonight. but the intensity of these attacks is much less than the shock and awe strikes that took place Friday and the day preceding. The Pentagon says the outcome of this war is not in doubt. Senior Pentagon correspondent Jamie McIntyre joins us now live with a report on the day's military developments. Jamie?
Well, Lou, U.S. military commanders concede it was, quote, a tough day of fighting for U.S. forces as they continue to push to Baghdad. But U.S. commanders vowed that the U.S. combat losses and the taking of American prisoners of war would do nothing to change the war plan or their guarantee of certain victory.
A tough day of resistance is all relative, of course. It's the toughest day of resistance that we've had thus far, but it's also a day in which we have continued the attack in almost every area. We understand that there may be other tough days ahead of us, but the outcome is still certain. We have to understand that in many conflicts in our nation's history and in the history of our coalition partners, there have been days much, much worse than this by any stretch of the imagination.
U.S. Marines thought the main fighting at Nasiriyah was over, but they were tricked, U.S. commanders say, by special Republican Guard units who had infiltrated the regular troops and were, in some cases, pretending to surrender, in other cases, posing as welcoming civilians. The Pentagon says it will be more cautious in how it operates on the battlefield, but there will be no major changes to the war plan. One engagement, one ambush there involving a convoy of 6 vehicles resulted in a convoy taking a wrong turn, being ambushed by Iraqi forces. 12 Americans are missing. Some of those turned up on Iraqi television, which showed gruesome pictures of dead American soldiers and interviews with some of the captured POWs. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld said those pictures violated the Geneva Conventions. As for the conduct of the war at this point, General John Abizaid, who we saw there earlier, said, quote, he is still confident in the success of the mission. He said, we have not seen on the battlefield a single coherent military move from the Iraqis. He called their actions the actions of a desperate people trying to save a doomed regime. He said, despite our losses, the enemy remains in grave danger and victory is certain. Lou?
Jamie, with a group of soldiers obviously captured by the Iraqis, whether they're militia or regular army, with a number of casualties suffered by the Marines at near Nasiriyah. What is the mood there in the Pentagon today?
I think the mood is that it's very confident. I think today they looked at as a day when anyone who was under the misimpression that war can be clean and easy would be disabused of that notion. They've been saying all along this won't be a cakewalk, there would be casualties. There's never been a completely cost-free conflict, and today some of that price was driven home. But if anything, it's only increased the resolve, and there's an overwhelming feeling of confidence here that the U.S. military force is powerful and unstoppable.
Jamie, let's turn as well to another operation that is taking place in Afghanistan. 1,000 U.S. troops carrying out operations there, and today a PAVE Hawk helicopter came down. What can you tell us about that?
Well, this was a humanitarian mission, a rescue mission to evacuate a civilian casualty, medical evacuation. Unfortunately, the U.S. Air Force PAVE Hawk helicopter crashed. All 6 people on board were killed. No indication there was enemy fire in that incident. It looks like it was some kind of an accident. Lou?
And all 6 service members aboard killed.
Yeah,
Jimmy McIntyre. Jimmy, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we're not absolutely sure they were all military personnel on board the aircraft. There were 6 on board. It did crash in Afghanistan. There were no survivors.
Jimmy McIntyre, our senior Pentagon correspondent, thank you very much.